I'm good, man. We're rolling. So, welcome to the Expand Entertaining Podcast. If you're coming in off the stream from Frank's show, we were in there, and we've all connected around the world. And Kevin's over on the East Coast also. Frank's on the East Coast a little farther north. And I've been out there and visited both, which is pretty cool because I've only met them in this last year, and we all met online digitally. So, this is the Expand Entertaining community where we talk about all sorts of things. And tonight, Kevin's on the show. So, if you've been around a while, we're definitely talking about music tonight. Frank might come on as well. And that would be awesome. So I'm give a shout out to his show. He just got more of his music equipment and is going forward with that. So if he popped on, that'd be great, man. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's good if he's definitely like setting it up in that garage or whatever. Like he was actually talking about it in, what was it, last week's show? The moving blankets. Like I have sitting right behind me there, and I've got foam behind them though for extra. You just really want to stop any natural reverb from like going in your mic and just messing that stuff up. So if he's
good.
Yeah,
sorry, with the class and stuff, because I've got I was looking into that when I was looking into that originally, because like I knew I was going to do the podcast stuff before we officially launched this year, but I knew a year and 4 or 5 months before we actually, Zach and I launched this launch like 70 straight days, that whole thing. And I've had videos on there since last April, my own vlogs and thoughts and stuff I did over the summer. It just wasn't a thing. But anyway, since then I was looking at different ways to sound dampen in small spaces and moving blankets. There's different weights of moving blankets, right? You can get a set of 12 that weigh anywhere from like 40 pounds to like 100 pounds. It's 12 blankets. That's a big difference in sound dampening.
Yeah.
And being able to just loop it over like you do on whatever there. You can get PVC pipe and just make a quick stand. And then if you pull it away from the wall a few inches, it actually, my understanding, it really helps with the sound dampening, because then the sound goes through, but it bounces off the wall, but also dampens on the backside. So if you have it against the wall, it's still bouncing off the wall. So yeah, just stuff like moving blankets can make just a huge difference.
Absolutely. I got my sacred geometry like foam set up, periodically like throughout. At certain spots, and then I have bass traps in the room too. So like really you can't I can bass and be doing music as late as I am, and you really can't hear shit outside of my room. So it's not soundproof, but it's absorbed well enough. I mean, you were here pretty late, and we were playing some music, so without.
Yeah, you got that big old like king size bed in there and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, you got furniture and stuff and just stuff on the walls, and that makes just a huge difference in modern homes. Just square walls and the bouncing off that sheetrock, and so filling up that space makes such a huge difference. With the bass traps though, what are those? Is it the shape of the foam, or are they in the corners, or what's the special thing about the bass traps?
Exactly. Well, they're cut to specifically fit into the corners of a room, because bass likes to hide there, and you can get a real false sense of like, wow, this is really boomy. And yet if you bounce it to a CD or thumb drive or whatever, take it out. I mean, that's why, you try to listen to, if you're just DJing a mix, you want to listen to it on as many different formats as you can before you put it out there. From my old school, the old adage used to be, bounce it down, put it in your car, and that was the tester. And more times than not, you'd get it to your car and you'd be like, like what the fuck just happened? It sounded awesome in the room, and it's because the room would be lying to you. And then you get to it, and like there you are, like naked and alone.
That's all like solving problems for open air music. But if that's in your headphones, I mean, that's ideally get a set of headphones. You can tell that problem from there, right?
Yeah. Well,
ideally,
I mean, there's a couple of guys that like I learned when I was, I guess, about 6 months into the engineering process, where I just tried to soak in as much as I could, that actually do it completely in the box. Which when you hear that term, it means they're strictly computer. They have no like hardware compressors or anything like that. So they're strictly in the box. And one guy specifically, I can't remember his name, of course, why would I be able to? But he does strictly headphones. I'm just like, wow. Like to me, that's like gangster, I guess, if he's figured, done it so much and got that pair of headphones. I mean, because there are some nice, like I was telling you guys, the brand that I use. I mean, they have pairs of headphones that goes upwards of $1,500. I'm just like, nah. I'm like, nah. Like not
like And like that's, I mean, I get it. If you're a sound engineer and that's your thing, like I would never knock on that. Usually that stuff's not the ones where you're talking about. Like those aren't just like knockoffs or some markup for no good reason. There's good reason.
Oh yeah.
If you have the lifestyle or whatever that 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 $1,500 to make sense.
Sure. Like if you're a class 1 engineer and you got, if you're parked your ass at a major label and you got all these acts coming through every week, then yeah, $1,500 is not that big a deal. Actually, you probably bill it to the label. They'll pay for it.
Yeah.
But
talk to people in the chat. Hold it real quick. So I'll say hi to. Let's see, we got everybody in here. It's Kevin contacted me because he saw me put out. I was saying Frank and Paul, if either one of them wanted to come on the show afterwards, and he saw that and messaged me, which is great. The stream dropped for a few minutes. If you rewatch this, it's good to know on my end. So we use StreamYard. So does Frank, actually, which does these overlays. Let me actually pull that ticker off.
So what? We shit the bed for a couple of
Yeah, like the stream dropped, and I'm not sure it was showing on the screen. I thought I was gonna have to redo the whole stream, send out a new link, all that shit. And my hotspot on my phone, for whatever reason, I might do it again during the show, just so you know, like just chill. Now I know it'll come back. I just have to like disconnect my hotspot and reconnect it. But the StreamYard held the space. I was the only camera in here, so I thought I would drop the end the broadcast, and it didn't. So it held the space. So I'll always come back in that dynamic. So I've mentioned that up in the comments. And then we have Unicorn Rider, which is Brittany. Said waiting for Space Jesus. And then I was sitting there watching Frank's show, and I chimed in because I'm here. I'm here and I'm here. I'm both of these avatars tonight, guys. With Aaron Kessler and Expand Understanding. That is both me. And then hi Willow, hi Jasmine. Studio. What up? What up? Cool, man. That's new to the show. Welcome to the show. Studio. It sounds like you might fit right into the conversation tonight. That's awesome. What's up, Nick? Nick Bravo, good to see you. See, this is Dr. Howard. Oh, right on. Things me here because Dr. Howard is live in my mental health group. I think if Dr. Howard's the same one, I think he wrote a book on like psychedelics and mental health, and I'm working on we're getting connected with him and try to have him on the show.
Oh, nice.
Talk about his book. So if that's the same one, that's awesome. So yeah, she'll keep checking in. Awesome. That's cool. Brittany, she's a great admin. Apparently it's a Virgo thing. She runs some Facebook groups and she's, participating in all this stuff, and she's great. Willow said, Brittany, love you. Love you too, Willow. Jasmine Studio still here. Nice little A-OK. Hi, really. Hi, Patty. Let's see, Will says, sounds like great, boys. Thank you. Oh my God, where's Kevin's hair? Did you cut your hair?
No, yes, I cut my own fucking hair, but I did not cut it off. I just have it 90s style tucked up in my head.
Yep. No, I got that when I get that, like, I try to avoid the like stereotypical douchey man bun, like right up top, right? So when I do it, I try to put, honestly, look, I put it on my balding spot. I got a thinning spot in my crown. It's like everything up here, like nice long hair, great, and then it's just like crazy thin back here. Like I don't care, man. Like you can see it. I don't know if you can see it on there. You see it?
Damn, bro, shit. You're a young guy too, bro. Damn.
34. I've been thinning since it's in the family. I've been thinning since I was 21. I'm just glad I can grow this shit. I'm riding this shit out. I don't know, for a while.
I mean, hey.
When I do my man bun though, I literally do it like so it's on that crown spot. Right? It's like it works. It works.
Yeah.
So it's a little farther back, and I can tuck it. The reason I thought of that because I can tuck it under a hat usually. Just put a hat on too and put it under there. So let's see, Aaron. I have to say, there's times that I see your hair all flowy and I'm jelly. Oh, I'm trying to grow my hair out. Well, now you know the secret. Okay, looks great up front, guys, and I'm kind of gone back there. Right, I'm one of those guys. Now you know. You never really see the backside of my head on camera.
Oh my God.
Now you know. Aaron's fully transparent with his life, apparently. Where's Kevin Taylor? He answered. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Patty. Much love. Studio said nice. Oh, I know we're catching up on comments, guys, so we'll get down there. It's like, don't know what he was talking about or commenting on then. Kevin is a wizard. It's true. Sweet. Nice to see Kevin in person, Patty said. Patty said, Willow Potter with her invisible cloak. Yeah, totally. Guy tech stuff. I have no clue. She raised raising her hand with a blonde. So blonde here.
No, what we were talking about.
Awesome. Music stuff and
bass
traps.
And headphones and in the box and stuffy stuff.
Firestorm. Hey, Firestorm. Welcome. Good to have you. Will's not blonde, but certainly don't have a clue. She has somewhat of a clue. She joined our D&B messenger thread, so she gets the videos and shit. You got a little clue, and you've been on like most of the shows, Willow. I mean, like pretty much every single one. So you got some clue. She's trying to relate. New live started, maybe. Yes, actually. So Kevin, you want to talk about your Twitch channel?
Oh shit. There's a Twitch channel.
Good. This is a good start.
Yeah. I set it up for like those shows like that and now that there's this space where there aren't days where you guys are not doing a show, then that can be one of those days or whatever. I just like I said, man, it's just a weird concept for me because I suck. So like you gotta have patience, and like if everybody doesn't learn the way that I do, I get so like so it's a new thought process and a new perspective that I've kind of had to ease my way into and be like, I'm open to the experience. I'm not going to shut myself off from it. And so I set up the channel and like pushing myself, getting outside of my comfort zone and stuff. What's going to happen? And because I don't know what happened that one time that, you were on on air, and then I went off and was kind of broadcasting at the same time, but everything was working. Like, and then the other night when I talked to you, I wanted to make sure that I had things set up, except like with the Twitch channel, the camera won't be facing me unless I get really high tech and go buy one to have one facing me and then facing the screen. And like, I don't know. Hey, son.
Yo, son. I can't hear you. I think you're muted, Frank. I mean, no, you're not muted. You got your volume turned down?
What's happening?
Frank, this is Frank's after. What up, man? This is great. This is good for you, Frank. This is an after show. We don't got to talk about all that crazy ass shit that's totally legit, right? And it needs to be talked about, which is great. We flow right into this. Now we can talk about music. Awesome.
Word up. I needed to eat after that.
No doubt.
Drained.
No doubt. Dude, you and Paula's show is always great. It's just you guys being you. And like, it's funny. Like you said, you're like on a fucking tirade right now. I don't fucking care. And it's cool. So, like everybody's like this. You go through phases on Facebook and shit, like shit that fucking, it's where you're at, man. This is what I'm in. Fuck you. If you don't like it, you want to unfriend me? Fuck you. I don't care. And you just like, this is my thing right now. It's cool. It's like, there's posts you do. I'm like, yeah, I'm never going to post that. Nope. This is not really my thing right now. Totally agree. 100%, man. But like my audience, the drama that would stir up, I'm like, yeah, not worth it. I have other dialogues to have. It's funny. It's how it works, man. We all have our different like flavors of shit, and we're just in a social media sphere, like obviously we're all in agreement on those things. I know 3 of us are, everything you talked about in your show, but it's like, cool. Now we can all talk about music. That's fucking cool, man.
My dude that drank Aya the other day, fucking Space Jesus rolled up.
Tell me about it.
Oh shit! You never.
I know. I didn't get a chance. Paula was dying on me. Reptilians, fucking Sophia the AI attacked him. He fucking bounced it. He was like, "You're so beautiful, but fuck off." I was like, "Oh shit!" He left his body. He was like, "They're protesting. They're getting so close. They're gonna break in the door." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I go online, and there's a protest on Morris Park coming on the next block. So I went outside, and they were on the next block over. You could hear them chanting and going up. And he was going, "They're going to get inside." I'm like, "They're not going to get inside." Right. And it was their energy. It was trying to get in. And
wow.
It was like I spent the entire time keeping that kind of shit out.
Yeah.
But interesting, all the stuff that's coming to light. And it was really good to see Space Jesus. So
yeah. It's what... Dude, I can't wait till we start having more of our encounters in that dynamic on ayahuasca and doing different things out here, because there's just there's so much things I've learned this year and prepared for in a lot of practical ways and different dynamics. And there's a whole other level of things I know will just unfold, and it's just the right timing for it all. It's cool. We're all still connected. I mean, geez, we're on a podcast right now, doing a channel and chatting. It's just really cool. That's all been progressing in our own realms, in our own ways,
Kevin, I miss you, bro.
I miss you, man. I've got two monotubs that I just put there in the darkness stage. So couple more days.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I got a couple things in the chat. Firestorm is Tiffany. Is that Tiffany Sains? Or is that different Tiffany? Because Firestorm's in the Fearless too, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Chat. Okay, so I'll let her answer. Will said, "Hi, Frankie."
Love you, Willow.
What's the name of Kevin's Twitch? What is your Twitch? The Paranormal Portals, right?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, something like that. I don't even know, man.
What the fuck? How come you
All right,
don't
so
have
Kevin-
link to copy and paste?
Yeah, come on, man. What the fuck? What the fuck, Kevin?
Fucking son, bro. What the fuck?
Dude, so that's I think we put that in Kevin's idea. Kevin's had what, I don't know, 20 or 30 episodes and then got Kevin on it, and then he got one. He sent me a link, and we tried it after the show a little bit. It kind of wasn't working, and Kevin's been working on it. We're about there because we're in some of these shows. I mean, we're doing it tonight. We'll talk about whatever and music and shit, but then start doing once a week or whatever on Kevin's Twitch channel. Do the same thing, but we'll show the actual audio stuff that we're working on. Like actually go through it. Kevin's working on a second camera setup to show his screen or show what he's doing on the controls, and actually just go through shit, different sounds or different layers or clips, and
fucking do split screen with the people sitting right next to you. That's what I'm ready to learn. A 2-camera, 1 computer, right next to each other.
yeah.
I've done all of the shit with that.
Okay, so I think with
people that
StreamYard
on the channels and stuff,
Do you see that?
they'll be like, "Yeah,
yeah.
It-
Wait,
in
see what?
Stream-
Did you put the link in?
Yeah, and I did it in StreamYard.
Wait, hold up. Oh, you tried to share the screen?
No, I just put the link in there because probably because I'm not an admin or whatever. I don't know. Like there was an
I don't
issue.
see shit.
Oh, yeah. Message me the link, and I'll put it into.
Give it to Willow. Go to work."
Yeah, give it to Willow. She's got the admin.
Work, motherfucker. Do you do it? No,
Dude,
I'm just messing with you,
there we
Willow.
go.
I love that girl. We have
Yeah,
something
she
for you,
does.
by the way, too. Yeah, well, I'm not going to ask on there.
Says Willow's with my brother right now. Might not be in the chat. That's totally cool. Yeah, man. Go find your brother. Like Willow's been. We'll just put Willow on here. Willow's been, I think, in every single episode. I think she wasn't in the one yesterday because her family's in town or whatever. So yeah, please. She's become like the default admin. Took on that role because she's just there all the time and she's awesome. And Willow's great. And Willow's been active in your chat and your group and the show. And
Willow, I know.
I'm here to work.
But if we're not taking a few shots here and then, and you know, it's not real love then. Right, motherfucker.
That's right.
Oh my god. Lowercase.
Oh, like Kev, your video is frozen.
Yeah, what the fuck, Kev?
What the
God
fuck,
damn.
Kev?
Can you hear me or no?
I can
Yeah,
hear
you're
you.
fine. I can hear
Your
you.
side profile. You kind of look like
You look like you're real focused on
Diver.
something, bro. You're into it. You're into it. Whatever's on screen, you're into it. I'm gonna remove you and put you back in. We'll pop
this
it off.
is all
There.
about the side of my head. What's up?
Oh, you're still blacked out there, Kev. You got to go to your video settings or something. You might have to pop out of StreamYard and back in. I can hear you though.
That sounded racist, Aaron.
Be wearing your mask next time. You better be wearing your mask when you come back into the video chat.
All right, I'm
I wanna
gonna
see
wash
you
my
your
hands first. I'm gonna wash my hands. All right,
Isn't that
I'll be
nice?
right back.
It's actually kind of one of the places. All right, cool. It's kind of one of the places where that shit
Kevin's
don't matter.
Link is up, by the way. Willow, thank you.
Yes. So it's in the chat. This is Kevin's Paranormal Portals Twitch. If you guys want to subscribe, actually, then you probably get a link. You might have to turn on notifications. I don't know Twitch too well. But then you guys will get a link whenever we decide to go live. We'll probably promote it on Facebook and shit too. But that'll come to you there. And so that'll definitely be music shit. That'll just be me and like
Give
probably
it
the
a
four of
chance.
us.
The best way to learn is to come there with one of us and check out what we're doing, even if you're not kind of into that specific thing, just so you can attach to the channel and see how to work it. So then you connect to us there, and then we'll be like, oh, touch this, go there, do this. It'll help you
Yeah,
with
and
your
you're talking about doing the multi-camera. So Zach right now with his setup, because of it's just insane where they're at. They're Riverside, California, but they're just outside the service area. So he has like 3 meg upload or some shit. And we found a workaround that he'll use his phone, I think his phone for the audio or phone for the video, and then his phone for the video, because that comes in nice high quality. So he has that set up. And then on our screen, the last like 10 and on 20 shows or so, you see there's typically a third avatar, and it's just the expander saying logo, but it's his voice talking. So he's coming in through the main audio that you're coming in right now through the mics, condenser mics. and then showing the video separately. You could do that though, like my sister's cooking show. Like, right, I had the phone camera and I had the tablet camera. So doing two things at once, being able to show her face while she's cutting simultaneously, you know, and like showing kind of her from a pulled back view. So like StreamYard is a pretty good setup to do that.
You know, StreamYard works across the board now, right? Naturally. With everything.
They updated their mobile GUI. Yeah, they updated their software, so now it works with your phones and your tablets. Works way better now.
Do they have an app, or you just log in?
I think before, up until a couple weeks ago, we had to go to like Chrome and go and change it to desktop settings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that changed desktop settings to get to work. Now you don't. Like, you just go to Chrome, like click the link, and it'll take you. Yeah, it's great because on my phone, like before, the screen would be on the show, like in desktop mode, the screen would be like this tiny ass square. So doing a mobile was awful. But now, like, if you use my phone, the screen takes up the whole thing. You still see the chat over here. Like, they really optimized it. It works way better.
Okay. Excellente.
Yeah, which is great for.
Because I could shut the volume off on one thing and aim it at Paula's head, wherever she's sitting, but we're really just here talking. So you'll get the mics here. Yep.
So it'll look, and it should be. I don't think there's going to be any delay either. So your mouths will match up and everything. I think that'll work really well. I think it has with my sister's show. It's worked really well. Because we'll switch. Actually, we'll go like different times. Like, it's actually totally been organic. I mean, that's a cool thing with my sister that's just happened. Hold on. Oh, see, look, Britt, there's so many like cool admins in the group. So Britt said GUI is GUI. It's Linux based, just FYI for the chat. Like, people know. Thank you, Brittany. Yeah, so graphic user interface. So the actual interface for the people using the dynamic. So my sister doing the cooking show is because, you know, she loves to cook, and I mean, she's just a natural. Like, my Angela calls her the female version of me, or we're like the same person, which we're siblings, so I guess that makes sense. But, you know, similar personality dynamics there, and she naturally chats just fine on camera, even though she's terrified. Like, she will never go back and watch one of the episodes ever. She's cool with it. I show her the screenshot for the image I'm going to put on the video, and like, you know, I'll pick one out with her. We'll skim through it maybe or whatever, and you know, she's like, cool. But like, no, it's one of those things. She's just terrified to go back and look at it. You know, it's for a lot of people. It's like that. Johnny Depp, I think too, has never seen one of his movies he's ever done. He's never gone and watched it. Sorry, I missed what you said. What'd you say?
I said he's so full of shit.
I just thought about that. I'm like, I wonder if he's on a list in this whole dynamic. And then you said that. Like, yeah, I must be.
They're all full of shit. I don't watch myself. Yeah, all right, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could see that though. If you spend like hundreds of hours making a movie, and you know there's scenes you did and shit that may get cut, but they were meaningful to you. It sucks to not see them in the movie. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics, but yeah, that's hard. I mean, I can't relate because I haven't done movies for decades or whatever. But I feel like, knowing me, the way I watch back my shit as audio journals and shit, I would definitely rewatch. Hey, there he is.
What up?
So he was in court, and he says he has to go over one of the experiences he has with his wife, who's the girl that plays Mera in Aquaman. I can't remember her name, but he says, I had this moment where I just knew I wanted a divorce. So they're like, what was it? He goes, well, I came home and I went to sleep, right? And she got into bed with me and shit in the bed, got up and bounced. And then I'm like, oh, there's shit in the bed. What the fuck's going on? So he goes and confronts her, and she's like, oh, the dog must have did it, right?
Oh my, wow.
The dog. So then he goes to clean it and everything. And then she goes, oh, come on, stop being a baby. It's just a joke what I did. And then he's like, oh, you got into bed with me and took a shit in the bed. She was like, yeah, it's a joke, bro. Wow. And he's like, that's disgusting and not funny. Those who do stupid shit jokes like that, people that are into that kind of disgusting, that's where you know the reptilians are. The sick-minded, twisted ones, because they play with shit and poop and gross shit. That's them. They smell like pee. They like the nasty. That's all that stuff. So when you watch her, dude, I didn't even know Johnny Depp was married or even married to her. And I'm watching Aquaman, and I was in the movie theater. I'm like, this chick sucks. I don't know why I don't like her, but look at her. It's like watching wood rot. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody likes your stupid face. I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
She's shitting all over him.
Wait, hold up. She's the actress from Aquaman, like the main actress?
The one with the red hair.
And she's the one who shit in his bed, in Johnny Depp's bed.
Yeah. She cut his finger.
No kidding.
She broke a bottle and cut off his finger.
That's the one who does that?
Yeah. Dude,
All right, I gotta look this
that's
up
his
right now.
girl.
I don't know who she is. I can't see her face.
Wow.
I was
All right,
like,
what the first Aquaman?
what's her name?
We'll do
Aquaman.
Aquaman cast.
Amber something. Amber douche.
Amber douche. Yeah, Aquaman, Amber. Let's see, Amber Heard.
Wow.
Is that what it is? It must be Amber Heard.
Heard.
Herd. Or Nate. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the first thing too. 12 hours ago, defecated in their bed. That's new.
I'm telling you, man.
Fucking
Wow.
trashy, not classy.
Dude, hold on. We'll screen share this. I didn't know that's like new info. I thought this was like a story that's 10 years old or some shit. And I'm like, that's a little crazy.
They were in
but
court today or yesterday.
Oh my
no
god.
shit. I don't pay attention to much news, man. Hold on.
I don't either. I just caught that one because
No
it's
doubt. All right, hold on. Let's share this shit. Where we at? Chrome tab. Aquaman. All right, so
The fact that he believed that a human poo was the same size as a dog poo is another fucking thing.
I
Also,
know. I was like, you can't tell the difference.
wow.
He just woke up and was like, "Oh, it's poop." Right?
Dude, 6 hours ago, Amber Heard hid her nude movie scenes from Johnny Depp court documents. Wow.
wow, Jesus.
Oh, sorry, no, different thing. I was thinking of a different thing. Johnny, I
Yeah,
was
I'm
reading the
talking
other ones ahead. Having an affair with Amber Heard, London court. Wait, Elon Musk accused Elon Musk of having an affair 16 hours ago. Like, what is that? Okay, that's interesting, I guess.
What a bunch of drama. Where's the shit?
Yeah, here we go. Johnny Depp says feces in bed was last straw in marriage to Amber Heard during court case 1 day ago. Wow. This is USA Today. All right, let's see what USA Today has to say about it. How are they going to fucking talk this up? What the hell just happened?
Straight feces.
Yeah, okay, listen to this. This is the actual story. All right, London AP. Johnny Depp said in a London court on Friday that ex-wife Amber Heard claims he abused her, turned him from Cinderella to Quasimodo in the public eye. Hold on. He also said the couple's tempestuous marriage broke down for good after an incident in which feces were found in their bed following a party. I thought this was an oddly fitting end to the relationship, he said. I bet he did. Like, that's so perfect for Johnny Depp. That's the kind of relationship he's in.
What I read was like, he was like, at this moment, I knew I wanted a divorce.
Dude, let's see if they put other quote. Yeah, we got to find that shit. Depp was wrapping up his evidences in his libel case against a British tabloid newspaper that accused him of physically abusing her. The Hollywood star is suing news group newspapers, Publishers of the Sun, the Pirate Papers executive editor. They called him wife beater. In 3.5 days, the High Court witness box. Depp has described a volatile relationship with Heard, and it descended into screaming matches, which sometimes turned physical. But he has strongly denied hitting Heard and accused her of compiling a dossier of fake claims against him. Okay, Blue, where's the shit? I want to hear more about shit.
Wow. That's like 20-some years difference, bro. That's why.
Jeez, man. Wow. Is there anything better about here? I want to see that quote about fitting into the relationship.
It was at that moment.
You guys here for the? No, we're just here for the poop.
Yeah, really. I don't want all those other details. I don't care about the lawsuits. I really want to hear him talk about quotes. I want to hear quotes of him talking about this being a great end to the fucking relationship because of shit.
It was the divorce.
Yeah, here it is. Amber Heard's bed was a fitting end to the couple's relationship, the Hollywood actor said. I was convinced it was either... Star told High Court he had been convinced it was either his ex-wife, herself, or one of her friends who was involved in the episode.
Does she hang out with a bunch of bed shitters? Oh my god, dude!
Like,
I'm telling you, that's how you know it's them. You know by the poop players. He
thought it was a fitting end to the relationship. No shit, man. Had problems with... Okay, hold on. Earlier, Sasa Weiss said counsel for NGN suggested Boo, one of the couple's 2 New Yorkshire Terriers, had problems with her toilet habits. To which the actor said the dogs were very well trained, but that Boo is not as trained as Pistol to their dog. So they're trying to dude, there's a big time behind the Terrier. Dude, listen, I used to have a dog. It was an 8.5 pound Pomeranian. They have fucking Tootsie Roll shits. Human shit is human shit.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no mistake here. That's a pile of human shit, man. There's a big old pile of human shit in the bed. That's why he said it was her or one of her friends. He didn't say the fucking dog did it.
Girl, you nasty.
No doubt.
Oh my
Okay.
god! I want Aquaman.
Okay, hold on.
I found a turd in my shell.
Weiss said to Depp that came to your attention the following: that was the day of Amber's actual birthday, that the cleaner had found feces in the bed. Oh, there's more details. It was her birthday.
Wait,
and the cleaner found
clean that up if it's the dog. You put it in the little bed.
She suggested Depp was later sent photographs of the feces, which the actor found hilarious, and that they were jokes, like Amber Turd, Amber in the dumps going on. Oh my god!
Wow!
Oh my god, that's funny.
Amber Turd.
Amber Turd.
Amber Turd.
Oh man, I'm so glad we've reading through these articles. But wait, there's more. Depp replied, "It was one of the most absurd, unexpected statements that I have ever witnessed in my life. So yes, initially I did laugh because it was so strange." He told the court it was a mystery who defecated in the bed, and it was not left by a 3 or 4 pound dog. I told you. I fucking told you, man. I told you. He knows. He knows. He's protecting his ass, man. Because he knows he's not crazy. That's why. So he's fucking telling her the story. Funny how that works.
Oh, Johnny.
It was not by a 3 or 4 pound dog. It probably weighed that much, dude.
Yeah, no shit. Depp added, "I was convinced it was either my misheard herself or one of her cohorts involved in leaving human feces in the bed." Just to clarify,
we can no longer call you misheard ever.
Nope.
After you cross that line.
Yeah, it's her joke.
That title is officially gone.
Dude,
it's officially becomes the mad shitter or something.
Oh, let's see. What were the names? Amber Turd. Or he gave two names. He's like, look, he gave 2 names. Think about this shit. Let's break this down. He's trying to think about his psychology here. Wakes up to shit in the bed. He finds out from his fucking wife. It's her fucking shit. Right? So he's like flipping his shit. He's like, I don't even know how to accept my reality right now. Like, how am I getting out of this relationship? If she's gonna shit in the bed, she might murder me. Right? Like, fuck, man. So I guess I'll make a joke about it. She says it's a joke. So like, haha, Amber Turd. Yeah, haha. And he's like, get me the fuck out of this relationship. This is it. The worst case.
Amber in the dumps going on. What the fuck, man?
God.
Amber in the dumps.
Wow.
Jesus. All right. Depp said, let's see. They said he's on the bed. Earlier, Weiss told the court that Depp had arrived late for Heard's party after being given some rather unfortunate news about his financial affairs in a meeting. The Edward Scissorhands star.
Shit in the bed?
Yeah, so he's like, "Oh, you had a bad day at work. You lost a lot of money. Let me shit in your fucking bed." What? Okay, then he said that he went to bed and was reading, trying to avoid any confrontation with Miss Turd. All right. He was asked if he was really reading a book on his wife's birthday when she had said that she was upset that he was. Oh, this is the backstory. This is why she did it. Apparently, hold on.
Wait, Jasmine's right, but wait, there's more.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I haven't even gotten to the comments, guys. Let me get back into this. Let me get back into this. He was asked if he was really reading a book on his wife's birthday. What an asshole. When he had said that she was upset, he was late to her party. Depp replied, "I thought her behavior regarding the subject of my tardiness to her birthday dinner. I thought that it was too much. Her anger, her rage. When I had been texting Mrs. Turd, telling her, I am so sorry, I'm going to be late." He was sent. Was sent on. What it sends to suggest Depp had become angry after Heard raised the issue of him being late to the party, and he got out of bed to argue with her, which the actor denied. And so the plot thickens.
Dude,
the barrister, said that Depp was very distressed about the news that you had received, and the last thing you wanted to be told was that you were a disappointment to your wife. Depp replied, "I believe that's the last thing any husband will want to hear." Yeah, no shit. That shit hurts bad. West went on to accuse Depp of picking up Magnum bottle of champagne and throwing it at Heard, which missed and the glass smashed, which he denied. She also alleged that he grabbed Heard by the hair and pushed her onto the bed, adding, "When she tried to leave, you blocked the bedroom door and you tried to grab her hair." The barrister suggested Depp then pushed her to the ground and bumped her chest before leaving the apartment. Chest bump, Miss Turd. Come on. Let's get out of here. Let's see.
Look.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was reading, was asked if Depp left. I heard, you read that, the note. He said, "Happy fucking birthday."
Left Heard a note which read, "Happy fucking birthday." Depp replied, "I don't know what I did, but it is very, very possible."
Oh, he was seeing red. He's seeing red, man.
Let's see. That's where. Okay, so the actor's case, NGN, and wouldn't rise to the publication of the article in the Sun. with the headline "Gone Potty: How Can J.K. Rowling Be Genuinely Happy?" casting wife beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film. Jeez, talk about slander, man.
Wow.
See, the article, it's true, defending the article as true and saying that Depp was controlling and verbally and physically abusive towards Heard, particularly when he was under the influence of alcohol or drugs.
See, he ain't got no adrenochrome now, man. He's all fucked up.
See how it plays out? It's like, I feel bad for you, bro, but I don't feel bad for you. I would just act like Jack Sparrow all day if I was him. I would
no shit.
Like that. Be like, yo, I guess Depp lost his shit, huh? Be like, yep. That's too much, man. Some people are fucking crazy.
That is like, just the antics that I just learned about in that marriage makes my head fucking spin. And
Dude, did you guys read about her cutting his finger off?
I heard about it, but I didn't know that that
we'll
was who he was married to.
Heard finger.
You should say turd finger.
Turd finger.
Turd finger. Finger poop.
Kick like that, give you a high five.
Look,
you got to check for a skid mark.
Okay, we got to find like a funny, like a funny satirical, or I don't know, some kind of. Let's see. This one says everything that happened on Wild Day 1 of Johnny Depp. I don't know. I don't want to see every detail. Maybe we can keyword search for like poop. Okay.
Well, no, there's a poop incident, and there's cutting his fucking finger off.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, the wrong. Let's see. Is it Sharon still? You're still on there. So we can zoom in on this. Control. Boom. All right. The Warren couple's ugly years-long drama was laid out.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. By Depp's count, he married a conniving, mentally twisted, fame-starved user who cheated on him, chopped off the tip of one of his fingers, burned his cheek with a cigarette, and may even have pooped in their bed as a prank. That's the line. That's it. That's what we were looking for. Save that shit. That's it. Let's put that up on here. Let's just throw that up on here. Jesus,
you gotta meme that shit.
Wow.
Share that on Facebook.
Boom. Hold on. Let's see.
Wow.
There we go. Right there, guys.
Fucking clown show. Wow.
Right on screen. So read that one more time. By Depp's count, he married a conniving, mentally twisted, fame-starved user who cheated on him. That, by the way, that's like the first offense. You know, that's a divorceable offense. Let's start there. Cheated on him, chopped off the tip of his fingers, burned his cheek with a cigarette. Or this is obviously a toxic and trauma-cycling abusive relationship.
Yeah.
But then, and may even have pooped in their bed as a prank. Whoa! That's something else, man. That's next level shit. Literally.
You know, just remember, whatever happens from here out, whoever dates her next is dating the shitter.
That's the thing, man. That's where like she would come out of.
Guys don't care about that shit though, man. They'd be like, "Oh, it's the shitter from Aquaman."
Right. It probably would.
No,
it probably would.
He's right, bro. They don't give a shit.
You know, it's funny that the show, when Zach and I were originally talking about doing the show, we were talking about titling it before even the Expand Our Staying thing, just would like the thing of our show or Twitch channel or whatever, be two guys, one chat. Was gonna be the show. And we totally had a little logo for it and shit and everything. They were like, why don't we just call the Expand Our Standing ISN or whatever podcast and just do it on your YouTube channel since you already got shit there. I'm like, all right, sure.
What could have been?
Not escaping the turd though attached to your name ever. That's it. If I ever meet her for any strange reason or see her, I'd be like, "Oh, turd, what up?"
Yeah, that's some shit, man.
I'll put everyone on the spot. I'll be like, "Aren't you the girl that shit the bed?"
Literally, that's like, that's her wanting.
I interview her. Get her on the show right now.
Yeah.
Get her on the show. I'll talk to her.
It's
y'all
funny.
be the same if I do the interview. In 5 minutes, she'll be like, "I hate this motherfucker." I'll be like, "You send it, bitch. No one likes you." Aquaman don't even like you, and he's married to you.
Oh wait, she's married to Aquaman now?
Comic. they're married in the no.
No,
That's the thing in the
well, you know, there's going to be a follow-up to that, right? So imagine
they're trying to get her out. They don't want her.
Okay, I see. There's this whole fucking dynamic I didn't know.
They're like, if you can fire a guy for a tweet, we want her gone.
Oh, for shit in the bed or something.
Or the whole thing.
Yeah, no, maybe
the icing on the cake, Kevin.
Oh man. Wait. Bet you that's the icing they found in her trailer cake. That's the problem. It's a repeating problem.
Hey Johnny, I heard you like soft serve chocolate ice cream.
Smells like shit.
Only when I'm in my bed, Frank.
I had to make sure it wasn't the Pomeranian.
Oh no, he clarified. He wanted human feces. He got it. It is definitely not the size of a small or medium-sized dog.
Oh shit.
When the turd's as big as the dog is, like there's an issue.
Dude, that was the defining line for me with dogs. Like when I walked my brother's dog, who has a cool fucking dog, man. I really love his dog, but then I had to went on and walk them and he shit. I'm like, this is human shit. This is picking up human shit. This sucks. This sucks. Little dogs are great. I just saw Paula. Is Paula there?
Dog out of it. Leave the little.
I'm not getting on yet. I gotta wait for this.
Oh, wait, Paul Bacon.
She's making stuff. Her nephew turns 21 tomorrow.
Oh boy,
she's getting some stuff ready. I can't stop crying. This is great.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
And just so you guys know, just to bring it back in, since we don't have the share screen now, this is an article we just got off the internet. It's called this recent article here in the last day or so. By Depp's account, he married. This is Johnny Depp, mind you. Married a conniving, mentally twisted, fame-starved user who cheated on him, chopped off the tip of one of his fingers, burned his cheek with a cigarette, and may have even pooped in their bed. Got cut off.
You fucking liar. You did it.
Was one of her cohorts. Johnny Depp was uncertain.
Yeah.
One of her friends.
She's a dirty, dirty girl. How dirty?
No doubt.
She shit the bed dirty. On purpose or by accident? No, on purpose. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. Bet they got a cup in there too. Everywhere she goes. And I said,
I knew you were gonna go there.
You crossed over. That was a good way to pull that in. Let's see.
I wonder if she did like pranks and shit like that on to her cast members on the fucking set. Like one of the guys, I'd be like, yo. I'd fucking stab her with the trident and like calm the fuck down.
Yeah, no doubt. Maybe that's what he pulled. Let's see. Brittany said earlier, Johnny Depp collects Barbies. That I outgrew my crush on him then.
Buy Barbies.
Apparently. Yeah. Dolls.
He's odd, but he's not poop odd. He's like, fuck that shit.
Yeah, that's where he draws the line.
Isn't that funny? Everybody's got their limit of like,
not into pee, not into poop.
Yeah.
Adrenochrome, fuck yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
But don't shit in my bed.
Urine therapy? Don't think so, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no doubt.
With the baby blood.
Right. No shit. And isn't that crazy? Think about that culture. Like, yeah, we've had this conversation before. It's kind of been a while, but the whole urine therapy, it's your own body's technology to heal yourself. Right. That's fine. I get you. It's just thinking about the dynamic with the adrenochrome on the other levels. Okay. So they're willing to manipulate and cause fear and trauma in another person, in children, all that dynamic, to draw out this special chemical mix that our DNA skin suit creates. You could say it's natural, sure. But so if you have no morals in this, like it's just technology, that's the problem when you remove morality, whatever that means, or some kind of guiding, do no harm to any other sentient kind, or don't fucking force yourself on somebody. Black magic, man. Even a lot of good prayers can be dark, like controlling magic. Because if you're forcing something on them they didn't ask for, they don't want, that's a whole other deal. So just like there's dynamic there of like understanding what is innate in our bodies that everyone could supply for themselves. But cultural stigma has made this thing disgusting. It's made it like shit. Shit is shit. That is something that goes in your mouth. Your body has no use for. It goes out and returns to the earth. It is a cycle. That's why we used to bury it. And it's good to bury that shit outside and get it outside. And like it cycles your energy in your own land.
Brown magic.
Right. So it's just natural. It's literally natural. So like, places where you actually transmute that into the soil and into fertile. But but the urine though actually can be used for multiple purposes. And so it wasn't a cultural thing. They understood that actually had healing aspects and all these stem cells and all this different shit in there. And they could bee stings and all that shit and venom and poison. All the antibodies are there in 10 seconds. And you just take it
how that happened, right? Like the first guy got a bee sting and he's like, ow, and he fell on the floor. And then they just started laughing and peeing on him.
Well, here's the thing. It is funny. It is funny, but I have to clarify.
That kind of feels good. But it's the truth. How did you figure that shit out? Well, I peed on his fucking head where he got stung and it broke. So then every time someone gets stung, we bring him around 30 people, put him in the circle, and we all just start peeing on him while praying to the great God of urine.
Urine. Here you go.
Oh, but trial and error. Science.
All right. So all the laughter on that is genuine. It's based off incorrect reasoning because the dynamic. Right, listen. Hold on, Frank. Just let me clarify, and then you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. You can dive right in. He would have had to pee on himself. He would have had to get a bee sting, and for some reason decided that the only way to wet it down because it hurt or something was his own pee, because that's what had the anti-venom, not everybody else's. He got peed on for nothing. If everybody else is peeing on him, nothing happened to him. He just got peed on, man.
So then
your own pee.
He peed on himself, and they were like, "Oh, it must work," and they all start peeing on him. He's like, "No."
There we go. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how rich!
But then he was like, "This is kind of warm, and I kind of like it."
It's like ceremonial.
I want to see this happening.
I'm doing that right now.
I didn't hear what Paul say.
Thank God you didn't hear it. Lowercase G. She's like, I don't see you fucking rolling, motherfucker.
I knew that's what it was, man. It was very assertive. Very like.
I was like, oh shit, yeah.
Yeah. So, Brittany, just bring clarification. So, adrenochrome being different is it's something produced it's released into the body, into the blood. But yeah, it's a live adrenal gland release.
Like, well, I heard like that's what the whole thing is like. Once it gets out in the rumor mill, like, isn't it manufactured in Wuhan or some shit like that?
That's
I've heard that one too. I don't know. Could be.
So they make kinds. They have it on some of those websites, the China websites, like Wish and stuff. You could go on there and get synthetic adrenochrome that comes straight out of the labs, right? So
okay. You
want a steady diet as like a fucking rock star or something. You're like, well, I don't have to. It's kind of like what Blade was doing. Remember, he was like taking.
Oh yeah,
right.
And so they were like, "What's wrong with you? Why would you do that?" And he's like, "Oh, it keeps me from fucking killing everyone. That's why. So I want to preserve life." So they have the synthetics and they pass it out and it gets you hooked. And then when you remove the synthetics or the real, the side effects are fucking crazy. So it's all that anti-aging, re-aging. You're wreaking havoc on yourself.
Yeah, some of those before and after pictures are just scary as fuck.
Oh,
well, like it's hard. Yeah, and like it's hard. You got to find the right videos and the right ones because it's real easy to just take a shitty looking day of an actor with no makeup and like fucking a good day and like there's before and after. It's like, come on, man. You literally just Google search that shit real quick and put them together. Like, but yeah, there's legit stuff there. I mean, they even had an article I posted. I think we maybe talked about it sometime in the last year and a half or 2 years. But it was in the tech industry, the silicone industry. Yeah, did you see the comment, Frank?
I just saw it.
I was waiting for you to see
over
it.
At the
bedroom. Up there for minutes.
You're not in the bedroom, right? Okay. I'm just checking.
Keep the bedroom door open. I want to see the bed. Oh man.
Shh, here she comes.
So let's see, the Wuhan's where COVID came from. That is true to the best of my research and understanding. The rumor is the same lab COVID was created in.
Yeah. That's what I heard. Like, and that's a reason why the whole thing started. Because blah 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 is a rumor mill shit. I don't know what's legit, and
Yeah. So
yeah, for sure. I have no clue either. You know, it was just released from somewhere, and that they're fucking pumping it, they're shooting it probably out of in the chemtrails.
oh yeah, duh. I mean, like the aerosol dynamic, make the most sense. So it doesn't matter if you wear a mask. I mean, certain areas are going to get it, and it's like part of it. Like, okay, this is my take on it. So I know everything you post, Frank. Like I know of it. I know what it links to. Or I click into it, so I know. And I've traveled all those streams, like in my own ways, and I'm there. But I'm not. I intentionally stay out of current events for my own reasons, trying to just stay present with the stuff I'm doing and focusing on. And I've done all that. I spent years, like you're talking about, the 9/11, the truther stuff, the years into politics. I mean, really a decade of my life being very tied into information of a diversity of forms at different seasons of my life. And then pulling back and tuning into like me, into what's coming, not just in my own life. And that's always true around here, but like what's coming, what am outside of that, like on that wave, instead of being in the middle of it, just a little bit outside of the main bundle of it, or the forest, to get above the trees or some shit to actually see.
I was
so
writing
like
songs about that shit, dude, in like 90 2001.
yeah, so like you've gone through your cycles too. You don't give a shit, man. You don't care about that shit. You're doing like mantras, meditation. You're doing other shit. You're talking about all this shit. But then it's just different seasons of things when they come around, and like they're important to be expressed.
I try to stay away from the dark stuff because people like tend to focus on it, right? And it's hard because everyone's like, look, man, reptilians. It's like, yeah, there's so much more than that. Don't worry about reptilians. Fuck them and their stupid faces, right? And you're like,
right.
Yeah, but they eat. It's like, yeah, I know what they eat, but the fucking general public needs to know to fucking up themselves before they know there's giant 12-foot creatures that want to eat your fucking soul. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It shows the level at the teaching that we're at, in the understanding that we can go forward with. Like if we started yelling shape-shifting reptilians now, then you're the laughing stock. You just kind of go along with it now and watch them go through it. And then you play buffer when you have to. You don't do, see, I told you so. And
Yeah.
You just got to be like, man, it's okay. Somebody so a friend of mine was kind of not giving me shit. She was like, she works in an ER and stuff. And she's like, yo, it's fucking packed here. And people have COVID. And I lost 2 people. And it was to COVID. And blah, 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 on one of my posts. And I'm like, that it has nothing. None of my posts have nothing to do with that. And then I was explaining to her, look, division at this level is ridiculous. You should see the divide and conquer tactics. Why can't you be right and me be right? Right? Why can't they be playing us against each other? And why can't this? And then check this out. So she checked off the checklist with me, and she was like, you're right. We need to be together, and you can't trust these guys. And, I'm only seeing what's in front of me and blah, blah, blah. And then I left conversation after saying I love you and came back to 47 comments berating the shit out of her from different people.
Wow.
Just hitting all over. Are you fucking dumb bitch? I'm like, hey, what? She works in a fucking ER and stuff. Like, you're not going to tell her what goes on in a hospital, right?
Yeah.
However, she doesn't know what goes on 4 hospitals over. This is what I was trying to explain to her, that some places will be packed while others will be dead empty, claiming to be packed and collecting that money. I break my leg, go in there. Frank has COVID. So you get the money. Your hospital gets the money. Everybody all of a sudden wants money. So we have 2,000 patients here. Then you go there. There's no one fucking there. It's because they just want the money because the more patients you're working on, whatever. So they're lying. So there's liars and people lying, and then there's more lying. So do
you have firsthand nurses? I haven't run across any yet, like on Facebook or anything. I've run across firsthand nurses that I know that have the positive stories. They think it's all true, and they think what they're seeing is all real. They don't like.
For Einstein Hospital, which is now Montefiore. She worked there for 50-something years, right? So it's right down the block. So they have an inn on it. Now she's just recently retired. So the emergency room there was packed. However, over at Jacoby, which is right down the block, the other place, was not. But they were claiming to be packed. But then anyone who died, you died of COVID. My stepmother died, and she died of fucking loaded with cancer. And they said, well, she died of COVID.
That's why I didn't go to the doctor with my.
That's what they actually. Wait, that actually happened here in the last few months. That's on their birth, that's death certificate or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go into the hospital and you get sick and die, it's COVID.
Right. I mean, I've heard that though, Frank. I'm saying this is a firsthand story. That's different. That's why I'm asking.
Oh yeah, my dad.
Yeah.
and his wife died during this, and she was fucked up with cancer, and they said no, she died of COVID, which made him bug out. You know,
Gotcha. Yeah.
Inflating
Yeah.
numbers, yeah.
Okay, so that's the kind of thing. I don't mean that it's not real, but that yeah, the numbers aren't accurate. Because I've had one post that I didn't realize, excuse me, would be so controversial. It was a meme, right? It was what's his one of the what's his name? One of the actors, but he said something like 300,000 people or like 3,000 people die from COVID and we lose our shit. 300,000 people die a year from obesity, and we come out with another flavor of Doritos.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So like I posted that. I thought that was pretty funny. Like even in light of like what's going on, there's different sides and people polarizing. I don't know, it's kind of funny. It was fine. It can be some flack. But I got like 60 plus comments on that pretty quick and got into some dialogues with people on a little bit. And like it was just, there's just a lot of things. Some people just post the numbers from the CDC, like saying this is serious and it's not a choice like obesity. There's a lot of layers to the comedy there. I don't want to break any of that down right now, but like with the COVID stuff, one of the responses I think I gave was trying to explain like the numbers are incredibly unreliable. You can't just say that that's what's really true because of the stuff you're talking about, and the information keeps changing. But people don't think harder than that. The CDC says it, therefore this is true. Therefore you are bad if you're not taking it seriously. It's like, dude, whoa.
Backed away from the CDC.
Yeah.
Then that's because Trump's an idiot, and it's like that's raised divided shit. Like, but the point is, think for yourself. Like, yeah, take additional layers. Why did the White House pull out from it? Look at it for yourself. Like, think about it. Look at the other sources of information are taking numbers. What nobody really breaks down. What are those numbers? Like you said, deaths by COVID on the death certificate is different than whether they happen to contract it, but they already were going to die of something else or whatever. Like, you got to break down those nuances. So the numbers are super inflated. And it's like people don't even realize. I forgot people don't realize that. Again, I've tuned out of that shit a bit, and I've kind of just tuned off of like what I post and how people respond, like kind of where people are at. Because I have like 5,000 friends, not because I don't care. It just happened. Like actually, after your and I show, Frank, I think it was a combination of that when we first did a show last year, and then I just started adding people like crazy. Like anybody that just their energy felt interesting to me, I just add. Just like I wanted to see interesting people and interesting posts, and it like grew. But it becomes kind of a base to bounce things off of and see who responds to what or who's getting what. And anyway, it's interesting. So that was just interesting. That whole thing was so controversial over stuff where people just don't think beyond one layer of perception.
I agree. And I don't know. I feel like 5D chess puts whoever's in charge of releasing viruses had to release it early. It wasn't in time, and it wasn't supposed to be as strong, or maybe it was supposed to be stronger or something, because I think I had it last year in October, and we talked about this already, but it's fucked up, right? It's terrible, but it's treatable, and it's in and out, and now nothing affects me.
Right.
Nothing, like I don't get sick. I don't get run down. It was like I walk through this
That's
thing
where it starts.
And I know it's there, and people have described this to me under ayahuasca. This kid that went under the other day said, "Oh, COVID was there." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, "The actual virus was there, and it has a duty to like get people fucked up, so they bring in a vaccination. The idea wasn't to kill you; it was to wean out the elderly and some of the children, right? And do that like a 15% dead fly off of the fucking system, and then not give people the health, let it get crazy, then drop the BLM shit on them, then drop the UFO shit, just keep dropping, right? And then they come out with a vaccine, and then they become friends with the other aliens, and then problem, reaction, solution, problem, reaction, solution. So,
I've heard that song.
Yeah. It's just crazy the way they fucking try to plan this stuff out, right? And then you got these dummies for years in the Olympics and stuff. They were doing the opening ceremonies where they're wearing masks, and the people were dying, and the death creature was above everyone. It's like they're showing you directly what's going on.
Point of Olympics, all that shit. See, it's the thing, like you see all those layers, and eventually it's just. I mean, I think Kevin, I think we're all kind of been there. It's funny to even talk about this. Okay, somebody's headphones are loud and it's picking up on your mic, and it's probably you, Frank.
It was me. Sorry, I had to bend down.
No. Even right now, I've heard that. Come back, feedback a little bit. I think it's just off your head, for one.
How's that?
All right.
I haven't had
Better?
headphones the entire night. Shit.
Yeah, that's why I have them, just because they're Bluetooth. I think it's coming through. If they're on your head, it'll be fine when you're down. What was I saying? Shit.
Something about DJ, rewind that shit. Play it back.
Let's pop in. See, Frank, I realized Frank was rolling his blunt, and so I was going to talk some more, and so I started talking about something.
Yeah,
I got distracted by my voice and his mic like I am right now. Let's see, make sure it's Frank's thing. It's definitely you, Frank. I muted you. It's all you, bro. Your loud-ass microphones are feeding back in the fucking mic. Turn that shit down.
I got that shit on 11.
How's that talking to my bro? Turn that shit down.
I turned it down. You had me turn it up.
No. I'm just saying it's coming through is all. I know you're not aware, so it's no big deal. But
Are you going to be taking some of that stuff to the garage, or are you like?
I got a studio mic already there.
Okay.
The 15-inch Mac fucking portable, but from like 2012. Except I never connected it to the internet, and I like a year ago punched it. I was so fucking angry, and it dented and the battery exploded. So I just kind of stuffed it away. I'll just buy a new computer, right? And then now I need it. So I busted it out. I bought some new fans for it. It wasn't that bad. I undented a piece of it, and I bought a new battery, and it turned on. And I was
Wow.
like, oh, it has my fucking mastering program in there and everything.
Cool.
T-Rax program's like $750 still. I'm like,
Yeah, I know that program. I know it well.
cool. I don't, so I'm stoked to do this Paranormal Portals Twitch channel, and we gotta fucking just do that shit, man.
Yeah.
Everybody can have 2 camera angles going. I think how many cameras will StreamYard hold? 6, I think, right, Frank?
they just raised.
What is?
It might be more than 6. I literally got it.
Oh, they raised it. You said.
Falling.
See.
Well, I was just saying, I was telling Aaron, just because it's a weird dynamic for me, just because of how I am as a teacher, like I've never had the patience to be able to, because if you don't learn the way I learn and as fast as I do, I get a really fucking like fucking, why don't you understand this? Like, and music.
Yeah, you know. Go
I'm just saying music doesn't like come to people or flow through them the way it does me. So I've had to learn that the hard way and like slow it the fuck down and like.
I gotta absorb that shit. Yeah, I'm like.
Well, it's funny. So here, Frank, this is where it's funny with Kevin. So I've been like driving with Kevin on this. This started when I visited him. I wouldn't stop bugging him about his music. I'm like, man, come on, show me. Like he spent like an hour telling me about what music means to his life, right? And I'm like, fucking stop teasing me, man. You gotta fucking show me some of this shit. You just told me all about your heart and how you love music, and you're not gonna let me hear that shit? Fuck you. Like, fuck you, man. And so I finally talked him into it, and he's like sharing shit. It's fucking cool, man. Just like, and what's funny is that was my first real introduction to D&B music. Remember, Kevin?
Yeah.
Really, I think that's the first time I really even heard it. Really, or maybe heard it here and there through EDM and similar shit, but not D&B. And like obviously that's what you guys do, or what you do, and like you guys are doing together. And Paula, you're amazing. Great, Paula, can you see the screen?
Cone and a fucking glass piece rolling around there.
Hey, get Paula back there.
Oh, he's got
Grandma Paula.
That you made him.
Oh yeah, he got the heavens on. She can't hear.
Oh, you're so sweet. She loves you.
Yeah. Well, I love Paula. It's been my totem tonight. Paula's been my owl. What were we saying? Oh, I do. She can't hear. So the dynamic with so Kevin introduced me to D&B. Doing D&B the last like 3, well no, since I went down to Zach's the end of May, so like 6 weeks. Man, D&B has been saving my life.
That's
like
awesome.
I was down there for 10 days with Zach, and that's what they listen. Him and Joe, the other guy lives on site there. They both listen to Like I think it's his house. Zach rents it from him, or lives on a trailer on property, renting the whole thing from him. But they're all renting. No, I don't know. He lives there, man. I don't know. So like, but they listen to D&B all the time and slightly different stuff. You know, Liquid or just all the different stuff we've talked about in different shows, and just all the time. It's just all the time, which is cool. Like I'm pretty adaptable. I really enjoy like other people, other cultures, like just fucking whatever they're into. Man, I want to learn to love it too. I'll figure that shit out. You know. And like so I just soaked it all up, man. We did just a lot of experiences with a lot of different layers of perception dynamics that were going on there at different nights and different shit. It was great. And especially Frank, you missed this on some of the earlier shows. So we tried doing this on we could probably try doing it now. I want to see if my stream will hold up. I have way better internet than Zach.
You're out here like bring up the visuals, aren't you?
Yeah. Cool, Frank. This is like having the fractals playing when we chat. This is the same thing, man.
I wish my tubs were ready now, man. Shit. Yo, you should have heard Frank. Like so. I had an idea for a D&B track, and then like I sent it to him, and he's like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Like, because it's like 175, 180 BPM. I was like, no. I was like, relax. I was like, divided by two, and there you go. That's your standard like hip hop BPM. I'm like, that's how I approach it every time. So, because fuck trying to sound like them UK boys.
Yeah.
Like,
Frank, when did you get into D&B? Like, tell me your experience. I mean, I imagine you've been around it your whole life.
Go through, right, and jump in with Kev. You guys pulled it back. You pulled me back into it. I was very limited when it came to music. No matter how much music I did, I had the basics for basic singing, basic rapping, basic singing throughout the years, everything from doo-wop along through, but did not at all attach to any kind of electronic sped up music, way, shape, or form. Did not like it at all.
I want to know. Hold on, Frank. I want to know. This isn't the video. I got to find it, but I want to know the time frame you're talking about here. Is this like a couple years ago, a year ago?
Right, is like as close to techno as I would ever get.
This color, this video.
The other day, and had I started trolling people. They were talking about Spoongle or Spoongy, whatever the fuck their name is.
Spongle.
They fucking suck. Right? They fucking suck. They suck under ire. They suck.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Fuck them when the mushrooms. They could eat a dick while I'm smoking. There's always something wrong with that music. I listen to it and I want to punch the computer and shut everything down.
You're saying everything that is in my soul about that music. I had a friend send it to me and trying to convince me that is definitely the best music to listen to under Aya too. And I'm like, the fuck it is. This is the most, everything Frank said, this is the most internally, not decoherent, not beneficial, at least to not my life, right now, this moment.
Sounds like there was
not beneficial.
There were probably subliminals underneath it.
Or it's maybe it's an offbeat.
I put it on in the shower. And I'm like, oh, well, it's in the playlist, so I'll leave it on. I was shaving my head. I fucking grabbed my phone with soap and in my eyes and in both fucking hands and threw the razor down to change it. Right?
It's that bad.
Like, what's wrong? And I was like, not interested. Like, ever.
And I tried though. I tried like 2 or 3 more times. This person really assured me that for sure that this was definitely worth listening to, at least for them, whatever. And I'm like, okay. I believe you. For you, though, here's the thing. So I believe in like the differences of DNA in people, right, or different soul codes or history. That's why I think people resonate with certain musics is a good one because it's such
music.
No, come on, man. I get that. But there is a soul level of like, let's say you're born here with a soul code that your internal BPM is off by a fucking 0.675 or some weird number that's not what we know is the chromatic scale and all the shit that's harmonic to our 432 hertz or whatever. And that's fine. They got a skin suit. They resonate with that. But I feel like I've met enough people that, like the person like Spangle, like they genuinely connect with that. Like I believe that for sure.
Well, there you go. Your NPCs right there.
What kind of music is it?
It's like fucking
Your description, I don't want to hear it if it's
I
that
don't want to
bad.
hurt your feelings, Aaron. If I'm gonna snap on them really hard, I'm sorry.
No, dude, whatever, man. I've never even heard someone else talk about this, let alone
Okay,
feel
so
the same way.
they
So
always have a sound in them. Okay, how do we explain this? So it's a little more than Desert Dwellers. It's like jacked up, so it's a little faster. It's got a little more speed. It's got a couple more weird fucking sounds. Right, and you're like, this isn't cool at all. It makes me feel like I'm in a race with something chasing me constantly, and then off sounds. Right, so
Oh,
I hear like some kind of weird bell, and then some kind of weird. And I'm like, "Nah, it's just not working. You're telling me this is a DMT trip, and I'm telling you I've been on the DMT a million times. This is not a DMT trip. This is a horror show waiting to happen. It's so fast, my heart's speeding up, and it's no fun. You can't dance to it. You can't physically kind of move to it. You can't fucking meditate and shave your head to it. You can't jerk off to it. I can't fuck. That's a waste of time. I've been on the ecstasy while listening to it and turned it off. Right? I'm gonna slap myself for trying it again when we already know it works. And I'm like, well, I want to experience new music, but then I found Ott. Right?
you know what I wonder?
And they were great.
So I wonder, just on dynamics, I'm curious because I've never even talked about Spango with anybody but this person because I've never heard of it. No one else has talked about it. I don't even know. And so I wonder, you said NPC, that's funny shit, but like, I wonder if someone's experienced a certain set of life experiences or traumas or something, a chaos in their frequency, that they resonate with that and it actually makes them feel good. I'd be really curious to know because the point is, for anybody, if you feel good inside listening to it, cool, man. If that puts you in a coherent state for you, cool.
There are subliminals that the labels put into certain sounds. It's only happened to me one time. I was listening to like the radio for fuck's sake. I don't know why, but here locally,
I hate commercials. Can't do it.
Then me too. But like I was waiting for him back out, and it was a hip hop channel, and the DJ was spinning like 3 tracks in a row, and every single track I heard got me angrier, and like it was shit. And I was like, what did they like? I couldn't even understand what they were saying, and I call it pots and pans. It sounds like there's a bunch of fucking pots and pans being used to make the fucking beats and stuff. There's really like, it's just like, I call it the downgrade of our society and music and like.
No, I think there's definitely that shit too, for sure.
Like, so I was just like, why did that shit? Like, I started at, why did that trigger me or make me feel like that? And then I'm like, it had to be fucking something in the undertones.
I did I'm so happy. Right, I ate mushrooms and was like when I first started my journey, and I was trapped in this box, and then right on the walls, it was like pictures of people being happy, right? Like, and there was no one in the room with me, and it was dead silent. Otherwise, it like felt empty, and then it was just bumping. I'm so happy, and I was trapped. I was going, "Get me out of here! What the fuck?" And then Freebird started, and then I was like, "Oh, what a synchronicity to flip the channel!"
Right,
Freebird start, and the box broke open, and it just opened. It was like a stream. I was like, "Are they trapping us in that?" And they're like, "Yep." They're literally trapping, whereas Freebird's literally free. It's moving like that was the obvious thing. It was like riding something like this, whereas the happy room was a room that you're trapped in. So that's like a subliminal itself, right? Those frequencies that trap you. Then you actually have the subliminals,
right?
Yeah, how you liking them subliminals, Frank?
I enjoy that.
Dude, you just wait, man. They're like ancient Shipiba. This is crazy, like synchronicity. Me and Zach found this, or Zach might have found it, or Joe, or one of us. I think it was me and Zach, so we had to pull Joe in. And we found this, but it was unmuted like it is now, but we had other music going. And it was insane. The times the drops would hit with the visuals, even like right now, like it's gonna happen, right? Synchronicity when we're chatting, whatever. I turned down my light, man. I want to enjoy this shit. Turn up the brightness on my screen. Like we did 2 things. So then on his background, some of the he's talked about in earlier shows, the tapestries behind him, and then he's got one over his desk there, computer desk, and they have ancient Shipibo patterns from the tribe he did ayahuasca with, and like 9th generation ayahuasquero. Like Zach talks about it in another show, you probably heard it, but like went down there, that whole experience, and that's the people we support. Also, please subscribe to the channel, links below. That we also have a GoFundMe for the Shipibo people, one-time donations, and the Patreon. $4.50 feeds one of their families for a month. $4.50 deprived per month because they have COVID and things. They thrive on tourism, but they're one of the original indigenous peoples in the world, one of the original 6. So they have these ancient patterns. Zach saw these patterns on his ayahuasca experiences, and they're literally on his charts, and they're in these videos. I don't know where this guy got them or fit them in. They're in there, but they're living and like moving, man. I'll point them out when they come up. But that's crazy ass shit.
Yeah, I set it to DLR. I played it to DLR when I'm tripping, and it went right perfectly with it. And like, if you have some of my stuff or whatever, like just to get that aspect of it. I mean, because
man.
Because I
Do
gave
it.
the permission.
Send it to
You
me.
know what I'm saying?
Just so it's easy, I don't know where to pull it up from right now. At the moment, if you can just resend it to me.
Shit doesn't get shut down and stuff for copyright violation.
No, perfect. Yeah, I mean, this video, if it becomes an issue, that'd suck. But I don't think it ever has before. But the audio wouldn't, because it's your custom audio. And then Frank, there's a lot of those too that come out at different times, like DNA spirals. At different times, look at your DNA recoding and shit. So like even just like taking this as a tool, a meditation tool, we did this coherence meditation at the end of the trip. Everybody that was there, and like people, we got behind the computer and we all focused on the visuals and had music going with the point of coming into heart-brain coherence with each other and everything that was in coherence for the show and all of us as a team and just all that whole dynamic, people working together and being together and community and all that shit. And we did this for like half an hour. It was really cool, man. And then you tune into layers, right? Like allow like the visuals, especially certain fungi, really help this dynamic to sit down and tune something like this. And you can like overlap going into this. It's your own DNA and you're shifting things. It's your own timelines. It's your own, just it integrates into your DNA as you're putting your attention on it. Sober or just with enhanced layers of perception. There's plenty of different anecdotal ways to do that. Cool, man.
That's a pretty dope visual.
Yeah.
Watching,
and it's like
this because I'm afraid that something's always trying to program me.
So tune into that then, Frank. Like that's what I'm talking about. Let's like tune it in, clear it out, so it's your space. It's a tool for you to tune into you, filter out the other shit. And do you feel that, or do you see it differently?
No, it's funny. This whole thing is like we're in the hologram. It's like computer coding. So the visuals are just frequency modulations designed to be certain things, and it'll come out as a snake or an eye or as this or that. But that's really what's going on. It's a modulation of a frequency that comes through, and the information comes through and travels on that line. So as I'm watching this, I'm like, oh, just like when I'm upgrading, sitting out in the sun, it's very similar to this. Not quite as much at the same time, but it's like, similar but different. You get the information on letters or symbols or signs that come spinning in at a certain direction that look like the flower of life or an eyeball, and it comes through the portal, and you start upgrading through the ray of light with the light language in it. Same shit.
Right. So like think about that for people like for the average Joe like me. I have an active imagination, but I have no other additional like dynamics to perceive the way you do, and a lot of people do. That additional epigenetic expression that allows you to see very viscerally, as if it is almost 3D or is 3D at times, these interactions and these light codes and these things, layers of reality that you exist within your awareness that most people don't. So when you say that, I get it. Like my internal, it gives me a framework for like, yeah, that's what happens when I look at the sun. I had my other frameworks for it, but what you're saying, that totally is it. And so that resonates with me. But then I find stuff like this, like, oh shit, there's a doorway into a similar place. So I focus on the sun being in the middle of that, right? It's all about your awareness, the frequency you're tuning into, and then using that to have access to your own DNA.
I don't need
tuning forks, all that shit. Well, I know, I'm just saying it's another tool.
No,
people can use
for sure. Like if I closed my eyes and relaxed for a few minutes and I started traveling, like this right here, this part right here, when you're going through the wormhole in the DMT in hyperspace, this is what it looks like to one degree or another, except you're in it. You're not watching it. You're like you're inside of it, and all that stuff is living and alive, and you're flying through it, and these things are shifting and changing and moving and bending, and you're just like, how does this even? And it's like, well, it's your space. Don't worry about it. And then boom, you shoot out a side and you come out the other side. Or you're just laying, you close your eyes, and then there's something very similar to this happening.
Okay, so like Think about this too, with your 3D, little Frank avatar here, Frank Castle avatar, seeing this fractal, having these conversations, thinking about that dynamic, and then think about the experiences you have had, and think where that now this is an actual 3D representation in similar ways. So what frameworks from the actual structure of the shapes in the video that are different than an interdimensional experience are maybe more fluid, less defined, but hyper defined, right? So whatever that means, trying to find something that means it's 4D, so it's hard to explain. This is great 3D.
I mean,
so it's like bridging the gap.
Yeah, kind of. It's like, to me, I can only speak for myself, as I can see what you're talking about 100%. But to me, it's a digital overlay. It's just it's a digital space. Doesn't mean anything to me. It's like an empty area that could be filled, that we could, to me, it's just a programming tool either way. It's programming me to open and then something can jump in, or it's programming me to look inside or something, but I could just do that by looking inside. I would say for those who are not used to the experience or think they've kind of close to the experience or resonated with it somehow, it would be cool to use discernment, because if you open yourself while watching one of these things, you will for sure have something jump out and jump into you, because they're waiting for the optimum moment for you to be doing something and taken off guard. I did a meditation with that. There's some guy on I liked, he did something with the Law of One. He has a really good reading voice, and I was listening to him talk about all these different topics. I was really interested. So he did a guided meditation, and I talked about this in one of my meditations. I did the guided meditation, and then at one point these light beings showed up, and they weren't light beings, and they attacked me and pulled me right out, and they were like, we got you. And I said, how the fuck did they get me? And it was me following his instruction.
Oh, shit.
Totally.
That led me to the place where they were waiting, and he was unaware of that he was doing that. So I said, so people that are listening are getting jumped by these beings as they listen to this meditation, right? So how many views does he have? Dude's got like fucking hundreds of thousands of views.
Damn.
He came out of left field nowhere, and now he's got all these views, and I'm going, holy shit, I can't get fucking 1,000 views on one video. This dude's got all this shit, except when you do guided meditation and he's got the best voice and everything, boom, you get fucking ransacked right towards the 75% mark. I'm never doing this with him again. And even if he's aware of it or not, sorry, fuck you. Like that, you're guiding people right to them. So whether you're aware or not, I had to back away from that kind of stuff. So something like this, I would never sit and watch. I would, if I was at a laser light show or something, I would check it out. I'd peep it.
That's what we were talking about doing. Yeah,
on a projector screen.
And watching this while tripping on acid. If I was 14, maybe I'd be like, "Oh, but look at this!" At my level, I touch the acid tip like this. It just gets on my finger, and I'm seeing fucking beings. I don't need. This is. You know what I'm saying? This is like the second hit of DMT.
That's cool.
Right. Okay. So when I took my second hit, that kind of showed up in the room, except it turned into a portal, and it was like a square portal. It wasn't like a big round one. It was just like the screen. It was Chris Gio's back wall, and it just started going. And I said, "Oh, look at the reds and look at the blues," and then and it just happened. So I could say it was like that. But then the third hit was you enter that. So everything else is just external digital to me.
Because like you just made me remember that that Fearless Day meditations that we did, where we held space there were blocks, and we did it for 24 hours straight.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I started my hour, of course I said it aloud in my room, but like later on that day, I was over at somebody's house. Like I was fucking up like electrical appliances, like I was super charged from that. So that's how when you mentioned something about beings coming and jumping out, like that's like that just fucks me up, because just from that mantra read aloud, that supercharged me, because I was feeling everybody's energy, and I took that in and then held it like the rest of that day too when I went out, and like it was super powerful, man. I can't believe I forgot about that shit until you just mentioned that the other side of the coin, where hey, some beings show up and club you in the fucking head real quick, like
you're not doing, like you're following a guide, and you're hoping he's guiding you directly to, but he's reading that out of some book. He didn't write that. It didn't come from his heart. He's like, let's try this. And then he's not trying it by himself and sciencing it, and then whatever. He's just doing it live, and it's getting 1 million views, and everyone's getting taken there. Some people probably jump it or whatever, but you're being guided into these traps. Whether he's aware or not is regardless to me. I just don't care. That's why I get worried with. Don't worry, but I just don't get involved with it. Any kind of digital blah 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 blah, because I don't know what's going on in the background there. My head could be picking up some shit.
Right.
And just when I'm like, oh, I'm just finally getting into the zone, bang, then they got me. And I'm like, you fucking,
yeah.
I got to get Paula up at 2:00 in the morning because I'm out here eating fucking LSD or mushrooms, staring at this when I could just close my eyes and not pay attention to any of this bullshit and just hear the music, as long as it's not Spoongy Spungle, whatever the fuck those stupid.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then I'll enjoy myself.
Right.
Right. And I'm not snapping.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with that. It's just, I know the difference, and it's hard. It's hard. Like if you came here, what
you're saying, hold on, what you're saying,
I'm going to tell you nothing. Shut the TV.
Yeah.
Different. That.
And tune into you.
Well, no, because that's what you'll see. You want to see that. We're looking at it on screen. I'm like, dude, that's representing what really goes on. So might just not put that on and put a candle and just trip out.
Well, I'm with you. I feel for all layers. I see that tune in fully into this dynamic and seeing where people were who this would be beneficial for.
Oh,
right.
They're like if it was programmed with light, right, and the different frequencies, you could help probably people with synaptic disorders or
right.
You refix the frequencies in them somehow. Like they visually look at that and it rebalances them if they have the equilibriums off. Or perhaps learning another language or something.
Yeah.
So they have devices like that. The Lucia Light, which I used when I was out at Andrew Bartz's retreat center that was there in or medical retreat thing in Barbados before I came out to your place.
See those fucking hands, man? That shit creeps me the fuck.
All right, you guys are getting all creeped out by this. You want me to change the video? You want to go to some Fractals video? Jesus. I feel like I tuned the shit to this. That's fine. That's fine for other people other times. But you're like, yeah, let's turn the shit off. See.
No, I remember I had those fucking gloves, and the first time I saw that shit, I thought it was him. I'm like, how did he incorporate himself in the fucking video like that? And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Who knows what jumps out of that shit?
Okay, but that's what part of what I was trying to talk you into also tuning into, were you feeling anything negative coming out of there? I mean, it felt like there's resistance there. So we can kind of break that down, clear that energy out if there's anything weird there. I don't want anything to be any weird there. Something jumping on.
I'll go in there and I'll smash the subliminal message if you want.
Do it.
Like,
please do if you feel there's any. Yeah.
In here. I heard it.
Yeah, really.
Happy to sing you a
song.
Push
that back out.
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a
Manabot Fractals.
All right, check it out. I'm gonna bounce. I got to cut it short. I can't hang out too much. I got a couple of manly duties I need to handle on a Saturday night.
All right.
I love you so much. I love
taking out the trash.
Love you, brother.
Make sure to check the sheets before you get in the bed.
Yeah.
Son. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. It's important.
Son. All right. Well, stay awesome. Thank you for the invite. It was great being here. I love seeing your face.
Yeah, man.
And I look forward to seeing y'all again soon.
Yeah. Cool, man. Saturday night.
Check in the bed.
Y, right?
Check out
check in the bed.
Monsters do exist.
Yeah.
The fucking turd monsters.
All right, Frank. Take it easy. He's counting down with his fingers. That's funny.
Dude, that's like this program that I use to make those stills that like I can just keep going, and then I'll freeze it on a certain place, and then you're getting.
And then use it for.
That's how
I was looking at the comments. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Hey, I see you getting sucked in. And now I'm gonna start getting sucked in too. So I gotta stay. I gotta stay out.
All right. Yeah. So that's. I was looking at the comments. I was reading the comments, but now that you're pointing at it, but you said something about taking screenshots and using them for art, or
let me figure out this fucking. Yeah, no. It's the same principle, but it's shit.
And I couldn't play a clip, by the way. I need it emailed to me again or something. I don't know where it went.
Jesus, bruh.
I don't know. And it looks like the fractals are coming through, and fractals are coming through in high quality on the phone, I think. So that's cool. Or on the, looks like on the stream.
Oh, I'll send you the. I always forget about that though. That's my absent mind.
That's reassuring. It's reassuring, Frank. Yeah. Checking the sheets probably, or the other. Yeah, if we get the music going, I mean, we could do it to this too. That'd be cool. That'd probably be a good way to bring that energy into here. And let's go with some nice Mandelbrot fractal Sons of the Sun energy.
Not any, no more Amber Turd. Let's see.
Yeah, that too. All of it. The fun, the fucking laughter, the fucking all the good vibes from all that shit, man. All the fearless shit. Fearless expanded family. It's fucking bring coherence to community. Through music and fractals, through digital space. That sounds like a pretty fucking good code to me, Kev.
All right, let's see here.
You want a password? That sounds like a good one.
Or do you want me to? Do you want me to send you some DJ Assault?
Some what?
Some DJ Assault.
Oh yeah, that. Wait, is that the ones you were sending me yesterday?
No, see, it was my job to bring you into the fold of that guy. So no, that was great. I really enjoyed that day. It relieved a lot of anxiety for me for like 5-10 minutes, like just 15 minutes, really just being able to dive in that and laugh and like anxiety go down like a significant amount for a few seconds. And like, it was cool. I really appreciated that. I mean, it's all like being married to, like really getting into it and like just the different back and forth. And it's funny, like being there in real time, like what a difference that makes. We're able to like communicate and laugh or like emoji comment and shit and like actually communicate. I was like, I can't believe this, like this guy's legit. And then when I found out he's playing at Starscape, I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Where are you at? I'm gonna do that.
So just send to expandunderstanding@gmail.com. Since that one, I don't care if I just said that on here.
I got that one. I got that far. I just can't ever remember that's how I have to do it. Like that's like straight burnout shit. But and come on. Damn it, it's an MP3 and it's a biggin. This is the extended mix though. What?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Since you told me, you're like, no, you have my permission, make shit fucking longer.
I did. I was like, I was disappointed. It was only like 7 minutes. I'm like, I was looking for like 20 minutes. And I was like, but that's cool. And I love the way you redid it. Like, I really do appreciate it. But one of my initial thoughts was that. I was like, it's still short.
Dude, like, I had like.
But you reworked it though, man. You reworked it in some really cool ways though. Like, really.
Yeah, I try to do what I do.
Yeah, man.
No, I just didn't want to like do the same. See, that's where like my creator shit goes down. If I'm gonna like do a VIP, which a VIP means it's the original producer remixing his own track. That's what a VIP stands for. When a VIP remix or something like that. If you ever see that,
yeah.
So I just didn't want to take the same shit and then double it and make it fucking 7 minutes that way. I'm like, nah, I'm going to add some new elements, which is like the the chants, for that bridge that like will take you on another journey. And then like that stereo, like, I haven't even opened that track, bro, since I send you that shit, man. Like I just started going down another, like I get the creative bee in my bonnet.
Yeah.
And just because I'm working so fast I'll pull a sample together and chop it and it'll be just like that. So I'll create a 4 to 8 bar loop and I'm like, yo, that's the meat and potatoes. I'll work on the beginning and the end one later. And then I'll go back to what I was doing originally. And unfortunately, I could get sidetracked doing that shit. Next thing you know, I have 20 new fucking hooks and still haven't, you know what I'm saying? Like that. So I've had to like pull myself back and like pump the brakes, bud. Like, what are you doing? Like, so now I have to set intentions when I open up my shit. Like, what are you going to do today? Do you have a track that you need? Well, yes, all of them. Yes. But going hard like that you can get burnt out really easy too. So if there's a spot where I'm struggling, I'll know to like save it, come back to it later, open up something new, and just start messing around with sounds to like relieve some tension. And then, you know, when I feel back in that flow state, then I'll reopen it, hopefully have a different perspective, which is usually what happens, and then fix it or delete it.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, it totally makes sense. I mean, once you see the program and inside how it works and what you're looking at and all the different layers and shit that are there, I mean, yeah, you can see how your mind would constantly grab little things here and there and bounce around to those different spots. That totally makes sense. That's why it's such an infinitely unique creation, you know? Every time, not just anybody does it, every time you open the file again, man. It could be totally different, but next time you close the fucking file.
Yeah. I mean, there were those couple of ideas that I let you hear. I can't remember when it was. I think you were. No. I think it was me and you just doing a group chat one night, and yeah, you were on SAS or whatever, and I was sending you like the newer stuff, new.
Yeah.
And yeah, because you were. That's right. That's when I turned the camera around, faced the damn screen, and you were like driving the screen. You're like, no, zoom in,
right.
zoom out, zoom in. I was like,
yeah. I wonder. I gotta go back. Like, we gotta find those messages because we gotta find those messages because that episode. Yeah, we gotta make micro content of that shit. Like, because that's our own in-house shit, man.
Yeah, I think that was separate from here. It was you did a group chat and you were like, "Yo, I'm on SAS," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then like, you know, when you were trying to drive like you were here and shit, I'm like, "Yeah, my man's fucking feeling good, dude." It was funny.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got sent this text real quick.
It's all good. Pretty colors.
Yeah, okay, so the audio, I realized, so we're going to have to do it through your, I think we had to do this last time. We can only share one screen at a time. So if we're going to do that, we got to literally just play it through your speaker, through your mic, off your speakers. And that's decent for the stream. I know it's not ideal, but that's decent for the stream.
All right.
So, yeah, so we'll do that. So you'll just have to, you can comment along at times too. That's cool. And we can just listen. And then, yeah, we'll just leave the screen as is and do it that way.
All right. Shit. See,
Cool.
I don't know what's going to be overwhelming for like, and then what's going to hold up. Let's see.
I hear you pretty clear on my mic, so I can tell you, I think.
See, the mic's like up here, and I have the speaker lower, so I don't know what that's going to do. And it's not facing the speakers either. So,
I mean, it sounds cool. It'll work. I mean, unless you can easily just move the mic down, but if not, it's cool for the stream.
Like,
yeah.
Is that audible?
Yeah, it's audible. It feels good. Maybe turn it up a hair.
Okay. I just don't want to distort the mic.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's good?
Yeah. Well, I've got two fractals going here. I got one on my left eye on my tablet, one on my right eye on the side on my phone. Cool.
You're fucking,
What? You see me crossing my eyes and shit? I'm crossing my eyes. I'm literally crossing. I've
Lord,
got my phone right here and this right
I was
here,
like,
and I'm crossing them.
I'm like, he just lost his shit.
That's right. And I figured the light was
Man,
down enough.
He's gone, man.
People wouldn't see it, and then like, yeah, it's funny. It probably looks crazy. You know, that's apparently what I do. Being authentic, transparent with my life.
Yeah,
But if you cross your, go ahead.
I was just thinking like that, how those vocals that I incorporated to this mix, like they really fill out the space nicely and all that shit. And here's that oming part.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that.
Damn it, I gotta fix that shit. Fucking it.
I didn't catch it. What was it?
It's just because it'll the synth with Frank's voice on it will align itself with whatever the key of the music is, and when it cuts out there, it's kind of going off its own deal, so it sounds a little flat just in that one spot. So I've got to fucking tweak his voice to make sure that it stays within the frame. Like for someone like me, that's like nails on a fucking blackboard.
Yeah, totally. Well, since you know exactly what it looks like, you know where it is in there and what you did and what you need to do, and like you literally can see it. It's your song too, so for sure.
Yeah, I just don't want to like go into it and then be like, oh well, let me do this too real quick, and then next thing you know, I fucking totally transformed it into something else too, which is good in some aspects, but not when you're trying to like bing, 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 line them up and get them done. I like the bright color aspect of this too. Like just the shades of the colors. I like. Yeah,
I've been appreciating it too. I didn't say much on that song because I was just like, I just needed all that shit, man. Need the fractals, need the frequencies. I just needed fucking some fucking eternal space, inner space, man. That's what I needed.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. That's really is. It is the song title. So even like bracelets, right? Bracelets are a thing, but like even. So the tourmaline on the receiving end, so to keep me and anything coming in that's filtered through me and protected, and just nothing that's getting into my subconscious awareness or anything that distort my vision myself. Right. And I'm going through a lot of shit. I'm doing through a lot of shit. So this is the black obsidian. So I don't want to be putting that out to people. putting that on people. I don't want to be projectiling that shit. And so, like, man, this only catches so much if, like, it's intense, but it does. It's a thing, man. At least it helps remind me, too, just seeing it, the cycle of energy, being aware, no matter what I'm feeling or whatever. Like, okay, I want to be able, especially in states of internal chaos, by trying to find new levels of inner space or new layers of inner space, that I can do it in a way where, you still interact with people, you got your shit going on. And, like, figure that out a lot.
Out there taking deep breaths in a full-on robe, looking like you just came out of Harry Potter.
I'm down with that. That's cool. I can do that. By myself, by a fire. That sounds awesome. Invite Lucy. That'd be a great weekend.
Yeah, I can't. Like, I think that episode with him is only like a damn like a month and a half old too, man. But he was going in, and I was listening to every word, but then I was like, what did he just, I was like, pause. I played it. I was like, he did just say what I thought I heard. I was like, yep, sampling it. And then it just, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. Bro, it's awesome. How many tracks do you guys have? I forgot, because there's mantras and there's different things.
Well, the mantras, like, really is what him and Robert were doing, but like when he said that to me, it kind of stuck in my consciousness, which is why, I, with inner space specifically, like I brought those traditional elements to like the drum and bass form and stuff. So, and then even more so now, except it was supposed to be a simplistic, like the first mix that you had where it was, I think there's like 2.5 minutes at the end where it's no beat at all. It was just like the gongs and stuff like that. That's where it was set to do like those seed mantras and stuff. But that's just, I don't know. I couldn't get it out of my consciousness until I made that track. And then once I made it, then I transmuted it and like, boom. So I made this extended mix and incorporated some like crazy vocals, and then some Om chanting for the bridges and stuff like that. And then, took it a step further than what it was originally. So if it becomes what I thought originally, great. But if not, then it's still a cool ass drum and bass tune regardless. So, but that, the mantra deals, it was Frank and Robert. As far as total fucking dude,
like dozens, just 30, 40 tracks, whatever, and be on this thing.
Okay, there's a certain file folder I have of shit that needs to get done. That this is true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I don't close myself off from writing. So like I was saying, if I hit a spot where I'm like not feeling it, or if I'm just having like a struggling with a certain vocal at a particular time, like, instead of fucking forcing it, I'm going to save it, back away from it, and then open up something and just see what happens. So in doing that, I have like fucking 20, 25 extra like hooks that like aren't chump fucking
awesome.
Like they're good, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe like when we do the Twitch thing, we'll start tuning in there and like just throwing some of those on and playing with them, and that'll turn into tracks literally on the show, and they'll just develop.
Well, that's why I was interested in it. Like, if we all could go to drop in at the same time, and then I would be like, send it to you, and then you would, like, we would have to set, it'd be almost like a game show. You'd have like 10 minutes in your portal, and then
no doubt,
you'd have to pass it to Zach. He'd have 10 minutes. Frank, and then by the time it got back to me, we'll see where it's at, and then fucking.
Dude, because you guys all have software, I think, at this point to do that. I think that Frank now has got all his shit and he's got his stuff, and like, so I'm the only one who doesn't right now, which is fine. I ask a lot of great questions.
Yeah.
And like, I'm trying to think how it would work. Like, if we were to doing that too, if I know like some of you, Zach or Frank is going to be better at, like, when I say, drop that right there, hit that dial, twist that up, just start twisting that up. Like, if I talk you through it, I can get 10 minutes in through one of you. Just play with it, like, whatever. So like, no, even like that whole thing, man. Yeah, that's super legit. I think that's awesome. I mean, even on the show, like we just talked through it. Hey, try this real quick because we're all just fucking in the same chat. Like, hey, we're all standing around your shoulder, kind of. But like, you know,
Exactly.
it's not crouching like that. It's not like, dude, get out, fucking stop looking on my shoulder. It's like it's cool. We're all fucking sharing screens and shit. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I think like that's why I sent you that fat ass drop track. Also, because it's point by point by point, like every like minute detail of a like that's house or like whatever. But like I think it was just funny as shit, all the stuff going on that the voice is technically like walking you through how to fucking. So.
Yeah. So let's see. Pei said, "I'm very happy. I have a lot of friends with children. I didn't think I missed out much. The children are infinite love and amazing. 100%. Like I did done tons of kids camps, and like kids are where it's at, man. Like they know how to live when you can, especially different camps. They're helping them through traumas and really abused, neglected kids, and we can give them experiences of like pure love, like actual, just a space where you're there to hold space for them to have a great time. Like they've never had that shit in their life. You know, birthday party thrown for them, and take pictures, take them. They get to take home with them. It's Royal Family Kids Camp. Was the one I was part of specifically, but it was beautiful. I mean, I had seaplanes come in that was on the lake here in Lake Washington for free to give kids rides around like just over the city and stuff. You know, like these kids like never experienced this stuff in their life, and all day long they're doing crafts, they're having speakers come in, or like, you know, ventriloquist kid guy, you know, funny guy, or kid yo-yo guys, and like because kids are like say just 7 to 11, and like and it's just awesome. They go through their own traumas and different things. Sometimes when they're there, there's a cycle to it. So like a tangent, total rabbit trail and stuff here, but from music, this is music of the soul, man. That's what this is. So they teach you when you go through training. I did this camps for a lot of years, but every year they have you go through training, several weeks of training ahead of time of learning the different types of trauma and abuse that these kids have gone through, and like what that means psychologically for them, and the dynamics, and understanding like there's an actual really consistent every year wave. When the kids first come in, they arrive on bus, we show there 2 days early, and what's like crazy is like the night before. I mean, not crazy. It's just another layer of like the depth of like how beautiful this camp is for them, and the reality of what kids go through. Just your normal kids you see at school, you know, or daycare, or like, you know, these kids. Granted, these kids are like kids who got kicked out of YWCA because they're so violent or aggressive or had issues. These are these kids. Like they're, you know, they've been through some shit, and so to understand that dynamic, you would read off some of they wouldn't use their names or whatever, but they would read off the descriptions of the social worker reports, like when they took them from the home or what different things that happened. I mean, you hear awful things, you know, that this like 5-year-old has been raped at gunpoint by his father since he was 3, and he's cooking, you know, the same microwave that they used to cook, I don't know, some of their drugs or shit in. He's cooking for his 1-year-old brother, and they were covered in feces and just like hadn't been taken care of in days. I mean, just like crazy ass shit. So I mean, these are all mixing different stories, but like real shit. And so, you know, these are the kind of kids coming in that just like they don't even know a lot of times what, like, maybe they have a grandma or somebody lost, sometimes they're foster kids. They don't even know what like safe touch is, man. To be around adults that aren't just assholes or have no agenda for them or going to beat them later, especially if they're staying like 4 nights at a camp. That could be bad. That's a lot of strangers. There's no protection, maybe, you know, like that's a lot there. So like it's so important to create a safe space for them, or safe, sacred space. You know, and so that's like when you see the value of that for every person, you know, trying to. That's a loud truck.
Yeah, it is.
I'm right by the Harbor Island. We check boilers down here, and they're it's the industrial district, but they do a lot of welding, and ships come in, and it's cool. I've never been down here for a show before, I don't think, so that was cool. Energy is up here. And so, you know, that coming in, and that's our goal, to have fun with them. There are rules and dynamics. If they get violent, like there's things that teach you to, if they get physically violent, biting, spitting, kicking, and all that, when you go off to the side of the room or the playground or wherever it is, and it's always in front of people. You never isolate with them ever. Like anytime you go to the bathroom, it's always 2 adults. So there's always, and it goes both ways. It's one, to keep them from feeling safe, to feel safe, so they're not alone with an adult, because that's where shit's happened to them a lot of times, right? Especially in a strange adult. And so it also protects, though, the counselors from being accused of doing something, because when you've had those traumas, that's how you learn to protect yourself and whatever. There's manipulation shit there sometimes because they're kids, man. They're just, this is what they've learned, and it's not their fault, you know.
Right.
So, but these are ways to keep yourself safe, be wise when you're setting up some parameters and shit for everybody. And so the safety measures are there. Then they find out, so they come in really nervous, not sure about us, whatever, and to get to know us, they get in their bunks, you know, they get their bunks and names and name tags, or I don't know, whatever, all the shit they do. Start getting games, doing games and different shit. Get to know each other. So they start relaxing. So like the second and third day are awesome. They're just like, you're the parents they've never had. You're the older brother, sister. They don't even know what that means. The point is, like, you're the adult they've never had that just really likes them, enjoys them, is helping them have fun, and just like whatever, you know.
Right.
And there's so many beautiful ways of like open doors for conversations at times, and they share things, and you get to just express like genuine love to them, like caring about them. And this one kid, he was really loudmouth the whole, like, the first 2 days or so, and he was being a major problem, like just loud, causing problems. And we finally, at one point, he kind of flipped his shit, and we had to spend time in the bunk with him, and trying to get him to clean up or refocus all his energy. And when it finally came down to, he was behaving poorly, right, for a long time. And when we weren't like getting mad at him, like we were, you know, asserting certain boundaries, we're not getting mad with him. We're redirecting the energy of stuff. We're just trying to talk with him and let him work, because he's not being physically violent. He's just being incredibly obstinate, and it won't work and do anything everybody else is doing and shit. And at one point he said something to the effect, I'm trying to remember now, that are you guys mad at me? And are you going to leave me now? Are you going to do not love me now, or something, like really sincerely, like, holy shit, man.
Right.
Like, really? Like, no, man, we love you. Like, you know, it's a little frustrating. We're not following the rules, but we love you. It's cool. And like after that day, he began holding my hand everywhere we went. This like 11-year-old boy, because he was so relaxed and comfortable, you know. And he just totally relaxed, just chilled the whole rest of the time. He got along with people and made really great friends. Like, totally changed.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And that's just being there for people in general. You can apply this to people. We all have these childhood wounds. I think people haven't been there for us, so shit gets hard and they bail. You know, and that's the worst. I think there's two sides of the coin. Like when you want to hold space for somebody. I was talking about this the other night. When you want to hold space for somebody, I had someone express to me recently that they saw something I was going through my life at one point, and we reconnected here recently, and they said like they were almost in tears because of how bad they wanted to reach out to me to help me, because they knew, you know, reaching out just every so often, or the ways they could have more so. They did reach out kind of every so often, but like they could have been there for me, but they were dealing with their own shit, man, their own depression, their own life circumstances, trying to get their life in order. And it was even like almost seemed even more painful to not reach out to me than had he reached out to me. But he knew that if he did, he was extending his energy in a way that he couldn't, you know. Right. And like I get that. I've only recently run into my limits to be able to extend my energy to someone or circumstance or a situation, no matter how much you want to. And then the other side is, you know, extending your energy, and then having it, you know, or being able to, let's see, how do I fit that into a metaphor? Here's a framework. So like, with these kids, you set up protections basically, so nobody has a bad experience. Right. So if they're behaving really poorly, I was saying before, you pull off to the side and you put them in handcuffs. So like their wrists are so small, especially for me. Like I put my fingers together like that. So I'm not grabbing their wrists. I'm not marking their hands or like grabbing their wrists by a handcuff. And I cross them around their body, put them in front of me, put my leg over their legs, and just kind of hold them in place and let them just exhaust themselves, you know, struggling and swearing and spitting, cussing and spitting, and like, and then you just call them and like redirect them, like, hey, what are we, you know, lunch is coming up soon. What do you want for lunch? Or what do you like to eat for lunch? You know, and like eventually they start talking to you, like pizza, you know, and then like, that's, you know, me too. What kind of pizza? I like pepperoni. You know, they're kids, man.
Right.
They're just kids, and they've been through some shit. So it sets up a safe environment where they don't feel like okay. And then the fourth day, the day before they go home, that's when all the problems start happening. That's when all the lashing out starts happening. That's when most of the kids who were doing great now hate you, and they'll tell you viscerally that because the thought of losing you is so much this person now that they love, they've never felt so safe and loved. the thought of losing you, they know in their mind, they know they're going home tomorrow. And the thought of losing you is more painful. They don't know what to do with that. It's more painful than if they just make you hate them, because then it's easier. Because if you hate them, that makes more sense to them, right? And they do a separation. They don't know what to do with someone that dynamic.
Right.
Isn't that amazing, that psychology?
Yeah.
Because that's us. And like, think about all our issues. We have childhood issues. We have issues in life like this, or different dynamics where that's going on in some level inside of us, and that causes recurring problems in our life. That's where things like Aya and different entheogens, can have these big experiences and heal those childhood wounds and things. But just even talking about it in that way helps us just be aware in our daily life, because that's usually when I come across it in my own time, like with myself, my own thoughts and meditations, or just feeling into myself based on responses to things. They come in a way that's like, this feels really painful in a way that, like, I feel like a child. Like there's some kind of trauma here, abandonment. It's like a gut pain, like a childlike pain, rooted pain, if you will. So, like, when that happens, being able to tune into that or think about it, give it attention. I think there's another phrase. Sorry, I'm just grandstanding here, Kevin. There's another phrase that I feel everything that needs to be felt I feel everything until it no longer needs to be felt. And that Jen talks about, if you stuff your issues, they go into your tissues.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
And
that's like doing shadow work. Like when you find something that triggers you, you don't run from it. You fucking dive into it so you can heal it, and you can then move on. Like there was something I'll probably butcher it, but it was specifically dealing with that. Like they were saying, like an exercise to heal some traumas is remember a time like when you were younger where you felt really, really happy. Like do that first, what you do, like, and then you like look at pictures if you have those too from when you were younger, and try to remember to help you, and then like remember the flip side of that. And they were like, well, a warning, it could definitely bring up some old issues, but that's the point. You're trying to heal that from the past, so you can. Yeah. I thought it was a pretty interesting. I'd never heard it before, so things that are new to me, I'm just like, oh, okay. Like I see that, like it's all about perspective, really. So when I hear something new that resonates, I'm like, huh. I'll probably say to myself, let me try that, and then I'll fucking never fucking do it, because I just get tossed up in the fucking life that is me, and I don't know.
Yeah.
But at least, hey, I remember it, so that's another step. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Nah.
Yeah, it becomes one of those.
No. I remembered it because I'll do it at some point. If I wasn't gonna do it, that shit would have been deleted immediately. Like like fucking names of people. Like I'm so bad with that shit, man. But like if there's a connection, like I'll remember it. You know what I mean? But if there's not, I'll be like, huh? What? Like,
yeah.
And I don't even smoke weed, dude. I don't even smoke weed. It's fucking all that Mexican brick weed I smoked in high school, man. This shit was horrible.
Bummer. Yeah, no doubt. I've never really had to deal with that. I grew up in Seattle.
Like, grow your own shit now, and everything's fucking crazy.
Nowadays, yeah. But even still, I grew up here. Like, I didn't taste shit bud until the stores came out. There's some brands and stuff, like when they do pre-rolls, it's the shitty. I mean, it's not like sticks and stems. It's just shit. It's barely even trim, or like it's like just what the fuck, man. Tastes like shit. It's just shit.
So we call that wood chips. It's like
wood chips.
It's like fucking
or dirt weed. Yeah, some weed that's like, really, like, okay, I get it now, and that's weird. I had to wait till it was legal and buy it in the store, and I happened to buy some brand or some batch or whatever that was fucking dirt ass weed. I did not experience that smoking weed in high school or whatever, like, because like we just always had good weed around here. Pacific Northwest, big DC bud.
Totally different experience for me, bro. Like that's fucking.
I know. That's what I hear. For peeps.
We'd get them in like trash bags, and they'd be fucking compacted down there, and then you'd break open a pound, and there'd be shit inside of there, like clover leaves that they use to weigh it down extra. But what are you gonna do when your boy's getting 50 of them? You know what I'm saying? You're just like, all right.
Yeah. Jasmine said, I'm working on stuffing my issues into paper tissues, not cellular tissues. Yeah, touche, man. I've been going through, dude, I've cried so much in the last 2 weeks for all different reasons. Just anxiety cries, like heart level cries, like just shit that's going on different levels. Like, I mean, like the roller coaster of emotions, that whole feel, everything still needs to be felt. Like I embody that. I mean, I'm believing in this tumultuous time in my life that is a positive thing for me ultimately. It seems to have been positively for me in the past. I feel that it's been beneficial to help me heal, to help me deal with shit, to be a good human being, to love myself, to love life, like all that shit, all that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So it just seems to be a cycle we go through as humans, right? Shit circumstances and, you know, relationships, and things don't turn out the way that you thought they were going to. And so there's just, you know, and that, like every dynamic, life circumstances or job or just shit. And it can get to a place where it's like all those waves are happening. They're not just kind of happening. How do I do it with my hands? I do it. They're not just happening, kind of following each other or whatever. I mean, they're all like coming together into one giant, just crashing up and down. That's just not pleasant, man.
Well, I think that's happening because, like, number one, now you can handle it. You know what I'm saying? This is my opinion only, but like before, you probably couldn't have been at a place where you can handle all that at one time. And
for sure,
and because of where we're at, like Frank was saying earlier in his show, like this is like all this shit is going to be happening like this year, like soon, like so to get to that point that you need to be at, they're like, this motherfucker we gotta get him straight. So like they check the fucking Rolodex, like, oh yeah, he's here. All right, send it all at one time, and then he'll fucking get through that shit, and then fucking come out clean on the other side and ready for this new whatever the fuck, whatever it is. Like, but hey, man, I feel the same way. Like that shit that went with me, and then the stupid ass like Frankenfoot situation where I had to like back away,
right,
and literally sit in, like, you know, that's like prison for me, where I'm like sitting with my foot propped up and can't do shit. Like it was literally, but I'm not gonna. That's what you guys were talking about earlier. I was like, hell no, I'm not going to like a walk-in place or a hospital. I go in for my foot. Next thing you know, I got COVID, and it's fucking like no, I'm not even trying to like have any of that stuff. And I knew there was no broken bones or anything like that. It was just taking a fucking long time to heal for some reason. But all this shit, like I mentioned it on when I was talking to Jen yesterday on her shows, you know, that I felt like I had this weight on my shoulders for a while, and then shit happened with, you know, who I'm kind of referring to. Like, okay, so when that happened, like I just had this like this pressure, felt like a valve being released, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
I didn't even realize it until it had happened though. But then once it did, it's kind of like, also if you've ever taken, hopefully not, but like anti-seizure meds, it's like after I stopped taking them for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, like I was sitting one night in the house and like it was like, and I was like, holy fucking shit. I yelled at that. It was like late at night. And because I realized like how like Day of the Dead, like a zombie I was. That's kind of like the realization I had. I was like, wow, that was like a bag of bricks I was toting around because of my morals. And then in turn, I think that set up some bad habits like that I created for that person, and then also for myself. And I'm like, you know, so I owned it where it was me. Like I was just trying to show that, hey, this situation, like I still care, and like I still want to do what I can when I can. That's just the type of person I am, you know what I'm saying? So But I think they also got complacent and dependent, thinking that I would always be there like that. And I'm just like, well, I'm not getting any, you know what I'm saying? There has to be, especially in that dynamic. I'm not saying, oh, I'm selfish because like I'll only do this if I know I'm getting something in return, but that's not, it's supposed to be 50-50. You know what I mean? Or as close to it.
Well, no, it's 100% that. You need to get the value of return for your effort. So
and it wasn't happening. It was like talking to a wall for a long time. So I just finally, I mean, like I'd become the observer of that situation, and that's not healthy. Like you don't want to be an observer of like when you're supposed to be. But I'm like I had to remove because, you know, otherwise I'd be huffing and puffing and be all up in my feelings and like that. That doesn't do anybody good, and it certainly doesn't do me good either. So
it's funny because it's like because I'm trying to think because we all experience those things a little differently, right? The things that cause emotional stress, and then. But also there's different types of like feeling stress. I guess that'd be so a situation that causes dissonance. You're flowing, you're trying to, you know, go for that dynamic. It doesn't go through. It just causes dissonance enough times that it builds up and it needs to pop the relief valve, like you're saying, right? It's because we hold it in our bodies. So that's part of it too. Like I've been intentionally, there's all things I could do more and think if they come into my awareness here, take responsibility for what's in my awareness. I put my feet on the ground yesterday for, you know, an hour or two, like when I was out in Nate's garden out here. Nate has a garden he cultivates, and eventually we'll get his ass on the show.
Oh, so you were hanging out with him yesterday?
Yeah, I hang out with him, I don't know, 2-3 times a week, but like the last like week or so, week and a half, I just like, I said, I'm going to hang out in your garden after work. He's like, all right, cool. And I'll literally be out there for 3 or 4 hours. I'm processing shit. Man. You know, like I'm like going through shit or I'm processing shit or talking to somebody or whatever. And like, especially this last week. And just being out there, though, it's just, you know, in his garden. Then he comes out, like, he'll come out every 45 minutes or so to smoke, tend the garden, shit. It's earlier in the day, in the afternoon. Just be out there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. We'll chill, we'll chat. And then he'll go back into his place. And I could always go with him. I'm always welcome. I usually do. It's just like the last week or so, I've just been nice out, getting some time, just chilling, doing my thing, but being in the garden. So I took my shoes off and like put my feet in the ground and, you know, I was down in the sun. I burned the last few episodes last week. My face was crazy pink. I sunburned at I went and laid down at the beach in Edmonds, like right at the waterfront, salt water. And I went on the dog side of the park. I realized after. I realized during my nap because I would lay down, I had my headphones on, everything. I lay down and was just stretching out in the sun. And then eventually dog would come and just sniff me right in my face, sniff in my face. And and I just kind of, I realized what's going on. It's cool. I'm not even upset. I'm just like, I know exactly what's going on. It's kind of funny and that's kind of nice. Like dog energy. That's cool. Whatever. I just kind of brush it off. Like it's no big deal. And they apologize where I don't care. Like I'm trying to go back and sleep. I don't care. I'm not annoyed. But it happened, I don't know, 3 or 4 times.
Wow.
Yeah, I passed out for like 2 hours though, like hard, and I was like, "Yep, and I tan real well, but when I stay out too long, I was peeling and I was pink last week's episodes.
Shit, that happened to me last night, man. Like, we finished the meditation, with Jen, and she was closing it down, and I'd, you know, done it here on the floor. Like when I go in, I move this chair out of the way, and I got my Palo Santo, and then lit the incense and stuff.
Yeah.
Next thing I woke up at 4:30 in the fucking morning on the floor and had no clue what had happened. Like my finger was fucked up. Like something had stabbed me. Like, I was like,
wait, what?
Yeah.
That's not good. This is a good story.
There's no cut. There's no fucking, like, there's no nothing. But any, like, damn it, camera's here. Like, so any kind of touch, if I like tap it, you know what I'm saying? It like shoots pain through my finger. I'm just like, what in the fuck did I do? Unless I put it on something when I was sleeping and then rolled into it and just pressure over that period of time. But there's no cut, there's no nothing, no blood anywhere. But I just had I was tired, obviously exhausted. Like I was like, what the fuck? I was like, all gonna tune in to the show, and you're like, yeah, maybe we'll talk about music tonight. I'm like, nope, not tonight. I fucking went boom, passed out.
Yeah, no doubt. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. You told me about that or mentioned it or something. Oh shit! Look at that fractal. That's totally different. That's a totally different new series that came in or something. It's funny how that happens. I don't know if they changed the math or this is the same math out to the same decimal point repeated, or if they're adding decimal points.
Right there is like definitely more. It's like
yeah, like, look at that shit. Whoa,
tentacles almost, not in a bad way, but the way it's
like looks like a neural network. Like all the fractaled off like rays and shit. It's all like neurons. Yeah. See, look at this shit. Like what the fuck, man? I just don't understand how the algorithms they use. I'm just curious. Like, I don't even know really what that means. I'm just wow, that's cool.
Oh my god, did you listen to that video of that dude that I sent? Like, it's his home technology about how he's trying to fill dead space, so he just in being himself, he just starts randomly talking about his experiences and what he's seen while he's been in these states and stuff like that. And like, it starts off kind of slow. I was just like, oh, I'm like, he went in there. Like, so you start hearing about it. And what was it? He mentioned the reptilians, but not in the way that Frank sees them. He just said, like, he called them the reptilian beings that shit Skittles in his fucking hand. And like,
yeah.
And it's just the way he spits it out, dude. That shit had me dying. Fucking, I was like, what in the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah, Frank's got some awesome one-liners. I think all of us do, and people just chat. We just happen to be doing it online with six people watching it at 2.5 hours in. Was it 10:33? Nice. Which is 7. It's 3 and 3 and 1. 7. I'm 34, which is 7. 7th month. I'll take those all as like good numbers.
How many people watching?
6. I know. I was gonna say it's not 7, but 6. 6 anchors things in from spirit to matter. That's what Fibonacci sequence. And 9 is transmuting things from matter to spirit, which is interesting, especially on the topic of the politics and stuff going on. Someone who seemed to escape, unless he was arrested and hidden, was John McCain from putting up to trial for pedophilia and all the other things he was involved in. He died at the age of 81. 8 and 1 is 9. 9 is transmuting things from matter to spirit. He fucking caught his ship out of here. Whatever cosmic frequency he could ride, he chose to die then or leave his vessel or whatever. I think on a higher level. And like, it's annoying when you see people who seem in an esoteric way you see they picked an escape hatch, and they could have stayed here and faced their actions. Like, faced up, been authentic, man. If you fucked up, fucking own up to that shit, no matter how bad it is. Like, you still have a life here. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's gonna carry that on now. He's gonna have to, like, that's some karmic fucking, like, woo, buddy. Like, hey, I think this fucking shit is picking, like, with our energy in the conversation, it amped up. Like, so the more does it feed off the audio, or is it just
fractal?
Random fucking, like, go.
No, it's just random. It's just random.
Okay. So it's all cyclic, whatever. They're doing it like an e-pill, like it's, like why they call it rolling, like you're up, you're down, like roll.
Yeah,
but colors are good.
This would actually be really interesting to me on acid, like 6 tabs in.
Yeah, that's why I want my tabs done. So I gotta wait like a couple more days and then bring them out, and then I'll start. But like, you have to wait like 7 days. Like, you're imitating, like, this is all this shit that I picked up from that dude, man, in between his crazy fucking stories. Like, I'm like, I resonate with that guy. I'm like, whatever. But he has, like, his process, like, you're imitating what nature does. So when you after you get your substrate down and everything, you cover it and you block the holes in your tub, and that creates a carbon environment, which is what starts your mycelium to grow. And you do that if you can not open the top and change the environment. If you can stay patient and not do that shit for 7 days, then you'll be good. And then you hit it with light and some fresh air, and then that tells them, hey, let's fucking. They pop through, and that imitates. You're basically imitating nature with the darkness, and then they'll pop through substrate, and then you hit them with the light and the fresh air, and then boom, that's when they start pinning. And
Yeah.
Yay, space travel. Like that.
Oh, we got 7 viewers now. There's the other 7.
Well, it's not me. I'm not even on YouTube right now, dude.
Well, I mean, it is me. I am one of them. I'm
Are
pretty
you
sure I got it
true?
wrong. But
Are you
that's
true?
been going the whole show though. No, I don't know. I don't know if it counts the live stream login as one. Maybe. No, because I know when it starts, there's 0 viewers, so it doesn't count us. So there's 7 my phone, and then 9 you. So yeah, there's actually 6 real people. Listening in the background.
Yeah.
What people are doing, Kevin? What do you just tune into it? Like, what do you think? Imagine, just make something up. Just make up a story. Like, what is someone doing right now listening to our show? These 6 people that are listening. What are they doing right now? I'd say one of them be sitting in front of their computer, doing other shit, other tabs open, doing other shit.
They're like surfing through like social media, but have this on as audio. So like in case there's that dope nugget, they fucking
or something. It's like I've heard, because from what I've heard is that like a lot of people I guess like to listen. They're not even watching this sort of show, but I've heard from other people where like they've been disappointed. That our faces weren't on there. Like she heard Zach say something the other day and like went to look, but he was on audio. Because for a while, Zach, remember I gave him a bunch of shit for not being on video. Yeah, he's for like, I don't know, 8-10 episodes or something. It dawned on me, I'm like, is Zach? I thought he was just fixing a video problem or something. I'm like, wait a second. Even if that was originally the reason, is he riding this out? Is he just going to stay off camera if I let him? He will. He fucking will. I'm like, fuck. No, I want him to be on camera, and I won. You know, like I think he talked about in every episode. Like the only way to win Zach down is through like, I forgot how I phrased it on the show. It's perfect because he laughed, but it's like through
being nice. You were being nice and like being something. Nice. Yeah, you were asking politely, being nice, something of that. So I remember. Yeah, like I remember
being relentlessly nice about it or something. Right?
Yeah.
But like I want it, and if I just keep being whatever and prodding, and anyway, so like. But she said that she had heard him say something, and like she knew our voices were on there before, my face was on there, but she wanted to see what he looked like. It was just in that moment, it was interesting. She wanted to match the voice to a face, to a body movement, to body language, so whatever's background. I mean, whatever. You're more interested in the person beyond just their voice for whatever reason. So then to have that option, I mean, that's why we kind of would do the podcast. And maybe some may feel that about now with fractals, but I don't know. I really like fractals right now. So cool.
Yeah, man. Like that's why I was asking you the other night. Like when, like your format changed. Like I was laying up in the bed, all fucking Frankenfoot, and I come back and like y'all motherfuckers ain't on the damn air. I'm like, and then when you are, it's like the hard close at like hour 15, hour and a half, and both of y'all. I was like, whoa, what the fuck happened here? Like, yeah. So like a whole dynamic change up happened when I was fucking all Frankenfoot and shit. I'm like, what did I miss?
Oh, so you got all Frankenfooted, and then it fucked up our vibe. And then Kevin's like, I'm out. I mean, sorry, not Kevin, like that's Zach. Zach's like, I'm out.
Yeah, no,
like funny because like no, totally. It's funny you say that too, because like there's nothing I wouldn't say here. I wouldn't say to Zach. We've never even talked about it, like that dynamic. I just like I kind of went with the flow. Like it's cool. Like we're both figuring this out as we go.
Sure.
You know, we're both kind of talking about like pulling back the show 4 nights a week. Cool. So we do the last one Saturday night and then take the break Sunday. Or there was that, or the first one back Monday. But yeah, then it was like he was wrapping up the show at like 54 minutes or something. I'm like, whoa, like what the like for me in the moment, I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, okay. Like I just kind of went with it. I'm like, well, it is all right, cool, okay, cool. And I think we may have had a chat after that off air that maybe we need to talk about shit for a while or whatever, or maybe not have. It doesn't. I mean, it kind of matters. I'm just trying to weigh like the point is the ride of emotions I've gone on, and him too. I'm sure whatever his internal process are things I do or say or like. Probably, you know, but we're just kind of like that's where we make allowances for people. It's like we're both doing this show together, so we'll just whatever. We'll just write it out and figure it out. And if it's ever weird, then we'll talk about it. And like if everything's weird, we just like talk about it. It's cool. And we both figure shit out. You know. Yeah,
I was just saying from my like there was no mention of it. Like a program or something, like you know what I'm saying. So I'm just like new experience coming back. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking
chill out for 3.5 hours,
4 or 5 hours tonight, and you're like close at 1 hour and 20, and I was like, wait, I was like, for like Aaron went too. I'm like, what the fuck just happened, man? So that was interesting. And then like Jen's show as well. Like I didn't know she like cut it, like only once a week. I'm like, what?
I know that was Yeah, like I don't know. I haven't talked to Jen yet. I haven't talked to Jen in a while. Like I think before I went down there, I think because then her show got rolling like right before we went down there while we were there, and so really got into the show. But I talked with her, and I'd done like all 3-week calls with her and Zach. Or I talked with her at different times, and like I just haven't talked to her in a while. But yeah, so when I found her show was going once a week, I was like, oh, okay, like that's cool. I had no idea. All right.
No, I
But
mean,
and it's like it's not like there's no right or wrong here. It's just like
Right.
interesting, like way choices people make. 'Cause we're not employees of each other. We're
Exactly.
literally just doing this podcast together. So, and we both talked about as long as it's like we feel it's like the right thing or hard to do or enjoyable and like we resonate with it and like I think we do. It's a core level where I think we're all going through our own shit astrologically, really.
yeah.
All like stuff we talked about early. That's big dynamics. I mean, Pluto alone changing the entire culture every 200 years and think about that internally, your internal belief systems and culture inside of you, with all the knowledge that's available on the internet that people have taken in.
Yeah.
Like, so it's totally fucking people up, right? The reality coming right in front of their face. All the stuff Frank was talking about, it's very, very, very real. And it's fucking them up. And at a deep, deep level. So like we're all going our levels of, I think we have maybe belief systems blown up and not just like big esoteric belief systems, our own internal, what we think is right and wrong, how to treat people. Right, and rethinking that at whole new levels, or realizing where traumas are dictating our behaviors.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure I feel like I do. I'm looking at different levels of dysfunction in my life. I'm like, okay, that's why I'm going to be doing Aya very soon. Very soon. Actually, I just talked about it with someone this morning, and but in the area, I was trying to get some look into who had supplies or where we could do that, and he decided he's going to brew soon too, so like really soon. And just like he's like, that's it, that's like the last like synchronicity I needed to brew. And so he's moving forward on that. And like that's the thing, man, I've traced all this stuff down. Like I really need Aya in a whole new way, because I've done Aya but I haven't had the Aya experience. Yeah, or like doing the like this and so there's different dynamics on that we can talk about off air or whatever, because there's different ways that but like but that's like the last thing for me, realizing like that I need, like I don't know how else to fix myself. I know tons of tools, I apply tons of tools, they work really well in all these other areas. There's dysfunction inside of me that like I don't have the tools, and I think it's got to be some kind of dysfunction, right? Not functioning in a way that's like cycling energy. There's some stuck in these like root traumas. I've known that forever. And like, think about this too. This is cool. Actually, this ties in episode, what are we, 76? So it's 13, which is 4, which is a portal or dalet or doorway in Hebrew, which is cool. So we'll portal back to, actually, what was I saying right before that?
Oh my.
I know. I know. You gotta try to remember. Someone in the chat, please save me.
It's real people in the chat. Are you woke? Are you awake? Are you sleeping?
She said, actually, Jasmine said a while ago, try to guess what I'm doing. Oh, try to guess what I'm doing. I bet. Okay, let me try to think.
Her phone just died because she's on the computer.
Wait, her phone died because she's on the computer.
Well, that's what I mean. When you see her. Yeah. I picked up on that shit last night.
Oh, duh. I just saw that now. It just totally dawned on me. Wow. Well done. Good deduction, sir, Watson.
Yes.
Let's see. So Jasmine, yeah, that's awesome. I could also say, I was trying to think of like what we know of Jasmine, or if I'm trying to piece together all the things from chat. I don't know, something like your son. Maybe like you're helping them get to sleep. I'm trying to think what time of day it is over there. Or maybe you're in the middle of the day over there. Where are you again, Jasmine? Where do you live?
Texas.
Is it Texas?
I think so.
Should be late. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think Jasmine's Texas. She's not sitting at her computer right now. What's that?
I'm just trying to, like, if she's on, I'm trying to verify if that's correct. I'm making sure that I have the right information with the right name.
No, me too, because it's hard with like when I've seen you on video and I physically saw you in person, so it sinks in where you live and where you're at, and like, you know, like again, I felt the air there, you know, like I breathe the air, all that shit. So like, it's totally different when you only see people primarily digital. You don't see them on video a lot or in their home or, oh yeah, what's up, man? That's laser, bro. Where'd you get it?
Got it from you.
I know. I'm out, man. I gave my last one away. I'm gonna have to go Get another.
Uh-oh. He hit the button. Uh-oh.
You holding space for me, Kev?
Yeah, I did for a second, but then I started typing to you and I stopped talking. So it was dead air for like 15 seconds. It kind of sucked, but it's all right. I thought you actually inadvertently fucking bleep.
You know what it wasn't even that thing this time. Hold on, I gotta get us back to this. Share screen. Home tab. Let's get the Mandelbrats going again, bruh. There we go. Get that energy moving. I need it. Okay, we got to remember that shit though. The portal shit. What was I supposed to connect there? Is that something? 13th episode. Okay, I was reporting back to an older episode.
Yeah.
What was that thing? I find it very interesting. I can't remember. I don't think this is just synchronicity. This is like
it started,
avoidance.
Yeah, it started with you. Well, originally you were talking about when you were relentlessly nice about turning on the camera, and then there were sidetracks into sidetracks into side fractals into fractals into fractals, and now here we are. Like so.
Okay, it kind of helps. I feel like that's an additional puzzle piece that gives me some boundary on the missing pieces. It'll come, because I feel like it's important. I feel like I snagged it before it got away. Like, it's not getting away. I'm reeling it in, but I can do that as we talk about things, or I'll just try to keep pulling that in. Because it's like it's inside of me, like some kind of thing trying to, this is the nervous system, shadow and ego, sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system programs. I have them too. We all do. And like sometimes I find new ones, like, I fucking knew it. I knew you were there. Right, I finally figured out certain aspects, and it's like, shit, but I don't know what to do about you. I can't seem to just the bad habits or like things. You can minimize it down. You can minimize it down to like bad eating habits and whatever, or your certain thought patterns. But even the really tricky ones, right? They get you in shitty relationships over and again. That seem great for a while, but then it happens again. Well, shit, I attracted that. I take full responsibility for my choices and like what I attract in my life. But I would like to understand why I did, because I didn't see that coming. That means my ego or shadow tricked me, whatever that is. I wasn't aware enough of myself. Like, I take full responsibility for that. Doesn't mean I wouldn't have done it. Maybe I would have. The point is, I wasn't aware. Something in me kept me, and I think we in spiritual circles will defer to like, well, our higher self just didn't want us to know that yet. And like, sometimes, but that at the very least you learn that now. Cool. So it's not about regret or whatever. It is. And so you apply that now going forward. But man, those are hard lessons to learn, man. Especially when you think you can trust people. And then you get stabbed in the back. It's stabbed in the heart through the back. Think about that shit. That came to me recently. That is what it is, man.
Yeah, that's
certain people.
I mean, yeah, that's like what I talked about with that pressure valve being released is also like recently, I've kind of told you about like what I figured out with more abilities I'm starting to realize and notice like are coming like online and being like, so I started sciencing shit just to fucking test the waters, if you will. Like, my manifestation powers are fucking ridiculous, man.
Awesome.
Like, who the fuck knew, man? Like, but I would see synchronicities, which is important, like, because if you're not paying attention and you're not aware, the shit will blow right by you. But if it's supposed to be your deal, then it'll keep trying to refocus you. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
So I was aware I'm like, okay, so this happened like the final test, and it's fucked up that I have to test myself like that. But I'm like, I just want to see if it's. So I'm literally thinking of this person that I hadn't seen in a long time. And I come around the corner in fucking Walmart, and there's the motherfucker right there.
Awesome.
I was like, all right,
Dude,
all
check
right.
this out. Okay, so I have a similar thing. Let me go out and stretch here a little bit. I forgot. I haven't done a like 3-hour show in a while, Kev. I forgot they get a little more casual. Let me adjust my headphones too. Give me a sec.
Do an interpretive dance, man. Do an interpretive dance. Like I haven't had headphones on all night.
Oh, I'm here. I thought I had like unmute, but no, I'm here. Yeah, just stretch a bit. Sorry, my mind went to a totally different place.
Hey, man.
What were we talking about?
I was talking about manifestation, the power. Like, and you said, hey, you had a similar something.
Oh wait, am I muted? Are you muted, Kev? You there?
Hello?
Shit, hold on.
Fucking headphones, man. Oh, you probably got a distance away from your phone. Whoa. Colors are crazy.
All right, I'm here. It's the headphones. It's the startup boot up audio from the headphones.
That's what I figured.
PSK da 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 da.
Oh, it was
PSK da 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 da. Like it's the name for the tablet. I just haven't renamed it properly or whatever. It's its default serial number.
Gotcha.
And so it's just been like we've now connected to PSK da 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 da. It's like Jesus.
Like probably where you're standing.
Turn on, connect.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, just like it's a startup audio, it's a startup boot up procedure you can't do anything about. You can't just say like turn on, connect to device. Like it just does it. You don't have to tell me what you're trying to do and then tell me once you've done it. What a waste of time. I want to hear audio immediately. Or like plugging in a headphone, right? I don't want to hear a fucking boot up prompt. You know what's up.
Yeah. You gotta let
you know those kind of annoyances, bro. Those techie annoyances.
The color spindle, man, is going out of fucking control right now.
Yeah, it's tight. I mean, like tight circles, tight spindles. And it's tight.
Shit is tight. What's your similar story, man?
Looks like a jawbreaker.
I was gonna say it looks like a fucking bullseye in the middle there.
Yeah, like you like the jawbreakers, you know? Yeah. That like that. But yeah, what were you asking? What's the what?
I was talking about like my manifestation tests.
Oh yeah, there we go. So, and we got to remember, I'm gonna keep bringing it in every so often. Oh, froze?
I thought we won the game, dude.
Apparently, like no doubt, it must have stopped. That's cool. Ooh, let's look at this one. How about the swirls? You want to do the swirls or this one?
I don't care. Whatever.
Just swirls. Let's see how else bring back the pattern. I want to bring back the thing that seems my subconscious keeps my shadow, whatever, keeps getting me to. Oh, that's awesome. Gets me to avoid. You got to bring that back too. But so the thing I was telling you, so it's not deja vu. This was different. This was like I had this dream. I had some dreams last week, and I had eaten some pizza with special mushrooms on them.
Okay.
They were, the edible kind. They're great. And like several days in a row, and just like I think I'm trying to correlate the time. I'm pretty sure it was when I was having really active dreams, and I haven't dreamed in a while, and consistently. I'm a dreamer, and I do know it's associated. If we're going to get really practical here, like with the amount of THC I've smoked, and when I've stopped a little bit, they are a bit better. But even when I've stopped, like that's part of it. But I feel like there's other disconnects, like inside of me. I get that maybe that's hindering that dynamic. So it's like these little tricky things inside of me. Like what's hindering me from connecting with me, because that's a problem. But obviously enough of me believes it's not a problem, or we deal with it. You know what I mean? Right. I guess obviously that's the thing. It's like, well, if you really want it bad enough, you wouldn't do it. That's absolutely true. Yeah. Or you would get it, or you would whatever that means. Like if you really, it's like hard to define wants and needs on some level. When you're talking about the psychological needs, there's like hierarchies of needs and like all that dynamic. But I'm talking about like your general life. And then even outside of budget, like you're not going to fill up your house with everything in the world.
True.
You know, like there's like no matter how much money you have. So it's like there's different wants and needs and satiation and gratification from filling those needs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, anyway, tricky shit. So the dream. Sorry, so we got distracted again. We still haven't found the 4. We still haven't found the 4 portal. I got distracted on the Dalet. I want that back. Fucking want that back, man, so bad. All right, so I had all these dreams, and I remember me and my sister decided to go drive. She was with me, and I was trying to drive off some anxiety. I found as a trick for people. I just recently experienced what I based on my sister's had a long-term anxiety dynamic or disorder or whatever, that she knows like what body anxiety, and I've seen her in a lot of different states. Now I'm like expressing to her as I'm feeling these states for extended hours and days at a time, like dealing with certain shit. Like this is what anxiety feel like. I'm describing it to her. She's like, yep, that's a really good. Yep, that's exactly it. You know, like that's for certain dynamics. Other things she'd refine it or like her own experience or whatever. And like, but it's like I was actually what a real, not like panic attack. It's almost like that wasn't even a part of the equation. My psyche's gonna have a panic attack.
Okay.
Like trying to hold your shit together, not just like freak out and yell at somebody. Like, no, I don't even know what that means. Like you fucking break inside. Like you snap and you're tuned out at a wall for fucking 10 hours or some shit. Like, I don't know, something like that. And so it's just there. It's being on a mountain, and the only internal mountain in your world left, the highest one, and the sea's rising. It's up around your ankles, your knees, and your waist. And like, you know, on one hand, accept your defeat, just fucking surrender. You're fucked, right? But the survival instinct of just,
sure.
So anyway, we were driving it off. So the trick though was like, I realized one, driving helped, even though I don't want to do anything for the most part. I don't want to move. Like there's just so much going on, so much internally. You're like, you don't really want to do anything, but you also want to do anything that'll make you feel a little better. Excuse me. Oh, I forgot. Thought I was leaning away from the mic, but no, they're on my head. Whoops. Whoops. Party foul. DJ Party Foul. Jesus. Sons of the Sun, DJ Party Foul, coughing on mic. Dumbass didn't know the mic was on your head. Yeah. So driving, getting energy, getting motion, I think help just driving, just being in motion. Literally energy moving. If the wind be down a little bit, especially if there's sun, the photons, and there's science there too. But the driving thing, but really freeway driving for me. Once I got on the freeway, it was much faster. Like, maybe it sped up to more of the level of my anxiety, like really fast. It helped me and like an imagery that I came up with on the show was 4th of July, which is funny. Well, fireworks are going off on both our mics behind the background. So people with anxiety, this is probably making it all worse, right? Like listen to the show. I was thinking about that. I'm like, oh man, that's ironic, synchronistic. But like, that it's like these glass boxes, or you see all around you at you're at the center, and all around you 360 degrees, it's split up into these glass cubes or boxes, and they have their own universes of information within their subject matter, all the overlapping spheres, all the dynamics, and there's nothing in your life, in your experience, in your awareness, internally, externally, it seems like, no matter how much you've looked or tried or whatever, to actually make any progress on that box at all. It's just there, and that's just it's like stuck energy. There's no movement. And then there's another box like that. Usually there's several boxes. They're always in movement. It's fine. But like all the boxes are locked up. There's no movement, and there's nothing I can do about any of these dynamics in my life, internally or externally, at this moment or in these moments, upcoming moments, until certain things happen in certain ways that I can't predict when.
Right.
There literally is nothing, and some things I can or can't, or they go in a way that is unexpected and awful and adds to the anxiety and adds to shit. Right. And so just like swimming in that, I mean, so one of the things that Zach brought up and that actually helped when I visualized this was getting them to swirl, like move and swirl all together. And so I started doing that. It became like a milky white, like porcelain white vortex, or black or white hole, like spinning around. And then the center is a black hole, or you or me. There's another dynamic there, layers. You can get into that. But anyway, that seemed like my mind seemed to accept that as a framework that at least caused it to, I think part of maybe the anxiety too is I don't know what's going on. There's so much going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's overwhelming me. I don't know what this is called. Like, what do I do with this?
Sure.
Or and not even just what tool, but like in my psyche, like in myself, like this is a new for a long period of time. I imagine maybe, and I haven't really had these experiences, but prolonged paranoid states on psychedelics. Like I heard stories and things, but I've never really been in one. There's moments of a paranoia at times, smoking weed, especially as a teenager, and even weed now at times. Like a cop car comes, but actually not really in a long time. But this last year for sure, different times. Like maybe I hadn't smoked in a while, or just some dynamic where I realized I was more aware of when a cop car passed by
Sure.
than I would have been if I didn't smoke. And it just kind of made me smile. Like, oh yeah, there is like a heightened level of awareness of things that maybe you just aren't. And so, but it's also retraining that subconscious mind to heighten your awareness in other areas. And you have to give energy to that. I think is part of it. But anyhow.
So the boxes. So you're saying driving, and then also your visualization helps you calm the fuck down without wanting to eat a bunch of Xanny bars and shit.
Oh, and yeah, so that's the thing. So I had that option. I had that option available to me, and I'd done it once before. Like, listen, this is how inexperienced I am, but that's why I'm doing all this shit. It's because I want to understand and know what I'm taking. Like, if I need a downer, or if I need to come off a trip or something for me.
Sure.
Right? Just I want to understand what it does in my body. I want to understand how it works, let alone if I were to ever recommend it to somebody.
At benzodiazepines, my brother. So
say it again.
Benzodiazepines. That family. It used to be my shit. Like Klonopin, Valium, Xanax. Fucking all of them are benzodiazepines, and I've done them all a lot. So
yeah.
Even when I was going through pain management, like I was on prescribed Xanax, and then like my pain management doctor started giving me Valium. I'm like, because it helps like relieve muscle tension. I was like, get the fuck out of here. You're just going to give me that script? Cool. I'm going right to the pharmacy. Like I was, I was not in the mind state I am now. And now I just, same with the seizure medications. I just stopped taking all that shit like altogether. But in some case, if you can manage it and not do what I did, and really become dependent and use benzos as a crutch because they just make the world even funner.
How do they make it funner? In what way? Like different than Percocet or a different?
Your boxes would probably melt away and you'd forget about them.
Yeah. So okay. So like here, there's times I've had. Like it's in the past, like I know I've been in a place where I've been so overwhelmed with the boxes or those things like that, those just concepts and words and all the stuff going on in life or whatever, just anything, even if it's not the worst time in life, but like definitely times of being exhausted with just words and concepts. And I wanted, so I'd eat a bunch of mushrooms and go to bed, or just knowing I'm going to go to bed into that experience.
Sure.
And I'd be moving into it as I go, but I'd just be letting that in between state, that's rolling in and whatever, where eyes closed and just letting all that shit melt away, the boxes and shit. But I know that's healing my neurology, that's relaxing my body and my muscles. Like, and so I'm saying like some benzos and things maybe also do that. It's just cool. And I don't know the different dynamics, and I would always lean towards, especially when I don't know the different ways, but I'd always lean towards the plants, like the full fruit bot, like the whole thing, than a specific thing. Yeah. But also the benefit of like whatever it does, if it can help you achieve a state where, let's say in that relaxed, melted away state, there is some level of focus, whether it's your own internal focus, meditative state, not like necessarily oming out, but intentionally taking that, whatever you're doing, to try to settle into that frequency so that when this is gone, you can find that again, or you can fix something internally while you're there, or find some kind of, like for me, I feel like I always have to have a purpose in it. That's why I try so many things, man.
Sure.
So I'm trying to learn myself, like how is this affecting my body and my perception and how does that fit with everything else I've ever learned? Because especially with the entheogens and stuff, it's real, man. It's real overlays of you. It's correction of your neurology.
I think some people are just like naturally so fucking high strung that they fucking, like, I know, like my homegirl, like fucking, like when I paid for her script 1 month because and that's the type of person that I am. I had it. When I have it, we all have it. Like if I have it to lend or whatever, or if I got something where I'm not going to sit over here and go, man, my Schmeagle, I'll share and all that kind of stuff. So I got but she was prescribed like 120 bars every 4 weeks. I'm like, holy fucking shit, man.
You know what's funny? They're talking about Xanny bars.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's a Xanny bar to you? How many milligrams to you? What's that mean?
That's 2 milligrams.
Okay. Yeah. That's
You're
so
right.
each quarter's half a milligram.
Yeah. Well, a quarter would be 0.5. Yeah. So you go 0.51.
Yeah.
And then
0.52.
two. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just making sure that that's what they are and everything. So
shit, man, you could break off a quarter of them things probably for you, and you'd fucking be like,
that's okay. So that's the thing. Okay, that ties into the story. So also this Hammocks, yeah. So I tried it before because I wanted to know. I did a quarter, right? And I remember how that hit me. I was really surprised. Like I was functional, like enough, but I was like, wow. And I remember sleeping so. I don't know if I dreamed or not, but I slept so well. Like I woke up so refreshed.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, man, that's some shit. Like that was good to know. And like but to me, it wasn't. I didn't do it again for like weeks. But I was like, good to know. That's how that works, and that's how it makes me feel. It wasn't like an escape. It was like understanding what it does for me and when I might be able to use it. And it wasn't addictive. Like that's why I've done DMT like 100 plus times. I'm not addicted. One, you can't get addicted.
Right.
Two, you could say I'd run to these things to not deal with my problems. Sure, maybe there's some levels of that, right? There's a lot of layers of like me being not in a confined relationship now where I can actually connect with other human beings and just be myself.
Sure.
Like only having a chance to recently experience that in the last year and a half, 2 years. So there's a lot of like dynamics about there's a lot more. I don't know. There's a lot of dynamics to my psychology and my experience. And let's say, okay, so but yeah, so something like that. It's like if I'm doing it, really, I'm aware enough to know when I'm doing it for an escape.
Sure.
Not like every time, oh, this is sacred. And I think that's part of where people have been frustrated with me. I think early on in the Fearless group and certain dynamics was that I was being reckless and too casual. I think the biggest thing was casual with it. They're very, very, very sacred.
Yeah.
And I was treating it very casually. And I understand that. I'm not like, I get that perspective. That's not what I'm doing. I understand how you see that.
But to get frustrated with you, like let you do you. And like then that's how I've always taken it. Like, if you want to bang something in your arm, dude, don't do it around me. Do it in the bathroom. And then, you know what I mean?
Well, that's where it's like Frank's cool with what I'm doing, like on camera talking about. It's just certain like people and those dynamics or whatever. And it's like, it's the whole thing we're trying to create space for. I even bring it up, not to bring shit up because I don't care to do that ever.
Right.
It's just like understanding how people perceive other people and certain dynamics. Like we're all very, very different. And I know for me, it's always been really to experience more of me. I've talked to us before. I did the good human being shit, like for first 30 plus years of my life. I figured that out soberly, right? I mean, I'd done smoke pot and drank here and there, but never done psychs. Right.
Yeah,
so
you need that gestation period, that time to while out, man.
Well, yeah, and so that too. So there's like a lot of things there. So like figuring out all that shit. Anyway, so in this anxiety state, so I remember taking, I think a milligram, I think until full milligram. Or I didn't. Full. Whatever. Before. No, so like so a half.
So you took 1 milligram.
Yeah, I think what I took. Yeah, I think I took 1 milligram, and so I did that before the show that day because I just knew. Well, I'm not going to say exactly what day.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure what day, but it was like it was the last 2 weeks. Within the last 2 weeks. It's been like the last 3 weeks. I don't know. It's kind of blurred together. It's been months.
And you didn't
No. It was cool. It just brought it down to a level that was cool. It might have been a quarter, a third. Like I think I didn't want necessarily a half because a quarter hit me the way it did. It didn't like knock me out.
That's what they're supposed to do. Yeah. Like just bring that volume down, turn the volume down and make shit like so you can like when you're focused in on something, you're not hearing all that fucking chatter going on, basically, is how and then, I turn that volume all the way down, like to where I become a different personality and shit, like on that shit. Not on any other benzo besides Klonopin. That shit fucking makes you a different person, man.
And what? Well, hold on. I want to answer this, but hold on. So Jasmine said, "Good night, everyone. It's late for me and little one won't go to bed until I do." We love you, Jasmine.
Love you.
You guys have a good night because you and little one sleep well. Oh, that's my 11:11 Fearless meditation. Starship Fearless. Let's throw some energy at that fractal right there. Starship Fearless. Dude, why don't we play that music real quick and then we'll chat some more.
What music?
Let's play it again. The Sons of the Sun. Perfect timing. 11:11. Play that 7-minute track. Tune into that and then we'll chat again. Sounds like an awesome show break. Starship Fearless. 11:11.
All right.
Whoa.
I'm gonna get some more tea. I'll be right back.
Cool.
That's all right. The audio's okay.
Yep, we're good. I'm gonna mute mine so I don't over mic it. It turns it down, so you're cool.
Never really dying. Just maintain my body. This energy is going to jump into something else and in one moment. You're not even going to be able to touch them. Touch them. Touch them.
That's cool. It turned that color of the sun. That's what's up.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's beautiful. Purple reminds me of a cabbage or some shit.
Synchronistic, or if I fucking mentally projected that shit to make it change. Even
All
though
the above, sir.
I know it just runs on cycles and stuff, but that was oddly fucking synchronistic.
I agree, no doubt. And oops, my light's being all weird. Dang, chill, man. Wow, you're going all over the place. Chill out. All right, cool. I think. So, Will said earlier, let's all take a minute to hold space for Space Jesus, focusing on heart and throat chakras. Yeah, and heart, because I've experienced some shit recently. I mean, I will shamelessly plug myself. So the 5 people listening, anybody in the future that wants to send energy back to this time, space time, because I'm putting the request out there, like for human being, good, just for pure energy, holding space to help me figure out my shit. Just my own heart, my own shit, man. Like when you have people stab you in the back that you never expect, dude, that is some otherworldly shit. When you have that going on in several directions and you're questioning your own sanity because of the way you've been treated, you know, I know people can relate, like at different times of their life, maybe. I mean, I know people and circumstances and stories and things, and you know, but like to experience it is something else, man.
I wonder if it was amplified too because of, I don't know, astrology, and maybe there was something like something in the frequency that just of the planet maybe, or the collective that has magnified certain things. Because recently, dude, I had some shit pop up, which is why I kind of disappeared for a couple weeks. Like I was going through some fucking shit that I'm like, why am I feeling this way? Like it was some insecurity shit, like all kinds of, I was like, what in the fuck is going on? Like I had to step way back and like go in and figure that shit the fuck out. I mean,
yeah. Well, it's like not even like that's the part that's been, it's not a step back thing for me. One, that's kind of not an option. If I needed to, sure. It's not like I'm.
I mean, like etherically, like just get out of my head and push back. So, like, you know, Frank talked about that zoom out. You zoom out, see that layer. Yeah, that's what I had to do because I was too fucking close in there. And the more I did, I'm like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, okay. So, but I wonder if it was along, obviously in the same timeline. So,
yeah.
I don't listen to the mainstream media. I don't like hear that fear, and I don't do that like that. I don't even let that shit in this room. You know what I mean? So I'm not picking up that shit. Another thing it could have been is when I was sitting there or lying there out of my fucking element, going stir crazy because I couldn't fucking move. It's real easy to start napping all the time. Then you start getting fucking apathetic. Your schedule falls off. So then you're and then next thing you know, I was like, during that time, I know I slept like 12, 13 hours, and I hadn't done that shit since I was a kid, man. Like,
yeah.
So I was like, oh boy. So I think that probably was definitely a catalyst. Like even if I'm not physically moving, like when I'm here in this space, I'm mentally, creating. So my mind's bap, 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 and then I got into a gestation period, if you will, where I just became stagnant, and then figured out really quickly that shit doesn't do me any good. That, I think that all just amplified, and like all this shit was like, hello.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, I don't know, maybe we're all going through this in some way or another collectively. So shit that you've just been able to like roll.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like all of a sudden it's like fucking weights smashing you down. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But I know you're like what you're talking about on a deeper level. Yeah. Like, yeah, but, and me as well for the dynamic I was speaking of, but it wasn't all that, you know what I mean? It was some like other shit there that I'm like, what? Like, I don't, so I gotta be aware of it though. And fucking like, hiya.
Yeah, doing that as much as you can. Like, then it's like whack-a-mole, right? But then it's like when there's too many fucking moles, it's just like insane. There's too many quantum moles everywhere. It's just it's a sea rising. No matter how fast you do your shit, you do fucking birth cake or way beyond that. It's like it's beyond like demonic or other shit. It's internal shit, man. It's I think it's everyone's deepest shit, whatever that is. So like, if you're a shitty human being and you're a great human being in other areas, you might come out to be really shitty in one area. And maybe stab somebody in the back or do some other shit. It's like, oh, you got to deal with that shit, man. Listen, here's the thing when I believe about relationships, because I'm processing shit here, and like, I would never name names or any fucking shit. I'm just processing shit. But like, so the thing about saying, like, I believe this is true for all human beings, no matter how offended or someone hurts us. If they take the effort to be authentic, to own up to what they fucking did, right? To try to reconcile the relationship, even if that means you guys never talk again. Maybe it was really fucking like, but you appreciate the fact they'd be like, fuck, you're right. I did this to you. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. It doesn't matter what they say, just to acknowledge it and say that they didn't, like, they realized they did that. Even if they said, you know what, and I'm glad I did. Like, at least at least you would know. That's really how they feel. You wouldn't think like maybe they regret it, maybe they feel bad about it because they just dipped, right? They just stab you in the back and they dip.
Well,
it's the worst because there's no closure. You don't know, like, do they really mean that or whatever? They get scared that because there's trauma shit layers in there, right? That's legit. The psychology, as I understand it, or I can think conceptually, where if you in the kids camp stuff. So if you were so terrified that you've hurt someone that was so a friend to you, whatever, not that anybody's perfect, but it's great friendship and some dynamic, and that you've so hurt them because of your own issue. Yeah, you did something that really hurt them. You can't face it. You can't be authentic with yourself. So you run because you're terrified, not just of yourself, but also you're terrified of how bad you hurt them. To even face the pain of what you did to that person is so painful to you, guilt or knowing that you did that, or whatever. You literally run, and when you run, you just keep all of those problems cycling inside of you.
Sure. I think that
when you do it, and then you just cut people out, man. You create a narrative to cut them out instead of dealing with what you have done. And maybe that friendship can progress. I've had a lot of friendships like that, man. I feel like it matters to me to hold space as a human being that way.
Sure.
Like I open doors for people and leave doors open of like coming together in sacred neutral, just like reconnecting, wide open, in deep offenses, because it's not about whether you hurt someone. We're all fucked up human beings, man, in some way. We're all hurt people, and hurting people hurt people. So we're going to hurt each other, even the people we love the most.
Right.
But it's not about whether you hurt people. I mean, obviously, then when you make an effort not to, you'll do it less, and you're growing and whatever, for sure. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, just do whatever. But the point is, how much effort do you go to reconcile a relationship? How much does it matter to you? It would matter to me. I've done it many times when I feel like I find out like someone feels that I've done something. I go talk to the person directly, like own up to anything I've done. Like
I've done that recently, man, and to find out that because they were in my dream, and I'm like, okay, now that they've come,
I'll tell you my dream story after this. I'm just remembering now. I
and
never got there.
It triggered me. I'm like, okay, well, that must be a sign for me to fucking, apologize, because that relationship happened at a time in my life where I was I don't even know, like
totally.
So I was like, yo, before we go on, let me just clear the air and just apologize for anything I might have said, done, because I sometimes can't remember that kind of that well either because of what kind of chemicals I was on. And she was like, no, we ended great. I was like, what? Like, I fucking thought that there was an issue there that I needed to fucking, own up to and fucking like, nope.
Well, do you feel like she just pretended like because there's two dynamics there. So whether if she felt like if you felt guilty about it, whatever that means, you felt you did something, even if it wasn't as hurtful to her, that you in your heart, maybe you knew where you felt or the way you did that, you felt bad about that for whatever your reasons are, even if she goes, oh, I didn't feel that way. I mean, that's part of it. It's also nice when there's like one that's good, I guess, if genuinely she didn't. It's like, great. Then if you just felt bad and you reconcile that, you had the balls to confront someone you may have wounded really deeply, and you wanted to express remorse, like you wanted to reconcile at least that moment in time, even if you never see each other again, whatever. Like that, I would always I've always done really well in general to end any kind of relationship really well, no matter how that goes. Like this is the conscious uncoupling thing. If you can just be honest with yourself and with each other, like you can literally uncouple and be friends. It's not that hard. You don't have to fucking run and shit on people, man. Like, why do people do that? And so there's other layers there of trauma, right? It's running in fear. And I wonder if some people like, yeah, no, that was fine. It was great. Like, it was no big deal. But like, she just hasn't thought about it. It's like she just ran from that shit. That was awful. But like, she's just like, whatever. People go through shit. Everybody has bad relationships, or they're fine. Like, he was still great in these areas. It's not like you were some monster all the time, but like, that he was I really loved him. Like, she just swirled it into this mess of like, it's cool. But really, if you like slow that shit down, open the door and be like, yeah, there might be a lot of pain in there that maybe you haven't dealt with. Yeah. And that's where I think if we keep those doors closed, that's where we trauma cycle.
Well, and if that's the case, I mean, that's why I was at least giving her the opportunity. And I was like, yo, and the other reason is because of my rose-colored glasses. I told her up front, I'm like, there's shit that I remember happened and it never did. And then there's other shit that fucking I don't remember that actually did fucking it's all fucked
up. Isn't that amazing? Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So that's why
I like that fractal.
So, but because of that, that's why like I woke up and I'm like, man, let me suck it up and then fucking put that out there in the space and let her know that, if there was some, because I was like, well, I was a young fucking kid, man, but like I remember my mindset at that age, and I was fucking crazy, like, even without drugs, like I was fucking crazy, man. Like, so I could fly off the wall and say some shit for just trying to protect my bravado, my ego, you know what I mean? At that, like looking cool in front of who gives a fuck. But that was important to me then. So that's why I was just making sure that it wasn't like that. And, you throw on a bunch of fucking chronic not chronic, ditch weed and fucking all the hallucinogens and shit that from back then, I remember, because I'll think that this thing happened. I remember, and I'm like trying to get a friend to remember this, and then I get this like, motherfucker, you just like, nah, you just totally made that shit up. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, nah. I'm like,
did I know? Like, I'm trying to remember. I've had a few. Okay, hold on. Before I forget the dream thing, we got to remember this 4 Portal 76 episode, linking back to an earlier episode. It's gonna be the crowning achievement of the fucking episode. We're gonna fucking figure that out, man. Fractal's gonna bring it back into time, and loop it around, figure eight that shit. So the dream. So me and my sister decided to drive. Like, hey, do you want to drive back to our old neighborhood? Like, I usually go there once, twice a year, where I grew up. First 12 years of my life, drive by the house through the neighborhood and all that shit. Have my own memories, and just like whatever, it's cool. I like going back to the energy of the land, just like cycling, all that kind of, just the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so we just kind of randomly did that. Went there, and as we we're going through, it was I remember coming up the road, and it just my dream came back to me from that morning. And it wasn't the deja vu, and it wasn't like the super amazing like thing. It just was like, oh, I had a dream this morning. I said, it's crazy. Like, I had a dream this morning that literally driving down this road, taking this turn, and like just thinking about how that happened during the day. This was totally out of the blue. Totally, we didn't plan to go here. Subconsciously, I hadn't thought about this place in a long time.
Time traveled,
like, yeah. So the dream just came to my awareness, and then I said, if my dream's right, when we turn this corner, there's gonna be two vans. There were two fucking vans. They weren't on the same. They weren't on the same. They weren't on the same side. They were on the mirrored side. I find that very interesting because in my dream, they were definitely on the right side. When I turned the corner, they were on the left side, but they were the same two vans, man, in my dream for sure. And like that part, I go, and I was telling my sister the whole time. Like, I remember going up the street and like we were talking about this concept. And I said, then when it came to the van part, that's when I became pretty amazed. I was like, all right, that's some shit. That's interesting because that's not deja vu. That's kind of comes on. It's totally the different thing. It's kind of like deja vu is kind of like DMT. Come to think of it, just kind of that tingling, like awareness of a lap moment in time or some shit. No,
man, you time traveled. Like your future self was already there, seeing the whole set and just letting you know on a like blink, blink, like, hey, man.
Yeah. No doubt. Seven talks about that. I think in the like master's meditation pose video, 12 minutes, 17 minutes, something like that. And he's in his bedroom and like on his knees on a pillow. He talks about, I think it's on that one, but he talks about, getting into that where you can actually go in every night before or days before, whatever. You can plan out, like live out the timelines of your day and like anchor those in. I'm using my own terminology, but
sure.
You can actually do that and then live out that day. And I know that's true. I've heard that other places. Like in my soul, I get that. And I feel like I do that in a lot of ways. That's why so many things go so well in my life. Like I integrate the experiences I want to have ahead of time and I just flow into them. Instead of just like, oh, I flow with the universe. Like that's true. Because the universe is throwing some blows I didn't expect. Like what's the metaphor I came up with, or analogy, like a metaphor? It was like being in a river. You ever done rapids or anything?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when you get to some like heavy rapids and shit, like especially if you fall out of your boat or even in your kayak or whatever, if you get stuck up behind the big side of a rock, the water will pummel you, just pour over you and over the rock, right? And you're just stuck on the back of this rock, right? And it's like you're doing everything you can to just roll over back into the flow of the river, but then it pushes you underwater and you can't. And if you think it's going to bring you above, it doesn't. It shoves you down 3 or 4 more levels, and you're gasping for air.
Yeah,
and then you come up and get on the back of another rock, and it's just like, Jesus, man, I did not like. Where did my kayak go? Where did my crew go? How did I get here?
They're fucking already done.
This is not the plan. How did I get here? What is happening? And every time I fucking roll off, I slam into something else, man. And it just like rips me apart in a new way.
Track. Like, this is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. Like that Talking Heads track from fucking like 1980. Whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Watching the days go by. That shit, man. Holy shit. Same as it ever was. I'm gonna pull that. I'm gonna send that shit to you.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember what that was. Sounds like I haven't heard it enough. Will said, we're all going through this shit together, son. Fuck yeah, son. Willow son. Willow Beaver son.
So she's been having some issues or whatever the fuck on her level too. So okay, well, obviously it seems to maybe the fucking bastards at CERN fucking hit the flux capacitor at the 1.21 gigawatts, and we all fucking
Well, the thing is, like, this feels. That's why it's like I get all the astrology. It's just unfolding it kind of in your, each individual lives, what that looks like. But again, it's the deeper internal stuff. So it's like a lot of life circumstances, energy, relationships, things they've been invested in, friendships, or imagine different people, business partnerships, or that's true in my dynamic too, not with the podcast, but just my work and my other job and all that shit. But things that have been culminating for years, like deeper internal issues or repetitive cycles, or then these relationships collapse. or these business dynamics collapse. Not like, oh, this was going this direction, and you feel like you understand this relationship dynamic well enough that if it ever went bad, like you kind of know people. Like, here's a good example. I haven't thought about it consciously because like I do this calculation like subconsciously, or I think most people probably do. It's I guess your level of safety with a person, your level of interaction. Like you, for example, interacting with you. Like I know my boundaries are. I'm never scared of you freaking out. I think I know well enough what that even looks like. I've watched you handle like stress or tension even on air. Like, and I've been with you. Like, I don't know. There's no like, what's the worst that'll happen? Kevin will disappear because you're just dealing with your own shit for a while. Like,
yeah,
I'm not worried about like you freaking out or stabbing me in the back or like that frequency's not even there, right?
good.
And so the dynamic though, then when like you have that with other people, like ongoing long time at time, and then they do. It's just like, holy shit, you have to like, you reassess everything. You're like, how did that even happen? And it's like, then, I mean, the trauma part where you start to become suspicious of everyone. You used to trust people and now you don't, and that's legit. Or certain types of people that fit that similar frequency, or that, that's like when you find out, like, people talk about triggers from past relationships, their new relationship, and like, go ahead.
I just see it like that's a fucking loop that you had gotten to a point, and then you can get, I mean, I've seen it, and then like that's some shit I've had to come to some like realizations on myself. I'm like, why the fuck here are I, zoom out, and I'm just like, man, I keep doing the same fucking shit to myself. Like,
yeah.
You got to find like, why do I do that? And then like get to the root of it and like forgive, heal, whatever I got to do. But that shit, like, you can go down the rabbit hole and just keep doing that shit over and over and over and over again. Like, and you know what I mean? That,
yeah. You mean a negative way where it like draws you back in?
Like, that's why like somebody that gets into like, subconsciously they attract the same people all the time. And then it's like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's like, so that's like, I'm trying to loop this together too for me. I'm trying to progress my own, internal shit that I'm going through. It's like, okay, I think one of the keys, it seems to me in my life, that has always seemed to play out well for me. I get some people are private people, right? That's cool. I'm not a private person. Like, to some extent, like if you're interacting with me, Kevin, like I'm trying you on, I'm getting you on camera, like, we're going to have conversations. Like, there's going to things you're going to be more open around me, and that you just know that I'm an open person. Like, hey, I was talking with Kevin on the show with this shit. Like, I'm going to talk about that shit, right? You just get that. That's personality types. That's who you choose to associate with and the way they are and what you share with them. So, so if you share, so like Zach says something a lot. I never say anything in private I wouldn't have put on a billboard.
Or I won't say anything behind your back that I wouldn't say fucking to your face.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, well, that's the same thing. He's talking about anything. Yeah, talking about other people.
That's
behind their back. I mean, remember that shit. Fucking, I get it. They're tuned into this vibe. We'll transmute some of this for the collective. But the shit with the back channel threads, right?
Yeah.
All right, you know where I'm going with that, so I don't need to go any farther. That's fine. But like, this is that kind of shit where like you see some shit and you're like, how is it even possible that someone's this two-faced, right? And like, I get it, like people traumas, but like when you know somebody, when you thought you know somebody really well, and like the thing is, you have proof. Like there's like, it's almost like really it's two-faced. It's like, how could, it's funny, especially people that seem to value loyalty the most.
Right.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, yeah, it is. But like, so you have the billboard metaphor, and I've always been that kind of person because I've befriended a couple of in high school. Like one of my really good friends, he was just a pathological, I won't even say, it was a storyteller, and it became this huge habit where he would be in the middle of like, it would just be words coming out of his mouth, and he'd go right into like, I guess when we were younger, he'd be trying to impress, girls and stuff like that. I'd hear my name being brought into a fucking story.
Yeah. Oh, right. And you're like, that shit didn't even happen. Like, he's just lying.
So we started saying that shit. If we heard him, we started
calling out on it.
We started calling him out, like, and like he eventually broke that, but it didn't happen overnight. But like, so
he did though eventually.
Oh well, eventually, but I mean, he can go right back into it like super easy though. So,
So that's really so like what's interesting. So I was thinking about okay, what when that
It's a lot
happens though, it's like
It's a
okay,
lot
well
of
when that happens,
energy and work to do that though, to spit that fucking, because then you got to remember
right,
what you said,
right, no
and
shit.
then you get
And
caught
then
up in the bullshit.
you know what the biggest thing that fucks people over nowadays? These people who pull this shit, screenshots. Every time I share screenshots with somebody, or if I have them share me, I've had people ask me in many situations to be like a third party, like so and so said this or this happened. What do you think about this, or should I see it this way or whatever, right? From different time to times on certain things. But I don't play games. Don't send me fucking just a little what you want to show me. I want in context.
Right.
We're not playing fucking games here, and if that's fine, whatever you show me, if I feel like that's sufficient information, I can ask more questions. But like, can you show me the several before that and the several after? Give
Sure.
me context. And sometimes still, and you talk like, so when people do that shit, whenever I've shared screenshots, like I share in context. I like make sure the overlap, the last line and the top line overlap as much as I can. I maybe mess it up occasionally, but I'm saying like it matters that like you're seeing the full conversational exchange, and then people cut out a certain part because they're embarrassed about it, or maybe they don't know what you'll think about that, and that's cool. Some things you don't need to know. I get there's private
Right.
shit. I get that, but I'm talking about cutting out parts of the conversation. We don't need to know that. No, you do, man. It's
Right.
like taking sound bites out of a news clip or sound bites out of a phone call. Yeah, but what did the other person say?
Right.
You know, what you just said. Like it's like Bill Burr. Um, like we talked about in the show, Frank. That would have been fun to bring up tonight too. But the clip where he was talking about he figured out finally how to argue with women and how to win, and that whole dynamic. And he said I found out like when you won the argument, when they know that you are correct, and whatever it is, they fucked up coming after you on something, they know you're right, your logic is correct. They will do everything they can to get you off point, to get you off the logic thing and all these different tactics. And he said, if you just stay on point and just duck the blows, and they get more and more intense, start saying shit about they know that hurts you, that you're going to be like your father and die alone, and like all this like awful shit. They're just trying to get you to call him a cunt. If you call him a cunt, that's it. It doesn't matter how right you are. It doesn't matter how patient
Yeah.
you were. It doesn't matter. That's it. Game over. Right. So if you can just dodge and weave and duck those blows, right, and then just take a knee, man, just write it out, write out the clock. He's like, so what? You won't get to sleep with her for a couple days. Rub one out. It's a champagne of victory.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like, so that's the thing, man. When you catch people in content, that's where like even the thing that we were reading the Johnny Depp thing, right?
Yeah.
Every newspaper had different sound bites, and they would focus on the tabloids where he beat her and abused her, and that may be true, man. I'm not saying it's not, but show how they put that out of context, like really emphasizing that and de-emphasize how she's shit in his bed. Like that was barely a part of that article or whatever.
And she thought it was fucking funny, man. Like
Right, and then like, but okay, the thing how they present the news in that, you can do it the other way too. And we found a good one or a better one that was more holistic, but like where they'll focus on just the shit part and the fingers. They won't ever talk about how maybe he also beat her. I mean, I don't know. Let's say that's the case. I don't really remember what we read. My point is how you can focus on one or the other, and it's not wrong. You just need to understand where you're getting your news sources from.
right.
So when it's people you trust, back to that dynamic, is that's the thing. It's like and why like. I don't understand. I don't understand why people would. I mean, I do. Like, part of me is like, I get triumph. Like, I don't really 3D level here, Kevin. You and I are trying to figure it out because I don't feel like you'd ever do that. I don't even know you super well. I mean, now that this has happened, like I'm re-questioning my trust of everyone. That's how deep this shit is.
Yeah.
And that's so like. I've just never felt that level of backstab. Not quite. I have it different times in different ways. But this is different. I'm a fucking adult. I'm a very smart person.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm a very good friend. I know that. So like, what? Like, how could you do this? So
Yours, like, my situation is similar but different at the same time. It's like what happened. Like my situation, it literally changed overnight. Like the person was like somebody beamed into them, and their personality totally like, you know what I'm saying? That's
yeah.
the best. That's the only way I can describe
Totally.
it. Like dress, music. Like I was like, who the?
Well, so then like,
who are
and
you?
then imagine.
And where the fuck is my friend? Like where's my fucking best friend? Because they're not here right now. Like that's how I fucking felt, man. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah,
Get
no
the
doubt.
shitty sound and stuff out of this room while I'm creating. Like
Yeah.
that. Like
Yeah.
it,
Well, then imagine it's like, let's see. Um, hmm. I don't know. Let that one go. Let's see. We got 5 viewers. 7 6 is 13. Okay, so here's my I haven't connected that portal thing yet, but on this topic, this is the thought I was trying to get to. Was that the solution is to be authentic and transparent, man. Like really, if I'm not ashamed of anything I've said online, really, even like conversations, like certain sexting dynamics or whatever. Like, yeah, I guess if anything, if you take out of context, sure. But like, if
yeah,
you put it in context, I'm not ashamed of my behavior. I'm completely authentic, man. The person I am on screen everywhere is who I am, and so those dynamics are in those engagements,
sure.
and in every engagement. So really, I have nothing I'm ashamed of in hiding, digitally or otherwise. That's part of why I've learned this a long time ago. When I can be open with my traumas and what I've been through and what I've done, or like, the shit in my life, then no one has anything to hold against me. I'm not hiding anything.
Sure.
And the only problem is like, yeah, I'm a very transparent person. So yeah, if you're close to me, and you know me, then you just understand that it's just whatever. So like, I don't know. It's hard, man. I just can only.
I mean, there was a like I'll have to I won't talk about it on the air. Like you and I can talk at a later time, and I can give you some
Sure.
in-depth shit
Yeah.
where things just fell off the wayside, man. And I was just like, how and like how long is someone who cares and is trying to show you that how long can they keep just talking or like to a brick wall basically and getting shut out, not getting it, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just like,
Yeah.
why the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different result. I'm like, well, fucking not crazy. I mean I am, but I'm not. So
Well, right, and that's like, and imagine like in that dynamic, it's where someone just teleports in, right? Different person because you see a certain behavior displayed in
that
front of you.
makes sense to me. I'd be like, oh, this is when you got deleted and this fucking thing came in. Okay, I got you. I could deal with that thing knowing that it shot in there. I'm like, get the fuck out. Like that's how that would start. Like,
Yeah.
but it literally,
Or-
man, I'm not exaggerating at all. It's just like, where
Yeah.
did my fucking friend go? My best friend for
Yeah.
a while.
Check this out. Check this out. This is really interesting to me right now. I'm dissecting I know the relationship. So there's several layers here, Kevin, that we haven't talked about. And, probably like, the ones are awesome. There's dynamics there. There's like 8 other layers like that, like this whole betrayal thing. That's in addition to the thing, that we're talking about here in life dynamics. Like there's a lot of layers. That's definitely one of them. That's what I mean, like a different habit pattern being traded on my life, being betrayed by 2 different people at the same time. Like, holy shit, man. So it's like trying to figure that out. Like, again, what am I allowing or attracting into my life to have this happen in this way? Take responsibility for that shit. Same time, it fucking hurts.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
Right.
And I forgot where I was going on that. I ended there. Or that part of that there.
Indica or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
This one. This is just cigarettes. I've gone through 3, 4. I got 9. I've gone 10 cigarettes in the 3 hours. Is that a lot? I thought I'd been through a lot more. I thought I'd gone through a box in the show, and I've never done that. I was like, man, I think I'm setting a record on my stress.
I mean, when I smoked, that was a pack a day. Like, so how much did I sleep back then? A shit ton. So probably about a pack every 12 hours. Because I'd sleep for 12 hours, be awake for 12 hours. Or be awake for 24 to 48 hours if we were tripping, like whatever. It was just a fucked up cycle.
Dude, we got to slay some dragons whenever that happens. Like Frank was talking about the community shit.
Yeah.
Like when I talked to him on the phone for a couple hours the other day, it was awesome. We talked a lot about some of those bigger, like legit 3D pieces that are coming into play and the things that I showed him and a lot of shit, man. So really just putting energy into that future. And that's part of like ancient proverb talks about that for lack of vision, people perish. If you don't have something to live for, that's why kids have a lot of times parents have a benefit in it. And I'm not taking away from how hard it is a parenting and how much you give your life over to that child now that they're, been ready to be a father for like 8 years. And my whole dynamic just didn't go that way. I like put that aside for the relational dynamic that also didn't end up going well. But that my point is, my heart has been that dynamic, like, and I've worked with kids, and like I understand the weight and the beauty of all of that. At the same time, like knowing that the practical dynamic of that a lot of times that gives you something to live for. You got someone to come home to, a mouth to feed, literally a baby that can't take care of themselves, or a partner that is pregnant, or a partner.
Right.
And so when you're doing that, on your own and for yourself, oh, that's a cool pattern. Look like a I don't know, like a cabbage and something else.
You got it's a squirrel.
Totally did. Was this talking about habit patterns or something? Oh wow, that's cool.
Having a partner, kid, like something to live for. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
I'm more aware now. I know I got to be the on point person here.
Awesome. I love how you learn to co-pilot the show when you're on co-pilot the host. You're now like, okay, I get it. Aaron's, I can let Aaron do his thing, but this is kind of where Aaron needs help. So even though he's the host, I definitely will do this and keep him on track or whatever. Give him shit. Let's see. Oh, Willis said, oh, that's right. So Willis said, a family that chirps together stays together.
Yeah.
Dude, I think totally, man. Like the whole plur thing. I mean, just really sober experience, sure. But I'm talking about when you can be safe enough with a group of people.
And there's that trust there too. Yeah.
Yeah, that you can actually trip together in a way that's cool, man. It's beautiful. Like you have great. I've done a couple group settings recently and like small group settings, but like it's been really cool. The conversations, the fucking fun time, man. Just like the laughs and like when you're at safe setting. That's
what I'm saying. Like as a group to know that you can fucking get your like lose your shit that much, but you haven't. You're just actively imagining in a good way that whole shit, and then when it starts, you see that ball of fire in the sky start coming up, it's time to go inside, or else like you'll get burned and shit, and then fucking you sleep it off and do it again. But that was the whole deal. Like in that, like there was three of us, the Three Musketeers. It was so solid, and we could lose our shit out there on that. Holy shit. Wow. And like we just knew, like normally you hear the birds start chirping before you see the sun come up. So when you start hearing those first birds, that was like your alarm clock to like, all right, how do we feel? Yeah. Okay, are you good to drive? We didn't live too far from that place either. So actually I lived right on the motherfucker, so it worked out. So, but like I know I said I was going to do it, and I probably will, but there's alligators and shit down here, and fucking that shit you didn't have to deal with up north. You didn't have to worry about some fucking gator coming out and fucking getting a fucking leg while you're trying to slay a dragon. Next thing you know, you're being pulled underwater and shit.
Yeah, the bad set and setting, bro. Bad set and setting.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why I started reevaluating that. I was like, okay, well, maybe not go on and into the golf course, especially I know like the holes where there's bodies of water and shit. Like just stay in an area that should be okay, but like there's still like fucking rattlesnakes and fucking there's all kinds of crazy shit down here that you didn't really have that worry about any of that stuff up north, but down here you got to consider all that stuff. So I'll probably still do it though.
Well, yeah, that's cool. I mean, if you feel comfortable, that's the thing. Like if you're in tune, like if you're comfortable, you're internally feel coherent with your environment. Like I didn't even think about this until Frank said it the other day when I was talking on the phone. Like because we were talking about people being able to do IA on their own, like if that's something they could do. And like Frank said, yeah, I mean, it depends on the person or the dynamic, but absolutely, that's how he did it in his parents' basement by himself, like several days in a row for weeks at a time.
Sure,
100%, and like walking through that dynamic and whatever. And he's like, look, you've done DMT, like you do it in your fucking van, like you do it everywhere. He goes, we can do that. He goes, yeah, you can definitely do IA on your own. He goes, that's insane. Like that you do, that's like awesome. Like that's just awesome. He's like, yeah, you can do IA on your own. You'd be fine. I was like, all right, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess some people need that camaraderie or that group setting.
Like for me too. Like that's been the interesting things I have done. I have 3 times, and it was once with 2 other people, and then once with Angela, or twice with Angela, 2 nights in a row. And there are different dynamics there. They're amazing things, but none of it was like Frank's experiences or a lot of other people's and whatever. And that's fine. It's not comparing or judging. It's just assessing
Right.
the differences and experiences. And I've just known the right timing of things. I've connected with Aya, the spirit entity, especially the next like week or 10 days ish after the ceremony, because it feels very much in my vessel. Like the resonance of that whole ceremony is very present. The whole cliche thing, but true. A lot of the work comes after the actual psychedelic experience, or the work, or the integrating of those frequencies, or you feel it for days. Really, it's there unfolding subconsciously or into your conscious mind or whatever. So, yeah, no, that's a stream of thought. There you go.
No, I mean, that's why, I decided to go the route that I'm going, because like you've heard me say, like, I wish those times where I was slaying dragons, I had the mindset where I was now, so I could do that inner work, because I'd be levitating and shit by now if that was the case.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm telling you, so me and Frank were talking about doing Lucy together, and I didn't realize, so this is because everybody does their own things. Like Frank loves mushrooms, right? And he's been doing a lot of Molly, other stuff at different times, and different things. And like, I'm trying to think, but Lucy's been very, like, he hasn't done more than I don't even know if he's done a full hit at a time. Because
Really?
when he does like a quarter hit, it just takes him to a whole other place. Like it hits him really intense. And so we've talked about it a lot of times. So he's done it a lot of times, the micro,
Right.
enough. Like he really is, and we've talked about it before months ago. We just we dove into it again. When he comes up here doing that, like 6 hits, like 4 or 6 tabs, like really going into this place. Now, Frank's, we'll see. We'll play it by ear up there intuitively and whatever. And what for Frank to have what Frank has, that's whatever. But I know so far with the dose and the gels and like whatever, this type, this is the experience I'm going to have in this space. There's a reality here that I'm waiting to bring Frank into so we can chat. Like there's shit here that like we'll understand once you're here. It's like going to, not even talking about your vacation or what you're going to do there until you show up. You don't even know if it's like what kind of whatever there is. You show up and it's there, like, oh fuck, there's a dock out there, so I'm probably gonna go. There's a fucking canoe or boat. I'm gonna go on the water. Let's do that and see what we see. Or like, oh, there's a beach on there. Or there's a fucking some woods, or I don't know. Like once you get there, shit makes sense.
Yeah.
And when you're bouncing it off another person or triangulating, and you're in this space where you're focused, like cognitive. My experiences for the most part have been in the higher doses. I'm pretty cognitively present, right? You can say I'm rolling or somewhat, but most part my psyche is pretty normal.
Sure.
It's the massive visual overlays, the swirling that goes on for hours, that affects the psyche and the way you experience the lights, and you think about that differently. And there's different in the movement of just any photons or lights or images, or in the mirror or whatever, that kind of stuff, which is my favorite part, by the way. Like really, man, that's such a psychologically fascinating thing to see. Like your face moving and swirling, right? Without effort. All you have to do is lock on your eye sockets.
The worst thing for like someone fresh, brand new to that shit is to stare at a fucking mirror when they're peaked. I mean, just because some people can get lost and start digging into their face and that kind of shit. Like I go out of my way to avoid mirrors, dude.
Okay, but here's the thing. I mean, how much of that are stories you've heard, or maybe genuine bad experiences you had, which would totally make sense. Oh, it's just 000 on my clock, or midnight on my work clock, though, military time. And I'm down in the industrial district of school. But like, for me, I've heard that, right? So I was really tentative at first. But the first time I did catch the mirror when I was on a higher level dose of mushrooms or something, I was like, I can't believe no one told me not to look in the mirror. This is the best, like on every level. And then a high level of, the LSD or Lucy, that's where it was awesome. I mean, for like an hour, and it was awesome because I'm seeing, like I'm present, but my visual perception without effort is doing what the screen's doing right now in a lot of ways, like in its own ways. And so because it's doing that, I'm processing myself, my face. I'm connecting to my soul through my eyes, like super internal time. And I'm seeing overlays on my face of like maybe ancestors come up or lifetimes, literally the whole energy of that face you know, or like some
yeah.
like part of me, some like childhood part of me, like I see it in my face, and then when I see it, I feel it in my body. So like
That's
I'm literally experiencing myself or parts of me or seeing like aspects of my DNA. I don't know, like that's what I'm saying. There's a lot that goes up in here Kev. Like that's why I love that shit. It's
man, that's
beautiful.
totally cool. Like I will say the one thing that I did notice, like so like the Timothy Leary acid that I ate, that I now think that there was some DMT like in mixed in there, and that's the one I decided to put my jersey up in the fucking rafters and retire, and literally didn't do any more until like I dosed with Shauna because she had never done it. Now, back in my day, but seriously, there were two types of acid. There was what we called hippie acid, and there was raver acid. Like raver acid, you could get cut with some speed and it'd like make you fucking like me, and then like your thoughts would get away from you, if you will, at the same time. Whereas hippie acid, you were present, the visuals were different also, and then the one, and also like used to like your spine would be fucking kill it just, and you feel dirty as shit, you know, when after a 12-hour fucking hello. So the difference being I spent 30 times more than I used to, but I was like, I'm gonna have this experience. Okay, it was way cleaner.
Yeah, no doubt, huh?
And your thoughts were present.
Yeah.
Like those Learys. So with that being said, I could see someone being able to stare into a mirror as long as their thoughts are okay and not lose their shit. It was that back in the day, you never know, man. Like you're fucking, next thing you know, you're peeking and you're fucking thinking this fucked up shit. Like, and it happened to me, but I just was a veteran enough even back then to know to, like, what is it?
Hold your shit together.
Dr. Joe fucking says, bring it back. You bring your focus back. Like basically that's when I feel myself like not slaying dragons, having fun, but like thoughts would start to spiral that could really turn negative and have me fucking lose my shit. I would fucking nope, bring it back. Bring it back. So I always just was aware of my mental state enough to know like, oh, well, this has a fucking potential for me to like lose my shit. So let me fucking load that, ding, and fucking be aware of that. Even in my teenage, when I was like 14, 15, 16, like I just could tell and sense it. What kind of and then another thing is if you had one person start freaking the fuck out, it would infect the whole fucking like that group, you know what I mean? Like you would have to remove the individual because that wave frequency would fucking hit everybody, and the next thing you know, everybody's losing their shit and having a bad experience. Like I've seen that shit happen. So like when I was I was like a dick like that. Like I remember this one kid, like Prodigy was performing, and I'll never forget, it's like stuck in my fucking psyche. Like that's how long ago they were performing at this huge fucking show in the UK. The dude started fucking losing his shit over Liam, and his make eyeliner and like the strobe light was on. I was like, how many times have you heard this song, motherfucker? Like, how are you letting it like permeate inside of you like that? You were probably just singing it the other day and now you're fucking free. It's the same guys, man. They're just performing. I'm like, get the fuck out, go home right now. Before like, so like I was a dick like that, but I was looking out for frickin' everybody, because 4 hours into that shit, when everybody's peaking, you don't want to have any of that, at least in my opinion, man. Like, but this is how you had to battle different batches with different fucking.
No doubt.
I swear to God, man. That's why I think it was like government fucking like, because we were right next to DC, and all the shit you hear about now that they did in the water and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you could not, like, it was, everybody had it. It was always changing, different formulas, different batches, different.
Dude, that's so weird because the shit I got, like, I know what it does, and I got enough of it to keep me happy for a while, like access to enough of it that keep me happy, and I know where I got it from. So, like, yeah, it's the most consistent stuff. I mean, I've done it a couple times now, a couple different kinds, and like, it's consistent. So it's really, and it's something I haven't saturated yet. Kind of like DMT, doing a bunch of times. I haven't like experienced enough of that route, those ways, those interactions for my just experience and understanding and whatever, and clearing things and processing shit or whatever. But also like interconnecting myself, and that's definitely one that I'm like, yeah, there's layer, like I was saying, being like bringing you and me and Frank are like physically in the space together. We're on the same plateau, whatever that means for us for dose, the same chemical, the same batch, same shit. And then we get to that place and then we just fucking look around, man. What's there? We just fucking chat and we just fucking create or whatever that means too. And even music also, for sure. Like,
I never have at that level. I have not yet to this day. I never touch my fucking music when I'm hallucinating.
Why?
I don't know, dude. I was like, nope. I'm even like in high school. I'm like, get that fucking guitar away from me. Get that fucking thing away from me. I'll listen to like music from artists and shit, but as anything that I have anything to do with, I'm like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to play it, and I'm not going to do it. Like I have. Maybe now it'd be a different story, but like it's just something. And I've only done it, like I said, that one time with this news. But I was sitting there looking up at the moon. We had a telescope out in the backyard too, and I'm just like, huh. I'm like, this is pretty fucking clean. Like I was impressed. You know, I was like, I don't see me spending goddamn blah, 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 blah. I was bitching about the price because it wasn't 50 cents anymore.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I was just being fucking stupid about that. But then I got behind the wheel of my car, and it was like high school, man. I drove fucking perfect. It was, what happened? Someone in the back seat freaking the fuck out. That then started permeating into my fucking shit.
Yep.
Making me fucking like start like that. I was like, shut the fuck up. Calm the fuck. Like, she's like, how are you driving? I'm like, it's second nature to me. I got it. I got this. So there were a couple times that like I almost like let their thought process take over mine. Like I'm like looking, I know the highway, and I think I'm seeing a bridge. Like I'm going under and over, and there's not one there. I'm like, wait a minute, this is my exit. Why the fuck did I think that there was an over? I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, now you got me fucking on, like, you know what I'm saying? So even then it was like, okay, I need to be aware of that situation and not let it permeate and come in and pow, fucking affect me like that. So I don't understand how you're even driving right now. I was like, because I'm a fucking pro. That's why. I'm like,
right. Well, it's like, it's like getting the question. It's like, well, are you paranoid? Are you paranoid? No, I'm like, trust me, I'm fine. We're trying to calm you down. Do I need to talk slower to convince you that I'm fine?
Breathe.
Like, really? I'm on my come up too, but I'm fine. You're not fine. I'm cool. Though. Are you sure? Are you sure you're not paranoid? Yes.
Yes. There was some strange people like walking down side roads that night too, man. I'm telling you. Like, and then like my boy's like, stop and pick them up. I was like, you must be out of your fucking mind if you think that I'm picking up somebody off the side of the road at fuck time in the morning. Like, and we're fucking all like, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's funny. It's all about the vibe too, right? If it's not sketchy, if it's just a whatever, the vibe is like, all right. And then it just happens, and it's just fucking cool. And they ride it through 20 minutes, they get out or whatever, and like. But yeah, I know what you're saying. That dynamic, sure.
And if they probably might have, because there was there was a party in the area that they probably were walking to or coming from. So if they weren't hallucinating, they were definitely on something else. But even for the freak out artists, we had built, I'd say, like a bubble where each of us knew the personality of and one's freaking out, but I can handle that. It's okay. To bring in a stranger, like that's fucking, at least in my experiences, it's a hard thing to do. And
totally. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Like the ideal here. So the modern culture, like in past experiences and setting, that always matters. The point is like ideally being in a culture too. And certain dynamics are like, that are chill enough. I've been in crazy synchronistic situations like this, where you're in a community where even if it's a stranger, it's not someone who's really a stranger. You know, they're part of the community, they're trustworthy, their vibes chill. Like really, it's just fucking chill, man, and like cool. Like that's how you meet new people in a cool way.
That place, those were all fucking good people, man. Like all good people. Where we were riding around in that night in the car, not on like it was more like the fucking, not fucking Jerry Garcia, not fucking, you know what I'm saying? So like I'm just always aware of my surroundings, and I, you know what I'm saying? Like because the shit's popping off, I definitely want to know about it so I can figure out where my exits are, or if I got to go through somebody, or whatever the fuck I got to do. Like I don't know. Like that's probably another fucking thing I got to work on. But it's not that I'm constantly in fight or flight. It's just, I get that. I guess it's in my DNA from my mom because she's fucking always like the observer, the quiet observer. Like, you know, shit that you don't think that she fucking picked up. She'll be like, baby, shoot some shit out the side of her mouth. I'm like, damn. I'm like, all right. Now I know where I get it from. So, but if I was at Wilmer's Park and the Nitrous Mafia was there, we were listening to Fish and shit and fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like that morning, dude, this fucking hippie chick fucking opens up the back door of the car and just hops right in. Don't know her from shit. She's like, hey, you guys want a shroom? As friendly could be. Yeah. She's like, I got this kind and I got this kind. I was like, I'll take them fucking both.
Yep.
And it was like 7:30 in the morning, and that was my fucking breakfast to start the day. I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. That kind of shit.
I could sense, I could feel, even though I hadn't yet, we got there late or early in the morning and just passed out. And then what a wake up that was. But I could, even not on anything, I could feel her presence and knew it wasn't like threatening or fucking any kind of shit like that. So I used discernment. But yeah, hey, I just figured that out for me. I do have the guard up sometimes when it doesn't need to be up, and that's some shit I got to work on.
Yeah, no, that's true. Like I've talked to Nate about that a lot over the last year. Like we ride together a lot about like, because he would perceive different. He'd put energy into just consciously, but he's doing it subconsciously. But he's giving a lot of conscious energy to seeing additional layers in the world everywhere we go, or different places of protecting himself, right? Or this shit could happen, or somebody could break in here. Like it's not like we don't lock our doors, like that's true. Like, and it's not he's over exaggerating. Like there's certain subtle layers that we've talked, like me and him have dissected this in different ways, just trying to understand, you know, because we hung out a lot, just like differences of how we see life and why we see life the way we do. And that there's like a level of understanding people and community and life that's up here. There's a level, if you've experienced some pretty fucked up shit in life, you see it down here in these lower frequencies, the lower kind of filth of society, if you will. Like that's what you've grown up with. That's what your nervous system expects to find as you go through life. Right. The reality is usually the median, right? You have the rich up here, or rich, call them whatever. You have these people that live kind of outside, or good communities, like good, we're trying to build digitally and whatever, and physically and otherwise. But like, good communities of good people that are just removed from a lot of that filth. They've healed themselves. They're great parents. They've healed their kids. Like it's all beautiful shit. And anyway, so but the reality is in the middle, right? Somewhere in the middle. We ride the wave in the middle. But then it's like if you're used to riding here, and then you find new levels of low down here, you can understand why people will always default to thinking it's all bad. The kids who've been in the camp, right? It's easier to just think it's all bad because it is always all bad than to think maybe I could go to that camp next year and it'd be amazing. Some kids, it's a hope. It's like really holds them on. Like some kids have written letters back. It changed their life. You know, gave them something to live for, to actually experience love and being enjoyed, and like beautiful stories, right? So it saved their lives and the whole. But you know, some of them though, I know past relationships and shit that they can't even receive that dynamic. And so, shit, I got totally distracted with that. Okay, I was gonna say a starfish story. What was this saying? Okay, that's what I was gonna say. So some kids have to almost dissociate from ever having had that positive experience.
Yeah.
Because even no matter how real it was, they literally cannot handle the thought that that's over, and they don't even know what to do with that, especially if they did something to fuck it up. So, but that's what they know is if someone's mad at them, that whole thing, it's easier to them for them to leave for whatever reason. Especially a kid, it's different, but this is childhood wounds in us, not
Right.
willing to be authentic and deal with when we've hurt someone or betrayed someone. You know, because that's the thing. I don't know. I'm cycling shit through here and just trying to. You know, how much space do you hold for someone when they betrayed you at the deepest levels you've ever felt that? How much room do you give them to reconcile? That's a choice, right? That's everybody's choice. They can say, "Fuck you, I'm done," right? Or
Or
block them and everything, whatever. Or is there like, how's there some kind of some kind of confrontation with that?
where if
Like,
you
where's the level?
if I was Aaron Abke, I would say that wasn't someone doing that to you specifically. It's you because they are you, right? Like, so if you look at it from that perspective, like the law of one teachings that he does, like I don't know why the hell I'm telling you this, but like what it triggered me to I just thought of that, like when he said that, like it was just like it's basically you not being able to handle, or you having some traumas or issues that particular thing's stirred up because everyone is you and you are so basically if someone, it's not that someone hurts you, it's you. I can't remember, I'm butchering it, like how he put it, like it's on some of his recent videos, in particular that he started adding more to his Law of One series and stuff that he talks about. Like, I just totally shit the bed. Like, I'm starting to get in your thought process, man. It's like, fucking yeah. This fucking visuals aren't helping.
Yeah, I know, that's funny. It does pull that shit in. I feel like I feel like it keeps the energy going, though. I think it's the only reason we've been able to go for 4 hours, 14 minutes so far. 15 minutes, right, as I said it, and 5 viewers.
Holy shit, really? That's, man, those people are asleep, yo.
Yeah, I don't know. We got 5 viewers, 4 real ones. I'm still on YouTube on my phone, so we got four real viewers.
4 real viewers?
Yeah. Let's see. I should have paid attention when you dipped out with Frank to see if that you came back in. Like if it dropped the viewer when you left the StreamYard, but I don't think it does. I think that is external viewers.
Yeah, I'm still not on YouTube.
Right. Yeah. So there's 4.
So yeah, I mean, certain. So and then Willow said she was having, and said we were all going through this. So I wonder on a collective that the last couple of weeks, especially with all the fucking bullshit that we're hearing. You hear one thing, and which is why I'm glad you did the walkthrough of the chop. You know what I'm saying? And then you see something completely different from what you're hearing, and like literally, like I have to put like there's like an inch gap under this door of air, and when that TV's on, man, that shit will come ping right into my fucking ear hole.
Oh, really?
Well, I locked the door and fucking got, and it used to go right over the carpet. So I'm like, hey, I can get in this room, but I'm gonna fucking break the door. I was like, is that cool? And so I was like, whack, and fucking broke it right off the light. So the new door that we have has that much of a gap of air, and that fucking air moves into this room when that TV, I guess it's because where it's angled also.
Yeah.
Wide open space. You know how you can look across from when you were up here? Like,
yeah.
Okay, so that shit comes in here. And then what you hear and what you read on certain outlets was like how fucking violent it was there, etc. But you walking through it, there was all different nationalities, races, things like a fucking 6'6" janky white dude could come up out of nowhere and double dutch with some fucking strangers, and it was all good. You know what I'm saying?
That's me. Yeah.
And then supposedly at night it became gangster as fuck and people got killed. Like, is that really like what?
Well, it's all there simultaneously, and that's, I mean, and I know a lot of that's, who knows how much that's media. I know someone got killed. I haven't heard all the details in the story, and like, I'm not saying it wasn't real and bad, like, who knows. But there's more there. It's like, oh, that doesn't work, and it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I don't think it works to take over a city like that. I don't think that's probably a good idea. I think it's better to build a community outside of the city,
Right.
get your own community going. You have your own community. Like there are a lot of communities that do this really well. I've seen them. I've seen families that kind of live a style. It's not Amish. It's just like very.
Shit.
They do their own thing, man. Not even Amish. You can't just get that from your head, but they do their own thing. The whole family does, and they're all really cool human beings that treat each other really well. The parents to the kids, the parents to each other. They're whatever their own unique flavor of human, but they treat each other well.
That's good.
You know, and they kind of usually have their own communities of kind of friends or families that are similar, and they're chill. Whatever their ways are really loving, or like they're cool, man. So like. Finding coherence with more and more communities in 3D. I mean, we're doing digital first and all that shit, but like, yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. You know, the hard part is work and all that stuff for sure. And like, times are changing now. That's the nice thing is you get those dynamics. There's so much work to be done on site. Depends on what your life needs are. It's easier for single people like me and whatever. Right. To be able to get enough money in a place where I can transition out of my job at some point in the future, which is going to be a while because of recent financial obligations. So, so like I'm gonna be there. So that's part of the Aya too, is like dealing with some root issues of like, dude, I gotta fall in love with my job to the right degree. Like, I gotta find someone to master it or like become the hero of my own story, like all this shit. And I just haven't been able to because I've done that for years. I've done this for 12 years. Like I've done all that. Like I've saturated every way to enjoy my job, and it's not hard. I'm not complaining about the job. You know, it's my just being so over that what I do, and it's just but I have nothing else to go on to financially. That's my 3D reality. You know, the show doesn't make anything. And that's cool. Like I enjoy the show. It's so cool to chat with you. Like turn into a 4-hour show. What the fuck? Cool.
Yeah, totally.
You know, well, there's lots of waves of shit. And like, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying. I mean, when this originally like came a thought in Fearless, I always resonated with it, and I guess it's like society is given, because of those fucking certain things, it's forming a community kind of got a bad stigma to it and stuff like that. But those people are those communities that have been able to go off grid and then totally just be like you were saying, under their own. They also have like their crops or whatever they can sell for income, and like everybody has a role that needs or wants one, and it's fully functioning. Like that's what's up. That's where
imagine like I'm glad, like, so filling that out, I'm trying to think for people. So you can do it. So part of people, it's like, I guess in the culture I'm around, and like just like the first world culture, I'm ready to at those transition, like to give up my Starbucks. Like I have Starbucks every day. I get in cycles, and sometimes I go like months without it, and then I have other shit that I get into habits of food habits, or it's like not right or wrong. It's I'm used to the lifestyle I live.
Yeah.
But like I understand economy, maybe not. Like sometimes you're near a city, maybe you're not, but like maybe the city's got a couple shops in it, grocery stores and like smart McDonald's, or I don't know, some like just a smaller town shit that's maybe half an hour away or 10 minutes away. I don't know, depends how far or whatever. But like that may not be there. So like I understand adjusting my life to a different dynamic where now I have a purpose here to build, to do shit, and I'll do fun shit. We'd have way more time to do crazy ass shit for the podcast and fun shit. Like that'd be a part of it. It's not like we disappear off the grid. Like we're doing the whole thing kind of like forever. Like Frank's show, like I don't know, man, we're here. As long as like we're keep having conversations, and as long as me and Zach just keep doing it, like it's here. So that's going to continue as like life transitions. Like you guys are coming with us. So
right. And I'm wondering, okay, so given that dynamic about the extended period of time you have to whatever the fuck, like it puts in perspective too, is what just happened with me. Is it freeing me up? Because like what I was telling Jen and what I typed in the chat is like, oh yeah, I told you too, like I'm just being very present to, because I'm seeing the synchronicities and the numbers, and I was telling you about like my test that I'm doing on myself. So I've raised my vibration. I mean, I'm not a freaking monk by any stretch of the imagination, but like the work that I was doing, I was making strides, because I remember when I'm like, man, I can't manifest shit, man. Like, and here I am fucking with myself in Walmart. And next thing I come around the corner and they're like, I'm like, okay, all right. I'll stop being a dick and I'll stop testing it. I've proven it. Like, I can do this shit like nothing. I'm like, that's a confidence booster. So now the next time will be even easier. You know what I'm saying? So all this shit started happening literally like within like the last 4 weeks. So I think what I told you is when you guys were going OG gangster fucking every night, and I was a part of it. Even if you guys weren't doing the meditations like Jin's show, OG Gangster was, and then I'd be in that vibe going into yours. But the thought and the conversations were elevated, whether you were talking about the lights and all that kind of shit. So I think I was at a vibration for so long of time that inevitably, like, whether I wanted to or not, I fucking got there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that makes sense, man. That's cool. Like, for the whole dynamic of the show being broadcast network, kind of, you know, like even like my sister's thing, we do 2 episodes 2 nights in a row, like that cooking show. Did you catch any of that? I know it's on your thing. You totally don't have to. But
No. I just like I saw it the next morning. I was like, man, fuck. Like, no, I haven't caught any of it though. But like,
it's,
my mom
cool.
constantly has on those cooking shows too. Like, so that's why I'm just like.
Did your mom? Hold on. Did your mom swear?
Yeah.
So she doesn't care if like the swearing and shit in there. Like, so I was saying, my sister swears and shit's on the channel, but not like excessively. But
fucking mom, you know what I'm saying? It's fucking.
All right. Just saying. I mean, who knows? Maybe take after your dad more. I don't know. didn't get to meet them, or didn't get to meet him anyway. So like, but like, yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's cool for me. It just worked out. It's my sister. That's cool. It's cool to help her out. She's always wanted. She worked in the restaurant industry. I think we talked about in the first one for, I don't know if she said 12 years. I always forget. Long time. But she wants to own a restaurant, and I won't say the name of the restaurant because it's fucking epic. But
you should check out this area, man. It's one of the biggest fucking like so many downtown Charleston like eateries like are fucking known, but like
Even
like,
you just saying it just sounds good, man. Yeah, I'll have to pitch that to her somewhere. You come in the chat and tell her about it. Like, feeling it's cool because like. I have the tablets set up at her chop board, like right down where she's chopping up food and whatever, and her hands and the knife and the food. And then I have the phone, the camera phone, or my phone, tuned into StreamYard and set up on a tripod or a little like the gooseneck shit at her face. So she's talking to the camera, but she's still cutting and doing her thing, so people can see the slow close up like technique. And this wasn't that hard. This is like setting up a laptop and a cell phone, or you know, it's just through StreamYard. You just kind of call in and then mute one and let the mic pick up from the other one. And like the second night, I did one where I was able to like cook on the cover at the gooseneck and like do a top down when she was like creating a blue strawberry vinaigrette sundae dressing for like Sunday ice cream sundaes.
Nice. Yeah,
dude, it was so good. And that's the other thing. I get to eat this shit. Like, and all of it's so good, man. And so like it was cool. I like throw this together, and like she has that now, right? That's her micro content. That's her on actually online. That's how she cooks. That's like what she does, the technique that she can show to like even resume shit, I imagine, like some kind of like digital presence. Like, that's cool, man.
Yeah. Like,
and interacting with people in the chat too during the show is cool.
Hell yeah. Like, yeah, that I don't know, like my cousin, his name's Kevin too, like him and his wife, like they made a living as being servers, not even chefs. It's like that's how much fucking money that you used to make before this whole like bullshit fucking happened. So that's affecting this industry down here, like, and then on a like global scale, like the music industry's been hit harder than anybody, I think. And now
this whole last like how long? What era are you talking about? The last like year or like few years or what?
Well, just like there's this thing I saw that
COVID. Because of COVID.
Well, yeah. Well, just now, these venues are going to be closing. Like, so.
Right. Yeah.
The 6-month mark is the tipping point for us as a country, and we're at what, 4?
Yeah,
like,
is that the numbers on that? I haven't looked.
Yeah,
at that.
that's like 6 months, and so many people unemployed. Like, there's we don't come back.
So Frank was saying, I think it's cool to say this. I don't know if I'm trying to remember if you said on the show last night. I was dealing with some other shit. I had me in my ears. You know, it was cool. So I was dealing with some shit, and the person I was talking to was a really safe person, and then I had Frank and Paula in my ears, like on my headphones, right? While I was like dealing with some texts and shit that were just fucking ripping me apart, right?
Okay.
But I had like that triangulation of just that safe space while dealing with some tough shit. So it's just cool in a digital dynamic or whatever. And I thought about that consciously at the moment. That made me feel better. Like I was triangulated by people I do trust. I'm just realizing like my own like trauma from this. I'm like, God, can I trust anybody?
Right.
Even Frank and Paula, but like I know I can trust Paula. I have a little stuffed owl here. Like I've always, I've really connected with Paula every time I've been there, and just we've built a beautiful. And Frank and I mean, like, fuck, man, this is like I couldn't even imagine his soul conceiving of doing something like this. It's just there's no resonance there. Like we're tight on that level.
Right.
Transparency, authenticity, honor. Never an ill intent, and always an open door to reconcile. On some level, it's just sometimes it takes time, and sometimes like here's the thing I was thinking about it. So I've been thinking about lots of layers of this shit, Kevin, constantly. Part of it's how much energy do you want to give to leaving a door open to somebody? Sometimes the pain is so bad, like you need fucking time, right? What does that mean? Or it's like, dude, we could have chatted about this, but it's like, no, this is so bad. Like, I'm not going to say I'm like totally going to pretend you don't exist, but I'm pretty fucking close. And like pretending like everything that's happened, like, all right, I mean, like just having to pretend that didn't happen, the friendship and shit, because you're responding this way.
I've had to do that to not recent, but like just act like it never. And I write lyrics about it too, but see, I think that has been a huge part of my healing process, having that outlet. It's like my therapist, my church, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
whatever, like heavy dope
I'm
going through. Yeah, whatever heavy dope I'm going through, man, I've just always been able to write it, release it. And whether I put it on a CD or not, the fact of the matter is I was just screaming my head off with the lyrics that I wrote about that particular fucking situation, relieved this fucking stress of my life. And I think that's what's fucking kept me young at fucking heart. And you know what I'm saying? Like that's just it's been my saving grace, man, more than anything.
You know what I envy about you, Kevin?
What's that?
Is that like, I mean, that's been true for me, not creating music, but music, like every season of my life, like D&B saved my life, and like music, definitely I connect with, and it helps every season. Something kind of comes along at the right time in the right way, and or older stuff in a new way, it's a whole other deal. But I envy how deeply you've connected, and I've connected with music in the same way, but in a way that like I feel like my connection to it is so broad and deep. Like I dive into these different facets of music, and this is kind of life too, part of my personality and the eccentricism and shit, and getting to know people and experience music, and experience tons of sets, like different sets and tracks, right, to put together the best D&B track that's ever existed with you guys. Like, so I'm taking like all types of music, but the thing with that is like on a soul level, it gets hard sometimes, and kind of in a place now, it's like, well, I mean, we've had this other shit going on too, but like there's no new music. I'm still definitely into the D&B stuff that's there, but it's not the same level of connecting with me it was. I can feel like I've had this happen before, and I don't know if you had this types of music or whatever. Ooh, those are cool on the screen.
Yeah.
But like that engine's going, and that's doing its thing, the D&B thing. But I'm also moving forward in time. That's still going for sure. It's there in me. Like that's going. But now there's something else coming that I haven't found yet. So it's like this liminal space, or this gap of like, oh, like this thing is going well. That's great. It's really, I'm saturating that. It's great. And I know there's a space here, but it's void. Like it's not filled yet. Infinite potential, right? For manifestation. It's there, but there's like this grieving, like, well, where is it? Like where it's just a black hole right now. There's nothing actually. Oh, and then like fucking, I found EDM music for the first time that just struck me, or different kinds of music, like then it grows and whatever. But the continual perpetual problem of my life, and I think that's like an Aries thing, and like there's different dynamics, or Leo, I don't know, there's different things, but is finding something to make beautiful and whole and functional and whatever, and saturate and then you have to find something else. I just have to. Like, I get bored with just that even when whatever great that is, there is more. And it's not like striving to know everything. It's not like that. It's not about wanting to know everything. It's just like a driving me, whatever sphere of life that I'm like putting my energy into.
Sure.
To saturate that space, but then and keep it like awesome. Now, like, what else is an overlapping sphere? Or what's something else that's also connected? Because like just that being the human experience, being the connection, connecting to people and how they experience life differently. You know, but I don't know. It's interesting. It's different. It's not like I want to go. I mean, I do like do the traveling type of traveling that I've been able to do last year and a half, and who knows what the world and COVID chaos now, you know, what traveling will be like. But I like doing that. But I really like having an anchor in a home, whether that's in a community or some dynamic, or you know, where I'm at now. Like, it's nice to have that place.
Sure.
So you're not just always traveling from place to place, and place is different. There's some kind of anchor, there's different energy, a home, your bed, safe. Like for me, most safe, sacred, awesome space besides my van, which it's up there, but it's definitely not as healing and great for my body to try to sleep in here. It's on my bed with a 100-pound mattress pad, the Magnetico sleep pad that's 20 gauss, and the purple mattress thing I got off Facebook. Like when I got that, one of the first things, it's great, and the pillow, and like I've got a weighted blanket. And got my incense stuff, and just like in my different stuffed animals or totem things and set up, and just like that's it, man. I'm there. I'm happy. That's that's where I'm gonna do my eye trip, like right there, that happy space.
Right. Yeah. Like, and I don't know, like the whole dynamic. Like I was telling Lisa the other night. I'm like, I've just been waiting for the world to get back to fucking normal, so I can release some dope music, travel, and fucking share it with good people.
Yeah.
That's fucking all I want. And I think,
dude, that's so funny because like, I mean, I've thought about that recently. Like, it's just not for some people, that lifestyle. And like, it's not like I'm saying, it's like, I'm just seeing, the Talking Heads Once in a Lifetime. Okay, I just saw your thing. I'll use up on that. Shit, what was the thing before that?
You were, I guess, going to comment on what I had said about the lifestyle, traveling, like.
Oh yeah, so that not being for everybody.
No, definitely not.
Well, like, but I'm learning that, like, is that what the thing that I still have in my head? It's not quite right. Because it's not like a gypsy thing, I guess, or maybe it is. Maybe I just don't know what gypsies are. And once if I'm living that lifestyle, whatever, I go, oh, that makes sense. That's what this is supposed to be. But I don't think so, from my understanding of it. It's not like a commune style thing in any way that I have in my head. Like, it's something new. I haven't figured out quite what it looks like. It is all these things.
No,
right? I'm ready.
Yeah, I definitely would need my sacred space, but to go and, I'm not even talking about the big fucking tour bus tours, but to travel to certain places and cities or whatever on a smaller level and play to where the energy exchange can happen. There's fucking nothing like it on the planet, man. And if they're trying to shut that the fuck down, like, hell no. I'll be front in line to fucking protest that shit till I'm out this bitch. Because you can't, but that's how I feel like this whole thing has affected me, on the macro, that there's been no live performances, man. Nobody's been to a concert, and fucking, how fucking, like,
I know, man. It's like
that's
crazy.
Oh my God, dude. Like, everybody's.
You know what the worst thing is for me personally? No festies. I was so stoked. This is gonna be my first year to ever do a festy. I was trying to get Nate to go with me.
Yeah.
And like, you might have done it with me, and like, just I was definitely doing that this year. And like, nope. So far, anyway. I mean, who knows how it goes? They might. I think. Yeah, I don't know if they do Facebook groups or like Facebook is reporting them now as like being illegal, probably. But like, we were saying, hey, meet up here. Like, if you want, wear a mask or not, or like, who cares? We are having a festival, or maybe they say we are going to wear a mask, but we are having a festival. Like,
oh my God, yeah, like,
yeah, I don't, but then they get in trouble. I don't know, probably.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh man, that's why. Like, I understand what Zach was saying. Like, on a private piece of property,
yep,
that they cannot come on to as long period actually, but if you know adults are in the area not fucking wilding out being stupid, just being themselves, and that's what I'd be leaning more towards, not like, because Live Nation is one of those people that fucking book those festivals and they just put a new set of rules into the smaller that musician that are just trying to get from one date to the next. Totally fucking them, dude. So now you have like Foo Fighters and stuff speaking up, which is what needed to happen anyway. So it's good to see that like the bigger names that can pack stadiums are sending a letter to Congress to ask for funds so venues can stay open. It's this new shit from Live Nation, and they basically have a monopoly on fucking venues. Like they made $4 billion from the mathematics had. There were like so many, I think a couple thousand shows per day that company fucking booked. So now the rules have changed where if you don't exceed a certain, or if because of this shit, ticket sales don't do as well as they're supposed to, you're only, instead of reaping 100%, you're only going to get a 25% of the ticket sales that used to. Dude, it's fucked up. Like the promoter back in the day, right? They were the promoter. They take all the risk. They get all the reward. Like, hey, we're gonna host this motherfucker. We're gonna bring you all in. We're gonna pay you this much, but I'm gonna take the door or whatever the fucking. You know what I'm saying? Now they're fucking pushing that shit. So now it's the musician is taking risks. Like he's a promoter and he's not getting any fucking where. Like that's just some wrong shit. And the dude that was breaking it down was saying, you know, there's some bands that just take that money just to get gas money to put in the bus to get to the next fucking gig. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And if they don't hit ticket sales, like they're not going to be able to fucking tour like that anymore. And unfortunately, that company is like fucking Facebook of live venues. Like they own a monopoly on that shit, and there's nobody challenging it or anything like that. So that's why it's up to the Foo Fighters and those big names to where if they just stepped away from Live Nation for a certain amount of time, it would cripple them. But we would be united on a musical front to like, hey man, you're the fucking promoter. You fucking take the risk to reap those rewards. Don't start pushing it back down, because the Foo Fighters are going to make, Dave Grohl's going to get his money. You know what I'm saying? It's the smaller bands that do those side stages like me and Frank or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's where that shit would be crippling. Like we wouldn't even be able to do a tour on that kind of through that kind of venue anymore, because of it wouldn't, like, so much energy expended for no return. Basically, you're getting fucked. Bad ROI. So you'd have to book private fields from hippie dudes, you know, here, and do it that way. But basically, you start becoming your own fucking booking agent as well. Like, makes sense. But if that's how it's, I mean, the major labels aren't a factor anymore, thank Christ. So it took me, and still, I find myself in that mindset still, because it's how I was brought into this thing. So it's very fucking in my brain. The fact of the matter is, you don't need them anymore is beautiful, but I'm still in that. I gotta be the best, because the best rose to the top, and they were noticed, and the shit went down, and that was the way it was. You know what I'm saying? Where there's no more need for that kind of cutthroat competition. So that's why I keep that on the forefront of my awareness too. So I don't slide back into that. And that can lead me to start thinking that way in regular life, not just in music too. So that's why I'm always harping on myself about that kind of stuff, to just keep me aware. Like, and it's funny, you've been talking about what you like, having this devastating, situation happened that now it's flipped script where you've at least stepped back and be like, well, I don't know if I can fucking trust anybody. Like you've had that moments, you know what I'm saying? Whereas there's been beings that showed you top to bottom that there's not any ill will or bad intentions there, but still it was such a fucking out of left field that you got uppercutted that it made you stop and actually think that.
Yeah, and that's like, and I even think that, feel that, like that's still a very real feeling. Like that's something because I'm aware, because I choose to do my shadow work or be authentic with myself. Like I'm aware. Holy shit, sunlight. I'm aware when something in me, like I want to be aware, and because I am aware, I take responsibility for what's in my awareness. You know that is underlying underneath there. And that shit. What was the thing I was talking about? I'll try to finish up with one more story. We'll end on like 444. That'd be awesome if we pulled off with 4 viewers. Because 4 is the one number portal shit I couldn't figure out. What was I trying to connect to in an earlier episode?
About being relentlessly nice. That's how it started, and then the fucking sidetracks and other portals got opened up into other portals and fucking.
Okay. I don't know how it connects, but it's what I'm thinking about right now. It's like the dynamic of being relentlessly nice to your own detriment, right? Leaving a door open for someone to reconcile with you when they betrayed you. Like, where's the door? That's everyone's choice, but I'm understanding the choice where you feel so betrayed and so hurt. Like, and I'm a very forgiving person.
Sometimes you need to shut that fucking door, man, and deal with it. This is only, it's probably shitty advice, but it's how I had to do it at one time. And totally just, I called it horse blinders. At one point, I had fucking horse blinders on and only looked dead ahead and stayed in that zone. And like, it's literally what I had to do. Or else if I like looked over here, I'd see that. I'd be like, nope, stop that. Like go over here and I'd just black hearted up and go down this spiral of fucking craziness, man, that I was in for a long time that put me in jail for a year. And like all kinds of, like I was on my way out. Like I was like that broken by it. That was where I was, my goal. You know what I'm saying? So it took that.
That's so funny because it's like, with all the other shit going on, like that, like there's so many layers. This is just one, like very recent one, but like there's a lot of layers like that on other levels going on. And then this, like something inside my brain's gonna snap. Like I'm gonna break down. Like this DNA skid is gonna break. I don't even die. I don't even know what that means. It's gonna break down for a while. I don't know what that means, right? Well, that might happen.
Like so that time, that whole time I was in the fucking clink, like, definitely not like 7, but I was definitely not on any substances. Period. Sober, fucking slammer, and that was fucking foreign as shit, man. I was like. First like couple months I was like I didn't know what to fucking do with myself because I'd always like any kind of emotions. Males aren't taught in society to be in touch with their feelings, so but rather than be like meh, like if there was a bad feeling or some emotion I didn't want to deal with, I just threw chemicals on it, you know what I mean? Meh. So that was my way of fucking not dealing with shit, was chemicals and stuff like So when this what I said, what caused the black heart happened, and then you're sitting there in your fucking own thoughts with no fucking shit, barely even damn like caffeine after, you know what I'm saying, just a whole new dynamic. I started processing shit. And then by the time I got out, I made up my mind right then. I'm like, I cannot be in this fucking state anymore. Like, I know all the wrong people, all the wrong things, and I might do good for a week or 4, but I'll run into somebody that I went to school with because I was born there, you know what I'm saying? And like fucking, you were talking about the old street, the old neighborhood. I was like, I cannot feel that shit anymore. Like, I'm fucking over that shit. So I came here where I have no fucking history, no fucking memories, no nothing. And this is where I started the horse blinder shit. And then finally, I don't know, I can't even tell you how long it was. that finally, like, I took them off, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, well, that's not bad. Let me fucking try some chemicals here. Let's see what fucking happens. Just because it's a Saturday night and I want to fucking, oh,
Yeah.
all right. So but it wasn't overnight, man. But I seriously shut the door to that individual, and there's still trauma there, man. Because obviously,
Yeah.
that was like a bait and hook fucking situation, and I fucking knew the mathematics in my head on that situation. Like, it was fucked up. It was like the worst
Yeah.
white trash fucking show that you'd ever seen. Like,
Yeah.
and I let that shit play out.
Oh. Yeah.
Like, really,
No,
man?
I feel you. Yeah, that's that
Like,
dynamic
really,
of like,
dude? Like,
and it's especially when you know, like you're saying too, like when you know there's moments where you chose consciously to go along because you had a different expectation in mind. You trusted them at some level to at least like, if I'm putting this extra effort and energy in, you're at least going to let me down easy, and whatever that means. You're not going to fucking stab me in the back, right? Like, you didn't see
no,
that coming. Like,
I
you put all
fucking
this extra energy into it.
down the road, I knew, like, but see, here's the interesting in that aspect. There had to be a time where they consciously, and what I found out was happening, where they would come back and accuse me of fucking doing what they were out doing. It's because they had a guilty conscience and they fucking were trying to fucking put that shit on me. But like, I've tried, and it's not very good, because once that dynamic started happening, what did I do? Chemicals, so I don't feel it. And then that affects my memory at the same time, so it's kind of choppy.
Oh yeah, because with the benzos, the other ones that you're talking about.
Oh boy, yeah. Oh boy,
Yeah.
yeah. So, like, but I've sat here they will come across my thought process. Yeah, exactly. Like, I literally had to do that. I'm just for my own safety. You know what I'm saying? Like, just shut that down. I'm like, has it served me? What the fuck was the end result? Oh, I got Blackheart and wanted to fucking leave the journey early, for fuck's sake. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically where I was at. And if it wasn't for that time period I spent in the clink, I would have very well successfully orchestrated that shit. So that was the whole perspective too that I had to just sit back and marinate on. Like,
you know what's interesting on that dynamic? If we're gonna since bringing that dynamic up, because like ending my journey here early or suicide, right? In one way or another, you're done,
right?
Whatever that means, right? Like that to me, it's funny because I feel like I think me and Zach can talk about it conceptually, but he doesn't. I think if I'm remembering our dialogues right, I think we've had a few of them even on the show or whatever. But he doesn't relate to wanting to commit suicide. He enjoys his life enough. Like, he appreciates and enjoys his life. Like, really enjoys being here learning, even though shitty experiences, all that. He doesn't relate to that feeling. I don't believe. Or there's probably people like that. Zach's just one that is, good one to ping off of in this. Oh, there's it's a leaf. I thought it was a squirrel or a little mouse running along the railroad tracks. It was a leaf blowing down the railroad tracks.
Like, and now I totally am where I have his. I mean, the abundance is a mindset. You have to fucking, act as if.
Right. Yeah, totally. And embody. So that's part of the feeling thing, right? So then when you hit it, wow, that was cool. Fractal shit or whatever that pattern stuff was.
It's like a laser, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's cool. I wish I someday. Yeah. Oh, so embodying the whole dynamic of shit. What was the thread we were on? What we're talking about?
Leaving the journey early.
Okay, right. Dude, this is cool. We're getting a jive going. I'm like, I get lost, but you're right there, man. It's great. So I relate though on different levels. Like I've definitely been at a point before where now we correlate as a Kundalini rising experience. Back then in the paradigm I was in, it was a baptism in the Holy Spirit. Okay. but it was before in that my life. Now it happened at 17. But I had a lot of experiences leading up to that point, like lots of ups and downs, major depression, parents' divorce, and like I mean, all the insecurities, suicide to the extent that you can about that age, like 11, 12, 13, and actually I was molested about that time and blinded that issue out for the next 5 or 6 years before I dealt with that, which is the whole other story. But that dynamic of so the up and down roller coasters of life. Well, after the Kundalini rising, like that roller coaster was up here, so even your lows weren't nearly as low as before. Like you connected to yourself, and that thing, like in a way, like fuck, man, life can be amazing. Like you just, you break off those traumas and those just the weights and the depression and the shame and the guilt and like, fuck, man, life, awesome, right?
Right.
And saturate that shit, and you ride a roller coaster and shit, and then it's like. Then you hit spaces though, and then like so there's that dynamic of being so satiated with life, because I have been up until even doing the fearless stuff before all that. Like I was so satiated before, like with the way I'd lived my life in a relationship that like no one would ever know about if I never like ever talked about it or on camera or like never didn't care about that. I know that I loved her, right? And I learned to love, and I learned to deal with my issues and that dynamic. And so like I was satiated with my existence here and all the stuff I tuned into digitally to the outside world, even before I met Frank and made all these connections, my own prayers, my own internal things I was doing in me and like in the actual matrix and the grid and like the different cosmic grids. And like, I know the stuff that I was doing, organite everywhere, and just like all my own ritual stuff that I come up with and just incredible stuff that I knew was profound and powerful. I didn't need affirmations. Like I knew what was happening, right? And I get the affirmations at the right time, the synchronicities of just like life and crazy ass shit all the time, and the changes in me and seeing different revocations and getting freedom from reptilian shit and having my own like dreams and meditative, intense, semi-psychedelic experiences, you can call them, but they're just but that was all sober before psychs. And where is it leading that together? Okay, roller coaster. Okay. So being so satiated that like I don't like it's not that I want to die, but I certainly don't want to live in misery. Who does? Like I've had enough life experience that who wants that? Now like it depends on circumstances for one. Like I've always played out the timelines if I went to prison or anything. Like that's one of the worst things they could do is send me to prison. Stick me with my mind, and that's all I've got to do is connect to myself. I'm gonna turn into then I'll finally maybe grow up a little bit, stop smoking, and turn into a seven Bomar level like human being, because he's got his shit on point. Man. He does. He's got his life together, man. I'm working on my shit. Right? I'm working on my shit. So like you stick me in there and like that, you strip me of all other distractions, game over. Totally, man. It's game over. That's good. That's the kick I needed to just fucking deal with whatever I got to deal with in the deepest ways. And like I will create community in there. Like it'll be a Jesus story, right? It'll be fucking it just would be like in some weird way, because I just know.
Yeah.
So like I've accepted that though. I'm not joking. Like if that shit were to happen, like whatever. Maybe they really crack down on psychs and they're tracking the show and shit I've said and like some shit and like holy shit, man. Like what the fuck? Dude, I'm prepared. Like I understand. Like I prepare myself for those realities. So like I know I can not just survive, thrive. I can.
Do a 2 for 1 for canteen, man. Hey man, I give you 2 for 1 a candy bar. Like you put.
We selling smokes, man. I be chilling with people. Jesus, be smoking with people and chilling. Damn. I bring Sykes in there. Bring fucking Sykes in there. That's what would happen, man. That's what I bring in. I trade smokes for Sykes. I'd bring him in, and that'd be it. It'd just speed up the process.
Wow.
Just speed up the process, dude. Totally. That's what I would do 100%, man.
You'd be running the canteen,
dude. So like, okay. So then though, like, okay, if I'm going to live, like, day to day, it's fine. I'm interacting with people. It's cool. I'm satisfied enough. But like, you need to have reasons to live. Like I've talked about this lighter a lot. Actually, it just happened to be in my hand. But Nate got me this lighter when I was going through this. When I was really talking about different. It's got a wolf on it.
Okay, yeah.
Wolf totem. But when I was going through some other shit and just like making all calculations like this, percentages of reason to live, and I was like, Nate gave that to me. He's like, yeah, I was at the gas station. Him and I have been having these conversations for weeks and using these number things, and he got that at the gas station. He goes, oh, you've been having that wolf totem thing, and you had this thing and this thing. And so it just made me think of you. Anyway, I got it for you. And I was like, wow, thanks, man. That's like a solid 1% reason to live. Like, it may seem really low, but it's like, dude, it's not like this is the, I met the love of my life and like, or all this other crazy big time shit or like fucking launch an album or like, really something to live for right now, and fucking go on tour or whatever, the things you in that dynamic for you, like whatever, man, it's something like really exciting. It's like 1%, like, but like, so it does add positively to my life. I'm really thankful you did that. And at the same time, if I'm at 0% and this I fucking roll over and I want to die and I find this, you might have saved my life, man, because you did something like really kind for me. So even like that's why like every little bit of love, like no love is wasted. Even love on people that betray you, I don't feel that's wasted. I can't, because the experiences of interactions with them that were pure, that were great, were beautiful. That's true. That's real. Great. But like now the relationship's different. Okay. But like, I'm not going to be like, well, that everything was a lie. Like maybe that's a psycho manipulator person. You're like, holy shit, it was all a lie. Okay. Like,
Well,
then you may never know, but
take what you need and fucking leave the rest. There you go.
yeah.
That's what you got to do. So those parts that were great, like that's what I was also saying. Like at some point, at least in my situation, there was a fucking shift where that shit started. And you always actually, if I was where I am now, back then I would have fucking saw it and been like, yo.
Well, that's where like I'm like,
I'm out.
when in the recoil of like
Hindsight's always 2020.
Well, right. So in the recoil of like, oh my God, can I trust anyone? It's also figuring out, okay, what are my new boundaries with people now? Or like, what did I miss? Did I miss some kind of intuitive, like, should I have known? And how did I miss that? And then if I did see it, but chose to ignore it or chose to like, whatever, I want to understand it better, because maybe I don't want to choose this next time, because this really hurts. This sucks. So if I can avoid this, if I can sniff people out in this way more, or just have better boundaries, then that's cool. But the difference would be not going like, it's finding that balance, man, right? Because you don't want to just recoil from people, and that's cool to do for a while. You got to do that sometimes. But
I did, man. I shut myself the fuck off. But that's what I needed to do for me, and I had to have that narrow vision. Like, get up, go to work, come back, do it all over again.
I had years. I had years of that shit. Like when I was trying to make it work, but like it's not. But it's just like, well, like that early on, like in different dynamics, and like finding ways to, in my own thoughts, to try to figure things out before I actually got some rubber on the road, I guess. Yeah.
But now, now I wouldn't, like, even like with the experience that shitty and like took on its own other thing. Like, I appreciate the experience that I had. You know what I mean? For when it was and what it was. But the moment whatever being fucking jumped into the fucking situation, that's how I'm just, as a joke, I'm just gonna look at it that way. It's easier for me to process it if that's actually what happened. Otherwise, I don't know. It was like, or a severe case of schizophrenia. I have no fucking idea. Like, and it's, but that being said, I can remember the exact night, what happened in the dynamic, and like nothing was the same. Like, arguments started fucking over dumb shit, and it just fucking didn't get any better. And then like I'm sitting over here trying to like, hey man, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? Because of my obligations. My mom's always said, like, I'm loyal to a fault. Like, even motherfuckers that I went to high school with, like, I'll fucking stick up for them while they're talking shit about me fucking behind, you know what I'm saying? That's just, I don't know. I don't even know why I'm like that, but that's like, if I roll with you, then I roll with you. You know what I'm saying?
But it's funny. But it's funny how like when someone else like is disloyal to someone you're loyal to, that's a fucking red line. Game over right there. That. Yeah, it's funny how it works with people too. That's just like, it's finding that balance where, because I take on more abuse in that dynamic than most people willingly of an unbalanced relationship. That's like, okay, friendships, like, doesn't have to be a huge imbalance, like a weight on your life. It's just some people only have friendships or relationships that are beneficial always. Always. And that's not bad. Like business partnerships or like friendships, like we're hanging out. Ours are beneficial always. You and I haven't gotten any fights. I don't really see that happening. If it does, I don't think that's going to last very long. Like, so our relationship is beneficial always. Cool. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's always beneficial. And then if shit gets weird or hard, or somebody has some issues or has a bad day, or like some shit goes on, or some really fucked up shit, again, it's like, how do you, it's like, oh, I just, you have this issue, or you're just whatever, and you just bail, or are you able to be present?
Well, that's if I'm having that kind of an issue, then I tend to stay away from everybody. So I don't fucking lash out and say something to somebody that I meant for somebody over here. So, or that I meant over to myself. So if there's an issue like that, I'll just
listen. Okay, I'll address this. This applies to the other one person listening. We probably have Willow. That's the two people. We have Willow probably still, and then my phone. So it's two. We have two other listening. And so I'll put this out to anybody who backstabs like this. Like, when you self-protect as a generality, maybe you're listening at some point to this. This is why you be open, authentic, and you don't say shit behind closed doors to anybody that you wouldn't have put on a billboard. Have some fucking authenticity and integrity. Jesus Christ.
It's so
like, really.
It's so
and if you're
difficult for people to fucking do.
What I'm still trying to put the pieces together. This is from someone that was incredibly loyal, and has actually accused me of violating that in a way that this is beyond that.
That sounds like but it was. I'm like, get the fuck out! Like, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Whole shit.
I've had to. Here's the thing. I've had to Let me add to this. I've had to verify my reality by being able to have many in context screenshots that actually proved this person wrong. Right? Wow. That's the thing. They're caught in it. They're fucking caught. And it's like I was like thinking I'm crazy, like the way that it was being recounted. I'm like, wow, and like, wow. Fortunately, I've been open and honest.
Wow.
You know, with people I thought that like I could trust, and it's like, so here's the thing, man. It's like, I don't understand sacrificing a person. I don't understand that, and I thought this person would either. I feel like you understand that just from our conversations, Frank. I don't understand this at a core level, that you would choose to sacrifice a person by talking shit about them.
Right.
In such a way that literally assassinates their character. It's amazing how this theme is playing out in my life right now. And majorly assassinates their character to retain one friendship because you thought you were going to lose both. So you sacrifice a person. You don't just deal with both.
Huh.
But that is dealing with it, because you're telling one person one story.
Yeah.
And you're dealing with the other person a totally different way while you're literally shitting, and then even saying, you know, that maybe you didn't even say, you said positive shit or whatever. You're telling you a whole different story.
That's fucking hard work, man. Holy shit. And then that aspect, yeah. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole, it's this, for me, it's the simplicity in it. Like, I just would, because of my experiences I had watching, we nicknamed him the man who tells the truth, because he fucking spit lies all the time. Like, that was a shitty ass nickname to have, dude. You don't want to be somebody like that. I'm like, dude, you know how, like, every time you'd ask him something, and we'd purposely do it, like, you know he was lying if you heard him go, like, you'd be like, hey, what?
That will tell us and shit to certain people.
Huh? And that would be his brain starting to formulate the fucking, spinning the fucking gears to spit out the story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I saw that firsthand for many years, and I'm just like,
well,
that's
and the thing that's worse. The thing that's worse is, like, I mean, not worse. That's just as bad. It's its own thing, right? Of different ways people lie or will backstab or something. Is that it's the reasons why they do it. It's like knowing why. I mean, different people have different reasons. It does help for closure reasons and shit to really understand the psychology of why. Like, you understand why they did it. Like,
assholes, and they're out for themselves. How about that?
You'd think, but I'm too smart for that, and I care about people too much. I care about friendsps. I do. Like, I want to understand. Like,
man,
what's that?
I was trying to make it easy on you.
I know, but I get that. Like, I get that problem. I appreciate the advice, but like, I've thoroughly saturated that. It's not satisfying. It just isn't, because I understand people too well.
Swing
and like part of here, like, so obviously there's a big miss here. Like, whoa, so like, what happened? How did I miss the ball on that one? Set up on the tee, I thought, and like, you know, like, for it being a normal, like, conscious friend, and conscious uncoupling can be friendships too. It's like, if things get weird for whatever reason, some politics or something, it's like, hey, I love you, like, for example, love your show, like a Frank thing. Say he started posting too much truth or shit or whatever. And I love your show. Really appreciate you. But I'm muting you for 30 days. Not that they have to say this shit, but like whatever. I'm muting you for 30 days because it's just like I'm dealing with my own shit, and the politics for me is still a tough one. Whatever. I don't know. Some shit that's kind of like you're not that Frank would know in this dynamic, but say he would know. Say it was someone he did interact with regularly and they just kind of disappear. And like, you know, so it was nice to let them know it's a conscious uncoupling in a dynamic. If they had an expectation, especially if they do, say Frank talks to a person pretty often, whatever that was, and they just bail, like, so you have conscious uncoupling or space. Like if I need some days off the show, I'll probably write. I was thinking about this, how I would write it, like a post to the group, right, saying like, hey, I'm not, like I'm fine, whatever. I'm taking some days off. Like, how do you say that in a way that's like, one, I was going to start with, first of all, I know this isn't an airport, and I don't need to announce my departure, but I'm going to.
Right on.
But not like from the show. I mean, I thought about it too, like, oh, that wording, people would freak out, think I'm like departing the show, and I don't mean that. I mean, like, that's funny because I did a post back in, I think I talked about before, but like December or January, or I don't know, sometime I took a break, and I was posting like 10 to 20 things a day, different fucking cool ass gifts or shit that came up. Yeah, for a while. That's like the mode. I was talking about Frank's in this mode and shit. Like I was in a mode, man. I was really interested in like these things and reactions I was getting from different people and and just understanding things, whatever. And I finally decided to take a massive break. And so I wrote this post about saying, I know this is kind of like on one hand, I think kind of corny. Like I'm writing a post to say, hey, I'm taking a break, but I feel like I get enough interaction with people on here that I don't want anybody to worry. Like whatever, I'm just taking a social media break. Made some comment, like thing that was witty and true and whatever is fine. Great. And somebody on the comments though, literally in my comments, like someone who like I don't even really know them, one of these random friends, right? Literally in the comment says, "This isn't an airport. No need to announce your departure."
What a fucking chode! Like, damn.
No, but like, right? But it was hilarious to me. What a good insult! That is so true. Like, that's so funny. Like, it was so funny to me immediately.
You felt responsible for those relationships that you did, like mold and have some energy exchange with. That if you just didn't reply all of a sudden for a number of days, that you were just letting people know you hadn't fucking like you're just taking some you time, a little fucking time out. That's all.
Yeah,
I see the importance in that. Like,
I appreciate it. No doubt. Yeah, that's cool. No doubt. That's funny. I was just trying to think of a way to like also make it funny in that dynamic and like
be up in your head all day with that shit, man. Driving yourself. Oh, do a rewrite. I fucked up. Like,
oh no, I'm already working on processing all my feelings with a multi-page letter, which is helping me process shit with like what's going on, like recreating my reality. I'm like, no, this shit was real. Like, and let me process some shit. Like, yeah, there's another side of the story here.
Like if you journal the shit, like kind of like I did with the lyrics, and then light that shit on fire and let that shit go.
I've done a lot of that stuff. Yeah. Well, it's like part of it is like, again, the level of friendship you have with someone, how much effort is like sufficient to feel like you tried to give them an opportunity to reconcile. Not that you have to, like, and there's no right or wrong here. Like, people can do what they want. I feel like for me, that for most of the times, and this one for sure, that there's some level of like, just blocking you and cutting you off. I've always had a hard time doing that with people. It's been very, very rare when I do that. Very, very rare. When I actually block someone, will block them because of them, because of something they've done, or you're like, literally, I have to get them totally out of my social media awareness. Like, it's that bad, or that it's just that can't deal with that person and that dynamic in my life. Very, 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 very rare. So I know some people like ghost people, like it's fucking lunch, fucking lunch on Sunday or whatever. It's just something they do all the fucking time. It's like, I'm dealing with you. And I get that with.
Frank was the one who brought up, like, put it into my awareness that you could put people on timeout for fucking 30 days, man. When I started keep seeing COVID posts from fucking people that clearly, I'm like, how are you not grasping the fucking situation of how much bullshit they're like? I'm like, 30-day timeout.
Yeah.
And like, I totally forgot about it. And like, seriously, like 4 days ago, I see the fucking post. I'm like, has it been 30 days already?
Yeah, that's interesting because and we've talked about it too. I just haven't done that with anything yet. I just find whatever's on there is pretty, I don't know, it's cool. It's interesting enough.
It was like a level of stress was removed from my fucking face.
Well, you're saying that again. Because I was thinking about a way, like I don't feel like dipping off of the social media or doing the shows for like taking a couple nights off. I don't feel like that at this point. I may, now we've talked about it, I'll announce it. But like, I'm finding ways to change the digital media interaction because it can get stale, just like the same feed-ish, same
Yeah,
people. So like even just muting them just for the sake of like, that's kind of always been there. It's cool, but like, why not get rid of that or that person's type of thing or that's types of things and try to refine it a little bit. So it's been cool meeting people like you've been in most of the shows. You remember Brie Larson, Brie Divine from the
I
Instagram? She's
know
on the
her
show a couple times.
from somewhere, man.
Well, she's been on the show a couple times. Like earlier on, the first like 20 episodes or so, first 30 for sure. She was on like at least twice
When?
on the show or in our shows, like the first like 30 episodes.
The very first episodes, like I was up in the zone and I didn't even like come in.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's right. You came in a little cord 7th, 8th, or 9th. Well, I think you were probably there for one of them. And she went into, I think it was Zach dipped out at one point. I talked for a couple more hours, and she had we had similar relationship dynamics. I think she does a lot of stuff with narcissistic abuse, and I mean, she does do a lot with that. She's written a book on her own story that's actually really profound. She's just a really.
Was I messing with you one night and saying I was talking as you? Is that what it was? Remember, I was like, I would like to take you out to dinner. Like I was. Remember? Do you remember me?
Oh, maybe. I don't know, but that's funny.
That was me talking to the screen as you. Like I was. Like, and that shit was scary as fuck because what I think, and then you fucking say it, like, and I'm just like, like that shit was weird. Like I kept pushing the boundary, but it was funny, man. Like you guys had a good dynamic, if that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, so I started acting into you, and I'd be like, I'd like to take you out for some steak. And like, I was totally doing this fucking character. I don't even know why. But that was like, I was entertaining. Yeah, it was fun. Like, if that's who that is, then yeah. Like, she's dope, man. Like, yeah. So I remember that specifically too. And that's, I don't know. Like
that she's dope.
Yes, street slang, man. Like,
no, I get it. I'm saying that's a snapshot. You also remember that she's dope.
Hair on or some shit. No,
no, that she's like. And looking back, your snapshot, your energy read of her is she's dope. She's cool.
Yeah. I mean, I was totally having fun as you in the space that night because of your dynamic. That I thought it would be a good fucking match. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And that was
that's fine. That's cool. That's if it's Bree, that's because I was gonna say she's a cool chick. She's got so I started like so since she was on the shows, like I looked at because Zach knew her from social media, just being he was around her posts and they kind of interacted. And then so I was researching, who she was, subscribed to her Instagram, and then she does live videos pretty often or those things in there. So I catch them occasionally and like
it's gotta be her. Yeah, it's gotta be her then. Yeah.
Okay. So like, but it's cool, man, because I've never really Instagram's not my thing. I haven't really followed people and like, I get Facebook Live notifications, Frank, or different people I've tuned into come on or whatever. But like, I haven't done Instagram since hers, and so it's been interesting. There's shorter bursts of videos. She's a really interesting person. She's really like the way she thinks about shit's pretty cool. Like she's been cool to talk to. Like had some conversations with her recently, and like she's just like cool to talk to, man. So it's like, oh, it's cool. There's a lot of cool people out there.
Yeah, for sure, man.
That's cool.
It's gotta be who it was then.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I was gonna say, cool. But then the connection to the COVID shit and whatever. So she's got a post. Like she tried to go into a store. I think it was shortly after they passed the recent laws. I think it was this week here in Washington on Tuesday. You had to start wearing a mask to be served. Anywhere. So like if you had to be served at a restaurant or at a store or grocery store, you have to be wearing a mask to come to the store to be served. They legally cannot serve you unless you're wearing a mask.
Wow.
And so
how is that constitutionally fucking viable, man? Like what?
Yeah, well, it probably comes down to the fact, I mean, it's legally enforceable, but it's probably also just down to they don't have to serve you. So they don't want to get in trouble. They may have trouble enforcing the fines if it's not constitutional, which I don't know. I haven't really looked into or thought about that. But like the private business owner has the right to sell to whoever they want in America. So if they don't want to serve you because you're going to get them in trouble, then just fucking, they're saying just fucking wear a mask. And so most businesses would side on that just to not stir the pot or whatever. Maybe other ones are being really defiant. Maybe they are standing on constitutional rights or something.
Right.
But like, I get why there would be, I get why there would be that dynamic. Like I have to wear a mask now to weaken a lot of buildings. Like actually a lot of buildings, I have it just looped under my headphones down around my chin while I'm walking to buildings or whatever, and I just put up while I'm in the building, check the boilers, and then just take it off. You know, it just is what it is. Like I'm not gonna fucking put up a stink. I want to get my job done. Like I have a hard time enough time doing my job anyway. I want to get in and out as soon as I can.
Right.
I don't care. I just don't care. Not right now. Big picture, mind control, blah blah shit. Absolutely, it's happening. We're in it. But like, this is where I live now. I don't live on a commune. I don't live fucking outside the city and like don't have wear a job. I don't need to wear a mask. I do. That's the least of my problems right now. I do not need to add. My dad said something to me that always stuck to is that life has enough. Don't go causing any drama in your life. Like life has enough drama for itself.
True.
Just like let that, like whenever you can let shit go, like the mask shit, fucking at this point, like fucking, I don't care, man. Like if people want to chat about mask shit, then like, what was one of the other things? You know, I do it in a way like I don't care if they want. A lot of people don't. I haven't gotten to want dialogue about it. I'll make comments though about like, yeah, it's rebreathing your own air and your bacteria and carbon dioxide. Like it's provenly really unhealthy for you. And I'll make some comments, but I'm not like angry or upset. That's like, wow, I didn't know that, or like, yeah, I looked into that. I've been concerned about that too. I was like, yeah, it's something to think about. Like it's not much about. I mean, sometimes there's conversation there if they want to talk, but it's like I'm not trying to get in like discussions or arguments. And most people like, I don't know. It seems in some people we were visiting in their units in Seattle, even like Capitol Hill area, we're still pretty annoyed with it, or just kind of like jokingly about it. They're not like all on board and freaked out. They kind of don't like it either. It's just, I don't know how many people they have to talk to it. And then you got me and Nate coming there that you could say are way more conservative than the liberal mindset in Seattle, if we want to put those terms on it. But we just think for ourselves and we're a more broad spectrum of information. So then we come in just like, yeah, the mask, rebreathing the thing, it's like shit, just casually. And they're cool with that because they could be offended, right? That we don't need to talk about that, where they're just doing some service work. We don't talk about personal beliefs or any of that. So that doesn't have to talk about, or it doesn't have to be brought up. So anyway, it's interesting. Hey, we're back up to 6 viewers. How did we gained a viewer?
I thought you said
2 viewers.
1.
No, we were at 4, and I said my YouTube was 1, and Willow, which she said she's still here a little while ago, and then that was 4, so we had 2 extra viewers. So now we got 4 extra viewers, so 6.
Damn. I'm sorry if she watches this fucking and she found out that I was acting as you, being a dork, talking to.
You're talking about in the chat in the show, right?
Yeah, I'm being goofy, whatever. Like.
Yeah. I know. Now I'm connected. You're talking about Messenger, I think, right?
Yeah, I was sending you. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it now. I was trying to make the connection. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's funny. It's like again, it's like there's like nothing there. Again, you wouldn't necessarily say on a billboard like there's nothing like there. Exactly. It's inappropriate. Like, it's totally lighthearted.
You would have never known that I was doing that, but I was like, I'm gonna tell you. So
yeah, isn't that interesting? I'll have to actually look back in the history and see what date that is. Just like verify. I'd be really curious. Interesting you'd say that. That's like you being like some kind of weird matchmaker.
Dude,
I'm trying like, oh, hey, do that.
I was reading like the vibes there, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah. I'm gonna become him and fucking make this shit happen. Like I wasn't being creep style or anything. Like I was legitimately like saying, hey, dinner and a movie.
So, like,
let's go.
Like you're perceiving very strongly a positive timeline for me and this other person, whatever that means. Just cool interaction. Like it doesn't mean anything.
I'm not like that at all, but for some reason that I don't know.
No, that's totally funny. I mean, that's you being authentic, and you're not like being intrusive. You're in that way presenting me with a timeline that's at least bringing it into my awareness, because I totally forgot about that till now. That was just kind of, I got it was funny, like cool, and she was cool and whatever. It wasn't until like, I don't know, a month, 6 weeks, like recently, last few weeks, something connected with her and just chatted, and it was just cool, man. But then now that you're bringing that up to my awareness, it's like, oh, so you saw that at the very least, like it'd be cool for us to connect, which we did, and that's great.
Like, and I mean, I'm not like a freaking like empath by any means, but like I can read and I can feel when something works and it's cohesive. Like I can definitely, sense it. And when shit's not, I'll be like, yeah, fucking nah. But like that's what.
Yeah.
I stepped into character as you, and was like, "Hey there," like being that little fucking. I don't even know why I was doing it that night. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's cool, man. That's interesting. It's the way people like. It's almost dissecting why people do that to each other. You know, like girls do that maybe more often, intuitively or just culturally or whatever. That dynamic that they and caring about relationships and stuff, maybe in different ways. So they perceive positive connections, positive relationships. They've just learned culturally, like to chat about it. Like, hey, so you guys want to get together? Like, you guys want to like setting people up or like encouraging people, or guys are just kind of like. I mean, it's kind of different. Like the dumb guy thing. It's like, oh, she's hot, or her. Like that's cool. I get it. But then there's other ways of like encouraging. Man, like she's cool, man. Or you guys seem to like resonate. Like you know.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like maybe you should check that out. So no, it makes sense. So, that's cool. Thanks.
No problem.
No problem.
I thought you would have fucking resonated with that shit back when I fucking said it. So I just actually forgot about it until you brought it up again. And that's what made me it triggered. And I'm like, oh, is that the one? Because like
what's interesting about that too is like I've had a dynamic where I was in at Northwest University Bible College, but on Monday nights they had what was it called? I don't know. It was a thing where they did a live band deal, but it was an extended worship time or whatever, where it was very there's some sets they did, but it would go on for an hour or two afterwards, just live music, and people get up there maybe and sing, or different people would speak, or different, like it was very, very in the flow, you know, very psychedelic in that sense. You create an atmosphere of unity, of heart brain coherence, and the spirit moves, the Holy Spirit, which is a thing, but there's also the connection of the human spirit flowing into space, speaking out words and words of affirmation and words of knowledge about people's lives. Like I've done these things, like a lot of times. It's been a long time since I've been in those settings, but that's different ways of just perceiving things about people that help bring healing to them. And somebody, you know, like it's just really powerful, the things that can happen in those spaces.
Sure.
And anyway, so I remember after the session, she used to be my youth pastor at one point, but we're both going to college there. But we're really good friends, and I had this word for her. Like I just knew that I was supposed to share with her the phrase that you are. I could feel all the emotions, everything she was going through, the things in her life and everything. But the phrase that mattered to her to hear that was that you are. Do not move one step to the left or to the right. Like you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Right, something like that. And so I was waiting for her. She's talking with people, and I was waiting for her to be done talking with them. And I ended up wanting to go. And I was just chilling for a while, but I was going to head out. And I just let it go. I said, all right, well, I'll just tell her when next time I see her, whatever. I didn't see her for like 3 weeks. I'm at her place. We're talking, and I'm about to leave. I go, hey, I remember 3 weeks ago we were in the chapel after the thing, and I had this message for you. And it was that you're exactly, don't move one step to the left or right. You're exactly where you need to go. She's like, shut up. She's like, hold on. And she went up and got her journal, came back down. She said, right before you came over, like I was just finishing up journaling and whatever. And she said she was processing a bunch of shit, and she had just written, she showed me. She said, I have all these things right here, whatever, but I feel like I can't take one step to the left or to the right, that I'm exactly where I need to be. Like verbatim, but it came to me 3 weeks earlier.
Right.
Damn, so it's crazy. Crazy shit, huh?
You time traveling, man.
That's interesting, because I've had that said to me a lot in the last year too, in very interesting ways. Like Angela said that about me at times. And we're in like Kentucky, the middle of nowhere, and I don't know, gas station. I mean, there's just smaller town people, and like I forgot I was interacting with her behind the counter, just casual conversation, and she said, "You sure you're not a time traveler?" I'm like, what? Like, where is this coming from? I said, actually, I think I am,
You rolled up into some small town and just dropped some fucking nuggets of info on the fucking person. That's probably...
It was different, though. It was a very mind... That's why I was trying to think how I interacted with her, how I was dressed, and my demeanor. I'm from out of state, but like... And then whatever I said to her, there really wasn't anything deeply profound, really. It was a very simple conversation. No, I know, but I know how, like, different people...
Okay.
Especially traveling, like I know, like that's what I'm saying. I don't think I said a whole lot. Casual, light surface conversation, just getting some food or cigarettes or wherever there, and like really casual. And she just like she made this comment that was like it was so resonated with me, and it was so because it was so unexpected to me. It's not like weird out of the blue, but
it's both stories that you said. It's the only thing that makes sense, that you're actually Now you're seeing the vans on the opposite side. That's your perspective that's flipped for whatever reason. So there's something for you. I don't know what that's about because I don't study the stuff, but you definitely are time traveling. However the fuck you want to look at it. So I think all this shit is speeding up. Like my abilities coming online more so.
Yeah.
So obviously you're going to be able to pop up probably at, I mean, so we're being pushed. Everything's amping up to this fucking timeline till, I don't know, the great cosmic fucking golden age. Whee! To where we don't have to talk anymore. We can just fucking.
Let me throw this other experience in here where, all right, I'll have another cigarette, I guess.
Yeah, we're both fucking fading, but then you'll say something, and I'm like, "Oh, that makes me think of this."
I know. I keep being surprised at the waves we catch because like we get dipped out anywhere in the last 45 minutes for sure. All right, so shit, what was the thing saying right before this?
Oh, like I was saying that talking about the fucking being pushed, accelerated towards something because abilities coming. You time travel.
Oh yeah, okay, time traveling. Okay, so this other anecdotal
Damn, I'm
experience
good
with
at
that.
this shit, man.
Yeah, you are, man. Fuck yeah, you're a good fucking sidekick for fucking my memory or my rabbit trails or Aaron getting lost. What was the kick again? This isn't even weed, man. I'm just tired now. Like I'm just tired.
No,
like what was it again?
Like time travel. You specifically.
Okay. Gotcha. So it was something that happened since the show started. Talked about it on the show. It happened like in the first 10 episodes, probably. I think the name came or whatever. And I was in my van. I was down by the water, and I like to go down the park or water during the week, during the day. Just my job allows it. So I just, instead of just pulling over, and a lot of times I pull over a van, but also be down at the water, especially when it's nicer. And anyway, so I was in my van, and I remember the dynamics. I was kind of just like in that semi-nap state, like where sometimes I'll lay down and just take a nap because I have the.
You were at Theta. You got or Delta or whatever.
Something, yeah. So like I can go to Delta in 2 minutes, and it's the semi narcolepsy sleep disorder or disorder dynamic. And so I just take naps. So I was in that place, and I decided. I think at the time, there's times I lay over and take a nap. Like I've got a little bed there. As soon as this show's out, I'm taking a nap, like right here. I've been kind of leaning over in the space while we've been talking. And like it's decently comfortable, but I'm still not like laying down in my, be stretch out my legs or whatever. And so there's times though I intentionally sit up to try to stay more tuned in, like to engage astrally or something, or like maybe hit additional levels where I'm conscious, and staying in that state. And I remember being there and it got really like lightheaded, like fuzzy, like almost going to pass out, but not. It was like the fuzziness of tuning a radio or some shit, right? I mean, kind of like that, but
yeah,
internal or digitally or inner, whatever, dimensionally or some shit. And I remember telling myself, like my higher self, but just myself, like Aaron, like a solid voice of myself, like Aaron, and telling myself like the space-time coordinates, like a being here, Earth here. I mean, you can put it in English words like Earth here now, whatever. But it was also very much I don't remember them now, but like actual coordinates or words about like, and I just needed to remember to anchor myself in right here now. Consciously, it mattered in this moment. You got to think about these coordinates to kind of anchor you back into reality or this time or something. This is like a weird experience. I had sober, like I wasn't high. This is me just like literally in my van, I go into meditative state a little bit and just having this deal, So it is really interesting that theme keeps coming up. Like, who knows what the fuck that means? Maybe like once time speeds up, I'll be like a Nightcrawler or something, like teleporter, time traveler, kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe, like I don't know, mix that together, some kind of shit. Maybe that'd be cool, man. If I can figure that shit out, that would make my life a lot better right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, like the technology exists, man. Like that's what I'm saying. And maybe with some of these free energy fucking devices coming out, I mean, all that shit's gonna just accelerate exponentially. You know what I mean? So
Frank was talking about too. Like, I mean, potentially. I've heard this. I'm trying to remember. I heard this also. And there's different theories about how the money will be distributed. Like, actually, practically, how do you get money and back in the hands of people, or the freedom from debt and from needing a job? Right. Always talk reparations on the show, and there are different ways that they've talked about the trillions to hundreds of trillions that they have confiscated back from different levels of the upper class financial elite, if you will, and all the esoteric systems and the money hidden behind those, so that there's a lot of that's been, especially with the arrests probably and things, being actually confiscated. The Federal Reserve has been incorporated by United States government into the Treasury, so they're actually within the government now. So like, and I just saw the video I posted today. It mentioned about the income tax being abolished or something. I don't know if I was talking about it should be or it has been. It could have been a writer that's gone through on a bill recently or something. I didn't know that, but like, brings these other streams of like potentially people getting reparations, whether it's racial or some kind of reparations for having to pay income tax for us and our ancestors or just our lifetime. But like, literally people getting like $10,000 to $30,000 to $50,000 a month for like a year or some shit. Like,
that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, and that video you posted was that guy said that taxation was started illegally and it went to the government for them to pay back debt that they had accrued. So basically, it's, I mean, as by dumb circumstance, like I stopped paying my fucking taxes 3 years ago. It's like because I was paying for somebody's fucking schooling and I got tired of not getting my fucking shit. So I've stopped filing. I had all my documents just in case they try to Wesley snipe me. I have them all right here, but like, I'm not fucking. Nope. So I've just.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, like, yeah, if that's where we're at, like, really practically the next few months, because really, I mean, I'm just thinking about that at the surface levels here, because I haven't dove into that argument or the numbers on that or whatever. But it would make sense to me. I mean, talk about recharging the economy. Everybody's going to buy everything. If you're 18 or older, you get, $10,000 or $12,000 a month.
Yeah.
Like, just because, and if you're 30 to 40, you get 20,000. Or if you have married, you get 60,000 or whatever it is. But like, well, I mean, that's a month. I'm thinking a year, but whatever. The point is, they have, even if it's just one set number, that people are going to buy fucking cars. They're going to buy all sorts of products. Like, who cares, man? Right now, let people spend the money how they want. It's irresponsible, and they're like, that's just delaying their spiritual awakening. So what, man? We'll use our money to go build communities and actually create spaces when they're ready.
Sure.
That they can have a fucking community to go out to and have ceremony and just be around cool people and like let them come. Like, if you build it, they will come. So those of us who want to use that money, if we can, in our dynamic to get out of debt or whatever that looks like, or to build up enough to actually spend it on something that we are creating it something into the new world in 3D.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I mean, me, like in my dynamic, I'd reinvest in myself because basically as a creator, like if you don't reinvest in yourself, well, the rule is you got to pay yourself first before you pay anybody else. And then, with that, I don't focus on that kind of shit. I mean, it'd be nice if you open the mail one day and you're like, oh, what the fuck is this for? Oh, my ancestors, blah, 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 blah. Holy shit, this is happening. Like, I'd probably at first be like, go and buy some dumb shit really quick. But I'd pull it back and be like, well, remember how I just felt like the last fucking, like, yeah, struggling, fucking, you don't want to feel that way anymore. So you be mindful of it and set it somewhere, not in the mattress, but just somewhere that, hopefully you can get some interest,
right?
And have it for said community. Or if we need to buy a fucking bus to fucking do those small tours or something of the sort to get this country back to some kind of normalcy. And if we have to start our own fucking tour, then I'm game with that too. Like, and so it puts it in perspective. Like, me in that older paradigm, I would have never been able to step into it with the freedom and clear mind I have now.
Yeah.
So that's part of that pressure valve and stress being like, okay, like this is how it's supposed to be. So for those who are still resistant or maybe just not discerning the fucking narrative that's being spit in their face every day, then hopefully some dope ass tunes with message underneath will help speed that process up. And
Totally. And in the meantime, like, so what a great way to bridge the gap. You don't have to fucking try to like go chat with them about sports. You don't have to fucking you attract the people who get attracted to the music.
exactly.
And then there's gonna be cross connects. You just talk about life, man. They're gonna still enjoy shit. They're like, it's a good bridge to not have that to have to write truth or shit, or even have to talk about neurobiology or like, you know, all these meditation. I mean, you just fucking, it's a bridge to connect to people. That's really what we're trying to do, and help people connect to themselves.
Right. And on certain topics, that's why I said on the Sons of Sun Facebook page, like, anything that you hear from Frank and I will be from our experience only.
Yeah.
And it's only like, so what we've gone through, this is what we've done that has helped us. Hopefully it triggers something within the listener to then inspire or, you know, wake their ass up too. That's the whole goal, to get us to that point to where this dark bullshit and all this fucking stuff just is transmuted out. I mean,
Yep.
I didn't know it would come and be like, you know, 15 years ago, my vision of my talents were totally still fucking off to this Pluto, where like I'd be rocking stadiums and fucking riding the big bus and the meh, like that's like, and now it's narrowed focus to where I actually visually see it. And like then those weird things started happening when I visually saw what you and Frank were talking about that one night, and then like that. So just weird shit had started happening, like synchronicities that are undeniable, manifestation at super quick fucking rates now. So I'm just kind of like, okay, levitation is coming next, and I will be the first motherfucker to be doing that. Like, I've already told myself this, so I'll come out on stage, fucking just, now I'm just being a dork, man. I'm just being tired, but I mean, really, it starts with that kind of thought process, and then if that belief is there, dude, shit.
Yeah.
But if I get triggered and start remembering some past shit that fucked me up, that totally takes me out of that fucking mindset. And then I got to fucking deal with that mud for however long it takes me to fucking, you know.
So, like, that's the thing. Like, so I feel like my life is pretty trauma free in general. Like, when I've dealt with traumas, I deal with my traumas. Like in the past ones, I dive into them, I heal them. Like, I want to deal with them. That's what entheogens, different psychedelics help you be psychedelic, the present mind, or your mind being present, so you can be aware. And that's where some people don't want to look in the mirror. Like, they see scary shit, they don't understand it. Maybe there are demonic things or overlays. Like, sure, there's also traumas and stuff that just they don't want to look at that shit. You know, they may even know it's them. They think it's this other thing. Like, it's probably all you. It's in you or around you or because of you somehow. You're perceiving this for some reason, right? So maybe there's some things attacking you. There's some legit things that you need to set protections or boundaries. That's all super legit. But like, as far as like the things inside of you, you know, what are you so scared of? Yourself? You know, it's like, and that's like, once you're aware of that, I don't want to be scared of any part of myself. So like, when you experience everything, like in these new traumas that I'm dealing with right now, I'm allowing myself to feel all of it, the pain, the betrayal, the hurt, right? But I'm doing what I can to, again, like, manage so I don't react to this person, I respond. That's why I'm writing out like multi-page letter to process, like I have already. I reviewed it like 50 times. There's new things that have come to light I'm gonna have to review again.
Hey man, that's,
you know, and it's like
99.9% farther along the damn path than most. I said 99, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's shit that came up that my first instinct is like, I don't want to fucking, not right now. Like, because that'll take me over here and keep me distracted from my, you know, ultimate goal. But obviously it's fucking rearing its ugly head because I haven't fucking dealt with it. So I need to take that time and fucking bask in the fucking shit and like smell it and taste it and fucking make poo figures with it and fucking then
totally. And that's where, like, I'm just like submitting to what's already there. That's the thing with me. It's already there. Like, why am I running from something that's already there? It's been my choices my whole life. Every time my spirit or whatever is presented me with you know, sometimes wanting to commit suicide or just not knowing why to go on. Like you haven't had enough, like you're young enough, or you haven't had wheeze going on. But like you don't have to do this. You can choose to not do this route or to endure this for the reasons you are. Like they're good reasons or whatever, but you don't have to do this. But if you do, like here's what this will look like. Here's if you don't do this thing, here's the way your life timelines and stuff will go. They're all awesome. None of them are bad. But if you do choose to engage this thing and deal with this thing inside of you, look how much more amazing these timelines are. You know, and it's like, wow, shit, why wouldn't I want to try to get more on those timelines faster and faster? So that's, to me, why I've always been transparent and authentic, because it's like, I have to be. I knew I'd probably be, you know, my life would be online some point. Like I kind of knew my life was going this way. I know I'm unique in that way. And like, and Frank is too. And a lot of people, like, just totally transparent with their life. You know, like totally raw.
Yeah.
And doing everything to obviously respect boundaries of people. And that, of course, like that's the thing. If Frank and I ever, and you know, if there's ever like weird oversharing or certain details, Paul has caught him on the show or certain things, you know, making sure not sharing certain people's stories without permission.
Right.
That kind of shit, especially if you're attaching names and shit to it.
Sure.
So I mean, there's that. But like part of that's like, dude, that's never intentional. Like me and Frank, like if that ever, just to any future listener, like if anything's ever said, like let us know, you know, or Zach, or just if there's something there we feel was, you know, it's overshared. Like that's never intentional. It's never intentional to do that, and that's definitely something to be addressed. Like shit, maybe I totally blew it. You're right. Let me like cut that out of the video. No big deal.
Yeah,
like we can go back and change that shit or mute it or whatever.
Even me having that perspective, like hearing the way that your dynamics go with Zach, even if I'm not on the show or whatever, like I can hear the tones of voices to where it's not a ill intent or anything like that. It's not. If you're mentioning somebody, it's definitely not to be you know what I'm saying? It's like that's what I've witnessed anyway, and that's why I totally don't get that. I've never felt the vibe from anybody here actually where I'd be like, got to keep an eye on that one there, fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like then you find out that when you did have to keep an eye on, like, oh shit. All right, well now
you're
great.
back in there.
Yeah. Thought I could trust that discernment, but okay. I guess that's life. And like that's like part of, I guess, like I don't know, transmuting for the collective shit too. Like there's definitely certain traumas that I know I don't want in this life. I'm not gonna have in this life. I've chose not to have that. They're just not even in my awareness because of that. Really, in the awareness of my timelines, how they lay out, and all the variables, and they could change in certain ways. But there's also ones that I choose to take on, you know, for other people, burdens for other people that I love, to be there for them, to support them, to do, you know, things even above and beyond, because for whatever reason, I care. I'm one person on the planet, but I seem to care about you a lot. Family member, sibling, a friend, a dynamic. Let me do extra for you. Let me energetically hold space, or like, you know, and that's beautiful when it's like received. People are so thankful. Like I was flipping out there for a couple weeks and you really held space for me. And like, you sent me texts every so often, and like, can be really cool, right? And like other times, I mean, it's part of just like the community dynamic and caring about people.
Sure.
Anyhow.
Yeah. Hey,
I guess we can make that the closing. Anyhow, I didn't really do that on purpose. I was just kind of like, it's late, and I just repeated myself.
Rolled your fucking eyes too, man. That's really shitty.
Oh, come on. It's not you. I'm just like, almost 6 hours, bro. 5:46.
How are you going to go that long and then end on a fucking eye roll and a fucking meh? Like, okay.
Sorry.
Like,
sorry. Bad show host, Aaron. Bad show
it's all
host.
good.
All right. Well, yeah, that's cool. Well, let's wrap us up. Still here. Like, subscribe. That'd be great. Links below. This is Kevin Grooms, and he's also Paranormal Portals. We're gonna Paranormal Portals on Twitch channel going up soon with music shit. We talked about that a lot tonight, and a lot about other stuff. Johnny Depp and turds and Heather Turd. Is it Heather? Is that her name?
Amber Turd.
Oh yeah, Amber Turd instead of Amber Heard. Yeah. So, and pooping in Johnny Depp's bed. That was a thing that's happened in the last 24 hours apparently in the news cycle. And we read some articles early on the show when Frank was on the show. Frank Castle from Frank Fearless. Please check out his shows as well. Son, his show is streaming with him and Paula as the translator into our show at the beginning every Saturday because we connect our community. We are the expanded fearless family. And Kevin, what do you have to say?
Hey man, I didn't know I'd be able to get into a flow, like being able to recall your memory for you, but I think I'm patting myself on the back there. I did a pretty good job once I realized, oh, okay, I got it. So, hey, Zach,
Yeah.
I'm filling in, and it at first it was shaky, but it lasted old school style, like 6 hours, man. Holy shit! Yeah, I gotta get back to some music, man.
That's so funny. Yeah. Cool, man. You're right on. And that's it's funny because like, yeah, you definitely picked up that flow really well for picking up my rabbit trails. That's fucking great, man. Good to know. We'll just pick up on it next time. So like 10 minutes into the show, you're like, oh, got it. Here you are, and that's where you left off.
Hell yeah!
Legit. All right, guys. We love you guys. Thank you, Willow. Thank you, everybody in the chat. The few extra viewers who've been, all you silent, awesome viewers who are doing other shit on other tabs of your computer or putting your feet up on the windowsill or who knows. I don't know what you're doing, but that's pretty cool. So take care. Have a wonderful night. Love you guys very much. Mwah. Bye.